Out of all of the important tournaments going on, there is one that catches the eye of many and catches the hearts of most. It is Lowink. Welcome to the July edition of this fantastic tournament. We know that there's some other soccer thing going on right now, but ultimately, this is the most important thing that will be happening this Sunday. I am Nito, joined by the one and only Grace, and there's no better way to start your Sunday or end your Sunday, depending on where you are, with some Splatoon action.
Heck yes. I love Lowink. I'm like rubbing my hands together like a fly, like an evil little villain man right now. I am so happy to be here with you, Anito. Hey girl, hey. Looking at these teams, the graphic anyways, we are going to be streaming here.
There we go.
Goodbye Chudlings 07, the little, salute the little cute little thing, versus Appreciating Pickups. Now, I recognize folks on Appreciating Pickups because I just fought them in Tri Strike Tuesdays, which is hilarious. Cherry Tea Wimmy Nation on Appreciation Collective. But Nito, give me the tea on some other folks in this lobby. Tell me everything.
Why not? Soy sauce is actually a part of NeoWave, so if you're wondering where the that pickups part came from, that's where it is. Goodbye Chudlings is okay, well, first of all, I will say I don't usually admit that I don't know something on there, but when I do, it's because I asked Popgun what a chudling is, and I still have yet to receive a response, so I guess we're both in the blank there. But regardless, goodbye Chudlings. I was looking at their 5-1 record from yesterday in the group stage, and it looks like they have the cleanest 5-1 record so far. They've only gone, most of their wins have gone 3-0, which is about what you'd want to see. Only 1-2-1 win, and they did lose to Eat the Peep again, 2-1. So if you're as far as cleaner records go, goodbye Chudlings is looking pretty decent heading into day 2.
Very true. I mean, I love to see chuds prospering. I'm a chud myself, so it's really wonderful. It really does wonders for my mental here. But going into game 1, as we all know, folks, or hopefully you know, day 2 of Lowink is a counter pick system. So, first game, it's like, your mom's favorite map mode, hence Splatzone's Hagglefish Market. And then from there, whoever loses, you know how it is, Nito. So, going into this first game here, it's anybody's game. We gotta feel each other out here. Looking at these comps, though. Out. Mouse. Looking at the red pencil. I love it. I never see her, like ever.
There's wanted signs everywhere looking for that red pencil, and lo and behold, we have found it. We'll be contacting for our reward later. It is pretty impressive seeing Clipchamp make an appearance on the Lowink rosters. Usually this application is better off for editing videos, but right now it's better for going straight into the left side and getting themselves kicked off this game rather quickly, but Appreciating Pickups, making the best of that opportunity. 2 players already down. Goodbye Chudlings, looking to work their way back.
These are the best names I've ever seen in my life. Manty Panty on the dualies, popping that amazing crab here. Cherry Tea holding it down with that pencil, which I know very well, having fought them myself. Clipchamp is trying to dodge that Azuka for dear life. They are able to take it out too. And with that, I feel like they want to pop some specials here. They want to get these strikes out. They do. And now with 2 members of Appreciating Pickups down, I don't think Cherry Tea is going to be able to hold it down for much longer here. Manty Panty going in for a flank. Does take out one here. Disrupts them just a little bit. Long enough for Appreciating Pickups to be able to retake the zone here. Pushing back Goodbye Chudlings pretty much back into their spawn.
And it's funny, as much as Appreciating Pickups has been held back by some players going down, they have still managed to maintain a presence on that zone, even if it's just having the pencil out there covering the zone most specifically. They still held down to that zone for a long amount of time. In fact, it wasn't until 3:30 remaining that we saw Goodbye Chudlings get their first pick at the zone, so Appreciating Pickups in good shape here. Of course, no lead is safe in competitive Splatoon, but for Appreciative Pickups, this is about as clean as you'd want to be at this point in the match.
Yeah, and I mean, they have all these specials at their disposal, right, Nito? So it's like, they have the ability to push into the zone here. They play it pretty calm and collected. They go in with their specials, like I can see Woomy Nation here pushing up, trying to push back Clipchamp here. They end up jumping out, which was the smart move, because they were like half dead. But Clipchamp also opts to jump out here. Now I'm singing the praises of Appreciating Pickups here. Manty Panty going in for another flank, getting 2, trading out, but still, they completely pushed back Goodbye Chudlings back into their spawn once again here. It's kind of like they're going into the same patterns, but they're good patterns because Goodbye Chudlings doesn't really know how to stop them yet. They don't know how to stop Manty Panty from rushing them down quite yet.
Appreciating pickup still looking as strong as ever, but Felix is going to have a go at it. Why not? Why don't you? It's going to be the Genzap that makes a move. One already going down. Manty Panty looks like they're in trouble. 3 players going down. Now the Pencil looks like they're in big trouble. It's a complete wipeout for Goodbye Chudlings. An impressive response. Time to see how long they can hold on to this. Those penalty points are going to be knocking down very quickly as Goodbye Chudlings makes their way closer and closer. Felix starting to take the spotlight here. Takes at least one player out before going down themselves. It's still a 3v3 situation, but my goodness, Felix, why not? Go ahead and have yourself a game.
Yeah, so, okay, going into these last 2 minutes, Manty Panty here with the Crab gets a good pick. This is awesome. They're going to be able to push up with it with the pressure from the Crab. I love Crab because it allows your teammates to kind of go in and feed for you while you sit from the Crab like a pretty little princess. And Appreciating Pickups does just that. Completely collapsing on Goodbye Chudlings on that zone. It feels like whenever the Chudlings have the zone, it's funny to say that. Appreciating Pickups, it feels like they're always one step ahead, or they just wait for their specials, and Goodbye Chudlings can't really stop them from taking the zone right out from under them. I wonder if that's a special thing. I'd love to pick their brains about that a little bit more too here, but again, going into now the last minute or so, they're going to need a big blowout push to hold this zone and really actually hold it here. Not trading out 2-0, not letting Rumi Nation and Manty Panty pounce on them and collapse in on them. They actually have to hold the zone to be able to take this back.
And as far as Goodbye Chudlings goes, they did have an impressive retake with a wipeout earlier in this matchup, but so far they've been having trouble struggling to find that back. It's going to be Felix possibly looking towards his right side. No, it's going to be the Slosher, their clip champ, making a move. Already has one player down. That's going to be the Pencil. Maybe seeing a few more players going down. Manty Panty goes ahead and stops that before it gets any worse. The zone now going in favor of Goodbye Chudlings, but Appreciating Pickups has a number here. As you see a few more players going down, Manty Panty now with the Crab might be able to pick off this Pencil. Pencil backs off just in time, but now Rumi Nation with the Blaster. Can they do anything? At least assist with the pick on Felix. This zone is still heavily contested, and Appreciating Pickups working hard to keep it back under control. They have absolutely got it back under control, just as long as it took me to say that. Rumi Nation has this splashdown, won't have the time to use it. 10 seconds left on the clock. It's still anybody's zone. It's still anybody's game, but Appreciating Pickups looking to close this as soon as they can. This Reef Slider may have something to say about it. No, this Splashdown's going to have something to say about it. Appreciating Pickups holds the zone. It gets the first win of day 2.
That was a really, really convincing game from Appreciating Pickups. I will one time say Appreciating Pickups correctly, excuse me. But that was like we talked about it a little bit. Every time the Chudlings tried to get the zone back, they held it for a good bit. They got a wipe too, which should have been monumental in them keeping the zone for a circumstantial amount of time. But Appreciating Pickups always found their way back in. Now, here's my hypothesis, but I want to hear what you have to say too, Nito. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that they never fully pushed out Cherry T. I feel like even when Cherry T was maybe out of position, maybe had to back up and they pushed them a little bit back, they always were in the fight. Like, you know how there's that whole thing where it's like, you don't always have to pick off someone. You don't always have to feed for the kill. You just have to make sure that you get them out of the fight. They never got Cherry T out of the fight, I feel like. But what do you think? Why do you think they had such a hard time keeping the zone on the side of Goodbye Chudlings?
Well, I think that's certainly a huge part of it. I mean, I've noticed a lot of moments, especially when Goodbye Chudlings got the wipeout there, is that after they get the wipeout, they've taken on all the players. This is about as good as you can ask for. The first person going up is Felix, but at the same time, you also have a Slosher. You have a Tetra Dualies that actually just comes out of spawn right after this clip comes out. You have all of this at your disposal to go ahead and hold Appreciating Pickups back, but the only person I see going forward is going to be Felix with that end zap, and that end zap is one as good as Felix was getting those picks off the board to begin with. You do also want to have those resources with you. If you don't take care of Cherry T, then they have a cooler that all of a sudden you don't have, so that's very important for not only retaking, but making sure you maintain that momentum, make sure you maintain that presence in the opposing team's territory.
Very true. Like, I feel like even on my own team, when we realize the backline is down, someone kind of has to tell me. Like we saw in that one clip where they got Cherry T down, but then only like one person, as you said, was pushing up. I feel like I need the reminder. Like no, the pencil's down. We can
Yeah.
actually push them. We can push them. We can go into their spawn. But like once you've been in the sight lines of a really good pencil like Cherry T the entire game, you don't want to push up and you get nervous. I'm nervous right now just looking at them, Nito. They're really cool. I'm a
Yeah,
chud.
it's okay. I still don't know what it. Okay, I'll be honest. I don't fully know what a chud means. So whatever that means for you, that's either a good or a not good thing. But hey, at least I appreciate the honesty on the mic. I will say though, for both of these teams, I have lost my train of thought. So we're just gonna go ahead and move on and say that these two teams, that Goodbye Chudlings has the counter pick in mind. Or at least appreciating pickups held on to that very well, and I'm not surprised. Just based off everything we've been seeing, again, they've been on top of things. I saw them constantly working off one another, especially on those retakes. So I'm not surprised that we're heading into Chudling's counter pick. But I don't know. There's a lot to consider. There's a lot we've already talked about. I will say soy sauce is a very long name, just because I don't quite know what Splat Vibes is. But hey, let's move on.
That's okay, we're vibing. So thinking about now, if I were a Chudling, which I am, I would go to Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy, and that's definitely not because I'm looking at it on the sendout.ink page currently, and I got a spoiler, and the graphics gonna update, and I'm gonna look like a prophet. But I think that does make a lot of sense. I feel like it's kind of like even ground, like everyone knows it, so like you both are, you kind of know the map so well that you both have a bit of a fighting chance. It's also good if you think you can lock out your opponents. So maybe the Chudlings were like, okay, the reason we were struggling is because we don't like haggle, we don't like how those boxes move when you hit them at the spawn. Maybe they're like, maybe we want to try some tower control more. Maybe we want to go for some more picks with that. I mean, they really liked using strikes. Strikes make sense for tower. It makes a lot of sense to have this pick here. I also would be lying if, I didn't say that everyone also likes TC Inkblot, so I wouldn't be surprised if every team picked this.
I mean, it is the bread and butter of competitive Splatoon, the all reliable, the map mode combination that everyone has ingrained in their head and has probably seen in their dreams at least once within the last 2 years. But for Tower Control Inkblot, I think I also like this pick for Goodbye Chudlings. If you want a map in which retakes and taking up positions, taking up momentum, taking up great spots to maintain your presence, Tower Inkblot Art Academy is a great spot for that, because it almost highlights those spots for you. The plat area, the bats area. It's like, okay, get here. As soon as you get this spot, you can go up here. As soon as you got this spot, you can start going wherever you'd like. So Goodbye Chudlings in a good spot for this next matchup.
Yeah, they're keeping the red pencil. I respect it though. I feel like Rain is a really, really fun special that I don't see as much as I wish I could. There's so much chip potential, especially like with the strikes, with the dualies pushing in with them as well. But you gotta have to out-dualie the teammate there on appreciating pickups here. But we're pretty much trading out here at the start. I guess they could not out-dualie Manty Panty here, but they do get outshotted because Felix does come up behind them there. And they managed to get Cherry T, which is a huge, huge pick. They're coming back around to try to get Woomy Nation, and they don't quite get the pick, but Topaz is trying to clean it up as their teammates are jumping back in here. Already, Goodbye Chudlings are showing us why they wanted this map mode as their counter pick.
That's what I wanted to see earlier in that Hagglefish's game. I want to see Clipchamp working with these frontliners, because that could be so well for him. You have the chip damage weapon in your hands. You've got to be using it 24/7, and I want to see more of that. Goodbye Chudlings continues to push onto this tower, but with what? They only have the red pencil to look forward to. That red pencil is going to be forced to back off, go somewhere else, because appreciating pickups is coming in with a full storm ahead of them. Already one player down from Goodbye Chudlings. It's going to be the Slosher goes down. Clip jump, no more clips for the rest of the Blurple team, as appreciating pickups, all guns blazing into opposing territory. They've already got one checkpoint pass, Grace.
This is so interesting, because we can see why appreciating pickups push is working as opposed to why Goodbye Chudlings push said goodbye so early there.
Topaz.
It's because, okay, Topaz, okay, I see you on the flank. They're dealing with them pretty well. Yep, they collapsed in on them though. Ugh, devastating. But we can see how well this push is going, because they're working with the flow of the tower. They didn't overheat and go too far into the bats with it. which I think Goodbye Chudlings did on their initial push here. So that's why Appreciating Pickups here, already at 20 remaining. They cleared those 2 checkpoints in that one push, their first push of the game as well. So going into just 3 minutes left here, Goodbye Chudlings, dare I say, making the same mistake as before. They're going a little bit too far ahead of the tower path. So yes, they're clearing out some space in front of them, but by the time they use all their specials, Appreciating Pickups are going to have specials of their own. And look, the tower gets collapsed in on.
By Chudley still trying to work their way up, but when you have 2 players going down, there's nothing for you to work your way up with. Appreciating Pickups still creeping their way forward, finding these picks, finding the space needed to go forward and forward. They've already got 1 player down, unfortunately. One Appreciating Pickups may have another one. That's going to be partially due to the rain. Felix trying to support them in any way they can, but instead gets a trade off of 1 bomb. Appreciating Pickups now down to 1 more player. Goodbye Chudlings back on track, back on the tower at least for the time being, as few more of their players respawn. Topaz goes out. Now there's only 3 players left near this tower. Appreciating Pickups is surrounding them almost literally. We're still judging by how their weapons are currently shaped out and where they are. Clipchamp goes down. 3 players go down. Topaz is the only one left. Will they get out dually? They will not, but it's still just them, and they're quickly getting surrounded.
Oh my lordy lord. Nito, Cherry T is on this tower. They're holding it down. Appreciating Pickups, they're around this tower like Protect the President right now, which is going well for them because that forces the members of Goodbye Chudlings to feed into them if they want to stop the tower here, which they do. I mean, that's gonna delay the push slightly, right? Because you're getting them off the tower for that little bit. But they're pinching them with their specials there. They have Bazooka there on the left in those bats. And then they have the crab pushing them, funneling them into one another there from that right area. And Lumi Nation, okay, I'll talk about you. I'm sorry with your little bubble. They get a huge double here. They do get taken off. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's not look at that. But they are able to track down some more on this checkpoint. But Topaz here, absolutely shredding through. Appreciating Pickups here. They do stop that push, but they don't have too much time here if they want to stay in this set. Oh, the tower. That was really funny. It moved really quick. That made me laugh.
If there's anybody that Goodbye Chudlings need to coalesce around, it's Topaz, who's been excellent with the picks, at least within enemy territory. They popped that Reef Slider, hoping they can find something else. Unfortunately, nobody there to support that, back that off. Appreciating Pickups surrounds it almost immediately. Topaz right in the middle once more, getting themselves in the middle of these fights pretty often, resulting in Goodbye Chudlings continuing almost a staggered formation as they continue to climb out of this spawn, trying to find something to work with. Topaz doing the same. Appreciating Pickups beginning to slow crawl once more towards checkpoint D and possibly more. Woomy Nation dancing around in this bubble. What else would they be doing? Appreciating Pickups looking better than ever.
Oh my gosh, and an amazing formation, positioning that they have. They have control of bats, they have Illumination there with that bubble ahead of the tower to keep the tower path safe, right? And now going into, they're gonna wipe out here. Appreciating Pickups here, so good on Goodbye Chudlings. But now that tower's all the way in their spawn. So this went exactly to Appreciating Pickups' plan here, because now we know as before, I think this is going to follow the same exact formula here in Nito, where they might slightly overextend. They might go past the tower path and get excited to try to knock out some members here. See, Topaz is going to accidentally go down here. They're going to get swarmed by the members of Appreciating Pickups. They're right onto the tower here. We see Leo get that pick, and they hop onto the tower with their corpse, and they stop the tower here. They stop overtime. Appreciating Pickups here, winning this first round 2-0. Again, very convincingly.
Well, we are saying goodbye, Chudlings, but this is probably not in the way they imagined us saying it, because they will be moving to the losers bracket. Appreciating Pickups, meanwhile, moving on to round 2 of the winners bracket, where they will be facing Starfish, another mighty opponent in their view. But for this matchup, Grace, this was, like you said, this was very convincing for Appreciating Pickups, and although goodbye Chudlings had some opportunities there, and it actually looked fairly convincing themselves, especially at the beginning of the game, and especially in Hagglefish zones, they weren't quite capable to put these things together. It almost seemed like every time they would make a push, every time they'd have some aha moment that we'd see live on stream, there was something missing there that sometimes it's intangible, sometimes we could talk about during these breaks, but every time it just felt like something was missing.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. It felt like And it was always like a small thing, I think, too. Like or like one person was slightly out of place and that's what made their whole push crumble. But a lot of the time that's kind of how tower control has to be because it can be very snowbally if you're not careful, which we see here in appreciating pickups. Really, really great push, but they pushed to 20 and passed those 2 checkpoints as well here. We're gonna see Leo in the rain, which is hilarious. But that's also why I like rain. It like dissuades you from going from certain places and it gets that chip damage as well. So I respect keeping the red pencil pick too. I wonder if that's like their favorite or something. Maybe they don't like the other pencil. Maybe they are a hater.
It's a statement one way or another. It's saying down with this sort of blue pencil thing. The red pencil is mine, and I'm gonna make it my thing. Which you know what, you most certainly can. It is your world, it is your life, and you choose to live it the way you'd want. But ultimately, appreciating pickups has that same privilege, and they're gonna choose to live it by 2-0 goodbye Chudlings and moving on to this second round. But I mean, there's a lot we could talk about from appreciating pickups. From Woomy Nation, I think best example of how your weapon and your special could work one by one, especially with the blaster, to Manty Panty and how much they've been able to do with the dualies, and Leo with the shot, and Carrie T with the pencil. Lots to talk about from appreciating pickups. It's almost like we can appreciate them.
Wow, it's almost as if we can appreciate these wonderful chudlings too. As a chud myself, as I said, I do also think it's hilarious that I've lost so many games where we'll get the kill on someone right as they hit the tower with their peats, and then that counts as them stepping on the tower, and I'm like ripping my hair out, and then everyone says, "Grace, why'd you let that happen?" And then they tie me to a post, and then they leave me there all day. Anyways, so looking at the bracket though, wow, alpha bracket is so cool, y'all. Looking looking at some of the matches that have finished. I know for a fact, yeah, I was gonna say Black Squid Ink Burger here, moving on to round 2. We were talking a little bit about them, because we stalked them. And also, I commentated one of their movie sets, and they're such sweet people, so we're big Black Squid Ink Burger enjoyers here in this house.
And if you want a little bit more of a fun fact, Black Squid Ink Burger is currently celebrating their 10-year anniversary as a competitive Splatoon team. 10
Wow.
years. That is since 2016. I feel like when I was 2016, I was 12 years old, and
Oh.
that is a very scary thing to think about, and I don't want anyone thinking about how young I am. So I'm going to go ahead and move on and say that actually 1 year ago, Black Squid Ink Burger did place in Lowing. They placed 4th in Alpha Bracket 1 year ago, the same month in which 9 Lives All Anxiety won. So if you happen to remember that name, or if you happen to remember the July 2025 edition of Lowing, remember that Black Squid Ink Burger was also there, and probably in the many Lowinks before that.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, I remember seeing them at Riptide, and they're like the sweetest people ever. It's always nice to have folks that have been in the scene for a while, and they aren't, what's the right word, evil? They haven't been tainted by the evil Squid Game where we shoot paint at each other. And they have warmth and love in their heart.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's definitely the Squid Game that we play and sometimes love certainly has its own influence on the people. But the good news is its influence isn't as strong as you may imagine in some. But regardless, this Squid Game is the same one that brings us all together. So, and it's certainly bringing us together now with the Lowink tournament that we are currently casting over, yapping over, and talking many words over, as we have the next match prepared for y'all: Octaves versus Land Crabs. I'm sure most crabs are on land, somewhere in the water. I don't know.
I don't know. I think crabs are really funny looking, and I like how they be pinching you, but they do kind of scare me. Most things that like crawl and stuff scare me. Like, you know what I mean? Like lots of legs. Anyways,
Fair enough.
so Octaves is our #1 seed here. So, big fan. I love Octaves. I also love land crabs, like the team, and also, I guess, the crabs. Or I did just say I was scared of them, so maybe I'm a liar. That's okay.
Yeah, and if you want me to give you another fun fact about Octaves, they have finished, out of all the Lowings that occurred in 2026, they have finished top 10 3 times. So if you want to talk about consistency, it kind of looks like this: 7th place in January, 5th place in February, 4th place in June, judging by this trend, Octaves may be looking towards a podium spot, but you're already in
Ooh.
alpha bracket, so again, you want to talk about consistency, you look at Octaves because they have certainly exemplified that, and I'm sure we're going to see a little bit more from it from them later on in today's bracket versus the Land Crabs, a team that also finished 4-2 yesterday. They were a little shaky on that, but regardless, what matters the most is that they will be in this matchup looking for a spot at round 3.
Indeed, indeed. Now, through my cyber stalking of Doom and Despair, I know I can see Land Crabs here. They got 5th in a recent All for One, or rather, it was last month, but it was a Rainmaker edition. So maybe these are the goats of Rainmaker. It would be hilarious if they counterpicked it. I think I have so much respect for folks who counterpick Rainmaker. Maybe not a Riptide, but in general, I think it's like it kind of like sends a shiver down your spine. You're like, do they have a strategy or do they think we don't have a strategy? And they think it's like the ultimate mind game because Rainmaker is very controversial and very interesting. But going into
Yeah.
game 1, before we even think about counter picks here, like we said, we start out on neutral territory here, going into Splat Zones, Barnacle, and Dime. I love Barnacle and Dime. I like the fountains. That's my favorite part. You see them? You see them? Yeah. Yeah. I like them.
As any Splatoon tourney fan will tell you, Barney Dime is the place to be to watch the best matches take place. Octaves Land Crab. I'm sorry, Octaves is the one in the orange. Yes, that is going to be Light Boy, Clubs, Cloudy, and the fourth one. Oh my word, Clubs. Is Land Crabs is the one in the purple when Lettuce Windigo Nemo and Naim. I need to stop talking.
No, we love you. Girl, it's okay. I never know what I'm saying ever. So, Windigo on the bow. I love to see bow here, especially on Octave as well. But now I look like a jerk because I only said one person bow here. But both teams sporting. The stringer is awesome here. Niemo going in, getting a huge pick there at the start. But still, I mean, both of these teams, I feel like I feel like we're looking at turf here. Like, both these teams are like fighting for each other's spots. They're spraying paint everywhere. Not quite on the zone. I feel like these are pretty low scorings as you would see here from a zone because it goes really quickly because the penalty is always taking down here. So Lettuce here, my gosh, I have not been enjoying Lettuce as a food lately. If you know, you know. But Lettuce the player, I am enjoying here, pushing back this bow, which is awesome, allowing their bow to have some space here in mid. But Nito, I'm gonna stop yapping. I want you to tell me how you think about it. How do you feel like this?
It's interesting, it mentioned that Lettuce has certainly been the center of controversy lately. Thankfully, not the competitive Splatoon player, more so the produce itself. But for Lettuce right now, things are looking fairly well. You're going straight up. You're gonna might be able to help Nemo here with this ink vac. You might be able to get some help from Wendigo with this ink pack. I call it the jet pack, also the ink pack because it is a Splatoon weapon. But Land Crabs, there are 3 players down. They actually have a jump on the zone. Octave's able to turn this game up right around on its head rather. Octave's making me think about what I'm going to say 3 times before I actually say it. What a turnaround for this team.
My gosh, and the chumps as well, getting them even more space here. They're coolered up. They want to keep this really nice position they have going on. And they pop that ink vac, which is really good for them. But the dualies here are going right around on top of them. Okay, they are able to take them out here. We're going back to a bit more of an advantageous position here for the Octaves. And while they are trading out here, they're stopping Land Crabs from coming in. Okay, the strikes are coming out. That's going to get Land Crabs some room here, but that's not going to stop them from losing the lead here. 2 down onto Octaves, though. That's probably going to give Land Crabs the momentum that they need to get this zone back. And they maybe do. Maybe? Yeah, I think they will.
Certainly working on it is certainly a question mark for the time being as the Octaves and Land Crabs heavily contesting this zone for a while before Octaves take it right back. And they have gone to clean it up, take out the ink vac, take out the Dyson vac, as I would call it a few times, as they seal off this game. 1-0 the current score for the Octaves. Land Crabs will have the counter pick, but my goodness grace. I mean, this is when we talk about convincing, we talk about dominance, this is certainly a good place to start with the examples because Octaves looked very clean near the end of that match.
You know what else is clean? The little worm in my head giving me information. We have The worm from my brain has told me that Octaves in 2024, we talked about their consistency and how much they've grown and how they're running for a podium finish here in this low ink. In 2024, they were a gamma level team. In 2025, a beta level team. And now an alpha level team in 2026. So every year they're getting better. In 2027, they're going to beat FT Win. That's what the worm in my brain told me. However, land crabs also have a very interesting past here in history in low ink because they used to be a Delta bracket team. That's a throwback if y'all remember when we used to have a Delta bracket. My gosh.
That were the days of low ink when the numbers easily on any weekend went into the triple digits, and we were looking at Delta brackets, and the year was 2024, and my goodness, that was 2 years ago. It almost doesn't feel like it. Almost feels like it was just yesterday. But the good news is we still have that gamma bracket. So if you want to go ahead and take a look at that later on in this, or anytime in this tournament, feel free to do so. Lots of brackets, lots of Splatoon action going on for all of us today. But ultimately, the action we are focusing on today is the Octaves and the Land Crab set, which, again, once it ends out really well. And one thing I didn't point out earlier, Grace, as we see the second map mode come out, Sloan's Robo Ramen, was the amount of mirror matches we just saw. That's 2 bows, that's 2 96 gals. That was interesting to me. I didn't think that both of these teams were just going to straight up say, all right, well, we saw your homework. We're just going to do it better.
No, I think it's hilarious when you go into like a mirror match of sorts, because even looking at the other weapons that they had, they also both had dapple dualies. And then the one person, Light Boy, was running the S-Blast, and then Niemo was running the Slosher. If you look at them, those are kind of similar in that both weapons have the color purple on them. But that's it. I'm half kidding. But going into game 2, I'm devastated, Nito. They didn't do Rainmaker, even though they won that one all for one with Rainmaker. I guess they hate me. No, that makes sense though. Splat Zones is like a more stable kind of map mode. But Robo Ramen specifically, I feel like you can get locked out and then you get awkward and then your coach yells at you because you don't know how to get out of spawn. Unless that was only me.
I mean, to be fair, I have been yelled at by coaches before, mainly during my actual competitive days when I picked up the controller and played the game a little bit more than I do now. So I totally get where you're coming from there. As far as Splat Zones goes, I'm not surprised that we're seeing this much Splat Zones action. In fact, Swimmer Sync this week was a Splat Zones only event, so maybe we're taking a little bit of inspiration from that. But ultimately, what matters the most is what's going to be on our screen here, going on to Game 2, Splat Zones, Robo Ramen. These dittos is actually going to start coming out a little bit more. Now we have the Dapple Dewey mirror match to look forward to. The only difference is this S-Blast and a Slosher.
Indeed, indeed. So it looks like no changes here, which does make sense because we're going back to our good friend Splat Zones. So Lettuce here, looking to wreak havoc as the actual Lettuce does. Oh, they got taken out. Oh, well. Anyways, my joke doesn't make any more sense. But the Chump's coming out. Oh my gosh, and a wipe! There are so many bodies there on that zone. My gosh. Cloudy here taking an aggressive position, which I love, standing on that little wall glass thingy with their bow. Shooting down, trying to break Wendigo's position there as their opponent bow there. But with that ink back, pushing back here the members of Landcrab, they kind of just have to give Octaves the space that they're demanding.
Yeah, absolutely do. You have no choice but to go ahead and back off. And especially with Octaves still maintaining control of the zone for the time being. Not for long. That's going to be a wipeout. Land Crabs has their own chance. It says, my mom said it was my turn on the zone. And so they're certainly going to start moving themselves up, getting themselves forward, trying to see what they can accomplish from this short period of time. Not for long, though. Land Octaves has their own response quickly brewing. Rose, courtesy of those 2 picks, courtesy of Rose, who actually going to place their Tacticular right about where that other team's Tacticular was. Sort of ironic when you think about it, but Light Boy certainly making some work with this. With this S-Blast, 2 players going down. Rose going to try to work something off of that. Nothing there. Octaves and Landcrabs back and forth, left and right. Ultimately, Octaves holding onto the zone.
And I can see those dualies are taking inspiration from each other. That's also a funny part about a little bit of a mirror match here. They go for a flank. They're trying to push back that bow there, and they do get that pick onto them. So that means a double there for Yang, but doesn't quite get their teammates the win that they need to push up. They actually get wiped in response here. I think that jump back in was them trying to help their friends in that fight there, but it just gave out their position here. So Clubs here opting to go for another aggressive back. They see Niemo there going for that flank, and they are going to strike the zone there.
Oh,
So
look at
Spinner's
this.
going to have to paint over that if they can. It doesn't quite fit the zone, though, and they're still trying to paint over them with those chumps as well. Niemo does get a pick, but they aren't able to flip the zone in their favor there. Octaves, a really, really great push there. There was a lot of back and forth, but ultimately, they win this set 2-0.
I mean, Tactical is in the same spot. Wipeouts back and forth. It's almost like they finish each other's sentences. We may as well give them the credit there, but unfortunately for them, they don't go 1-to-1. Instead, it's just going to be Octaves taking the spotlight. Those land crabs are going to have to go back into the ocean because Octave's going to run right through them, go on to round 3 of this bracket. They're going to be facing the winner of Starfish and Appreciating Pickups in the semifinal match, but whew, at least a little breather for us because of how much back and forth there was with both of these teams. I mean, we talked about the mirror matches, we talked about the tacticalers, the wipeouts. It almost seemed like both of these were going they were so closely matched. I'm surprised this ends in 2-0.
Mm. Yeah, and I mean, looking at even their approaches to breaking back in as well, and their lockouts were very, very similar. Like we saw them using the same tools in the same way there. Like I talked about Yang, who they're yin, yin and yang,
Ah,
they're a rose there on the dapples. They took similar flank routes. They took a similar approach to being dapples, and that they went for like funny flanks. They got their use, and then they jumped out, which I think is a really, really smart tactic there. Yeah, we're gonna see Yang's really, really good double here, where they pop in, they get that one pick, they go in for the bow, awesome. They get them, and then they jump out, but then they jump into their teammates being exploded by Rose, I think, as well. So that's kind of funny. But looking on the lockouts that each team had as well, they always popped their ink back. Guess what they just did? Guess what they're gonna do, Nito? Ooh, they just popped their ink back. Ooh, I'm a prophet. No, I have a memory of a goldfish. But they take similar approaches there. The only thing, excuse me, that kind of throws a wrench into it is the S-Blast with the Booyah Bomb, and then of course the Slosher with the strikes. And you know, that did help them stall the zone out a little bit there, but ultimately they just weren't quite able to clinch it up there, despite the mirror matchness of it all.
well, at least for them, they will have another opportunity to find another opportunity rather to clutch things up. They will be going to the losers bracket, facing the winner of Crushing 20s versus Goodbye Chudlings, a team that we know of fairly well, judging by what we were able to say about them earlier today. But for Octaves, they're going to be facing the winner of Starfish and Appreciating Pickups. That set is currently 1-1. The winner of that set will be facing the winner of the other semifinal match, which is currently being hotly contested. It's actually 1-1s nearly almost on both sides. Final Sayonara and Inflammatory Content, which is one a heck of a name. This phrase that you'll hear me say a lot throughout today. Versus the winner of Black Squid Ink Burger and Star Crasher. Only one of them.
Indeed. And checking up on this match from Black Squid Ink Burger and Star Crasher, I'm stalking their stream right now, Nito, like a little freak. They're it's Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track. That's nuts. So that means that Black Squid Ink Burger, as we know, the counterpoint, counterpick was to Black Squid Ink Burger because they lost that first game there. So they chose that one, and it looks like Star Crasher is currently in the lead. I will keep looking at it, Nito, but tell me anything else here about this bracket that you're seeing. Are there any folks here? Oh, and Beta as well. Any folks you recognized you're happy to see moving on here?
I mean, I will go ahead and talk to you more about Carmesi Colony. Carmesi Colony. Either way, they are OAR, and they're one of their only wins in yesterday's gameplay was against Paladins, a team that went 5-1, fourth in the May edition of Loing, fourth overall, and they were able to take a game off Paladins. So Carmesi Colony, surprising that we're seeing them in the losers bracket so far, but remember, this day is not over yet. They did lose to Adrenaline 2-0. Other teams I noticed, Rainfall is a name that I'm familiar with, Feeding Frenzy, the Squid Busters, who are only 1-1, Dubious Yakitori I should know the last name. I should know the last word. I saw it earlier, but it's currently blanking on my head. Currently facing off against Let's Go Bloom 0-1. I am going
Mm.
to say words and hope I don't mince them later on.
And that is beautiful, and I'm proud of you.
Thank
Happy
you.
Pride Month, yeah. It's definitely still Pride Month for sure.
Indeed, it is. It every month is Pride Month, except for the months where it's Wrath Month,
Oh,
and
oh.
those may be coming up. No, I'm kidding. It's not. It's Pride Month. It's still Pride Month.
Is there a gluttony month too? Is that like all of the deadly sins or whatever?
That's November.
That's true. I am quite gluttonous on Thanksgiving. You know, mashed potato bowl wants to see me coming.
I'm personally a fan of the meats, so any sort of ham or turkey combination, whatever we've got going on that day, is going to be the dish for me. Mac and cheese, any sort of pasta also works fairly well. The bread rolls, wherever they're from, which I mean,
Mm.
now that they got info on what the last word in dubious yakitori steakhouse is, we could talk about
Ah.
Texas Roadhouse and their
Oh,
rolls, but then we'd be going. Actually, no, it's fine. I think the path that we're currently taking is fine. So we'll talk about their roles. They are pretty good.
speaking of rolling, it looks like Star Crashers rolled. No, I'm kidding. They did knock Black Squid Ink Burger there into losers, though. They won against them 2-0 there. And like I said, that last game was Rainmaker, and it was close looking by the scores, but it looks like Black Squid Ink Burger just couldn't quite make a push there in overtime. So unfortunately for them, as we know, we are enjoyers of them. They're going to be facing Cotton 4K there in losers, 2.3. So perhaps cheer them on if you want to. But looking at the rest of Alpha, or perhaps Gamma, because we do have that pulled up, as I should know because I do have eyeballs. Looking at these folks here. Is
That's
the
good.
team name Chumpawampa?
I was about to say I wanted to bring them up at some point, and fortunately they lose two of their sets 2-0 because I say it's unfortunate because
No.
I really wanted very, very badly to say that they got knocked down and then got up again. And unfortunately, they did kind of let me down, but they will not let me down in my heart. You do have one of the best logos, actually, just the Chubbawamba album cover replaced with a Super Chump, which the great Debbie will call the Friends, by the way. I actually kind of like the Friends more. That one gif I once saw on Discord, I called it the Boingy Boof. So several names for the Super Chump, if you will.
Oh my gosh. I love when folks do like a pun and it's like a band or like an artist or something with Splatoon. Like I loved System of a Splashdown. Folks like that. I also didn't know that Death Crab for Cutie was like a band. I didn't know that that was a reference. I just thought that it was a funny team name and it was really embarrassing. And now I just told everyone and now it's even more embarrassing. So it's okay. I like puns still.
Okay, there's a lot to. I like this kind of yap session we have here because we
Oh.
are talking about things. We're talking about things we have in our head, but at the same time, we're finding out a lot more about each other, like the
Oh.
sort of song names that came out, or song names that we're thinking about in terms of like competitive Splatoon teams. Because I do remember System of the Splashdown. There was Ink 182. There was
Mhm.
I'm trying to think of more.
Me
And there,
too. I could
there
only think of
needs,
Death Crab for Cutie.
if you want to count Rolling Squids, I feel like it's a stretch because of the Rolling Stones, but I feel like that's
Mhm.
definitely one we can come up with. But regardless, there's a lot of names to bring up. There's a lot of names to talk about.
Indeed, indeed. So I think with this beautiful team name yap, and it's true, it's true. I liked how it said we will be back, like all of us together.
You
Like we're all
can't
gonna
run
go
us
get a snack.
off.
It's true, it's true. We have to keep yapping. We have to keep the yapping going, especially when I'm keeping an eye on these other streams here, looking at folks. I'm looking at the 1-1 match that we're waiting on right
That's
now,
better.
and they're going into not overtime quite yet. It's like the last 30 seconds ish of a Clamblitz Scorch Gorge game. Nito, I love Clam Scorch. It's one of my favorite counter picks too. I just feel like the map is funny looking. I like the weird pillar. One time, Popgun, I was on the mic with Popgun last Low Ink, and he pointed out how there's a jellyfish that's like hanging off the edge of one of like the rocks in Scorch Gorge, like the rocks in the distance. Like why? First of all, why is he there? Second of all, is he gonna live? I don't think he's living from that because there's like no help. He has no like bungee cord. Like there's no scaffolding. I think they're just showing us that that jellyfish is hanging on for dear life, and I don't like that.
Well, here's another way to think about it. I don't know that these jellyfish have bones. So if they do fall, the worst you will hear is a splat. Which in the game of
Oh,
Splatoon, maybe that's not like a bad thing, but at the same time, this is a jellyfish, so I imagine they actually kind of bounce back up. I'm not sure
uh-huh.
as to how the physics of a jellyfish work once a jellyfish reaches terminal velocity, which you maybe not. I mean, you aren't that far up. So I don't know that it's necessarily going to be a problem. Okay, no, wait, no, I see the jellyfish you're talking about. Maybe it will be a problem. Maybe terminal velocity is worth considering. But regardless, I think that jellyfish is going to be fine just because the gelatinous structure of
Uh-huh.
a jellyfish should allow it to. Is this Balatro?
Oh, perhaps.
Oh my god, it's time to
Let
go
me listen
gambling.
really close.
All right, it's time to go gambling. I will say, let's see, I have the so it's the boss blind. I have Shikot, so none of this matters. Good luck. Yeah, I could talk about Balatro, but ultimately I understand this is supposed to be some sort of like Splatoon stream. I know there's supposed to be some talk about teams and
Only maybe.
results and blah 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 blah. I don't know, stuff like that. But by the way, we do have the next game set up for y'all. It is inflammatory content versus Star Crasher. Inflammatory content beating
Mhm.
out Final Sayonara 2-1. Final Sayonara will be meeting Paladins in the losers bracket. But for the match that we have eventually coming up for us, once again, inflammatory content versus Star Crasher, which, by the way, inflammatory content, I feel like it's just their way of saying rage bait.
Oh, I was thinking I know it's inflammatory, like that's not it doesn't mean you're on fire. I was thinking of like stuff on fire. Like the
Ah,
scene in SpongeBob's mind where he's like looking at all the file cabinets and it's on fire. That's what I was thinking.
I mean, honestly, with the kind of things I yap about on stream, maybe sometimes the TO desk looks like that. Maybe sometimes production looks like that. Because I know at some point we brought up the lettuce that straight up infects you and hurts you. I'm sure that's what was
Yeah.
going on at some point.
It's funny you mentioned this. I'm gonna tell this story in as little detail as I can here, Nito. I believe it was not around this time last year, more like February of last year. I ate a bag of chopped Trader Joe's lettuce with a salad because I reheated a pizza slice and I was like, well, I should be a little bit healthy. I should have some salad with it. I should have never done this. So what happened was I was
Uh-oh.
staffing a swimmer sink. It was wonderful. And I ate my lettuce and with it was like a mini salad. And then my little pizza slice. And something did not feel right, Nito. Deep within me, within the bowels of
Uh-oh.
my soul. And I'm not going to say what happened, but let's just say there were many bathroom trips and I did staff the rest of the SOS from the floor, writhing in pain. But I did staff it. So, next time you staff
So
SOS, remember not staff. Next time you play an SOS, think about that. Just remember
just
that.
remember, chat, to appreciate your TOs just a little bit more. Hug your local TO, hug your parents, hug whatever it is that could serve as a reliable substitute as we consider the things that have happened to Grace. I've had my own incidents with this, again, with little detail as possible. Low Tide City 2024, if you were there, you would know that at some point during day zero, it wasn't that trip. Let me just say that trip to McDonald's was one I sort of regret. But regardless, we can start pushing some of that out of the way soon because again, we have this next matchup for you. Winners
Yay!
semifinals on your way. Inflammatory content versus Star Crasher for a spot in the winners final set.
Yippee! Okay, so we talked a little bit about these teams, and we mentioned them before because I mentioned stalking both of their matches here. So, on inflammatory content side, they had a much more tighter match there against Final Sayonara. But they did end up winning there, and they won. They defended in overtime in clams, so that's awesome. Star Crasher however, they stopped an overtime push there from Black Squid Ink Burger on Rainmaker. So going into this game, both of these teams, very, very awesome, very, very cool. Judging by how, but they're probably hyped up as well after both of those wins, and I love to see it. I feel like it can get a little bit awkward in like double elim brackets because like at some point a team's been sitting for forever and you're just kind of looking at each other and holding hands and hoping the adrenaline keeps in your bones and you can win these sets. But both of these teams are very freshly off of their wins. So going into game 1, Nito, Splat Zone's Umami Ruins. You like Umami? You could tell me.
I think Umami is just fine. I will say, anytime I defend a zone, I strongly dislike the existence of the middle because someone will be there and someone will ultimately try to aim their weapon straight towards me, which, as you might know, playing competitive Splatoon, anyone who aims their weapon straight towards you is usually trying to splat you. Generally, that seems to be the intention behind pointing a weapon at somebody, and mostly in this game, sometimes in other games. But I want to talk about this. I want to talk about inflammatory content just a little bit more, very quickly, because I have them down as a team to watch out for. They were 5-1 yesterday, and maybe that doesn't mean much, but they only dropped 2 maps, and both of those were against Paladins. So 5-1, you were looking mighty clean throughout those 5 wins. You dropped 2 sets against Paladins. That's still a 2-1 loss. So when, at least on paper alone, that looks like a match that could have gone either way. The could have gone either way line certainly fits here. And even then you look at Star Crasher, some of these main names may look familiar. For me, particular is going to be Flake, the E-leader who I've seen them play before in Low Ink and other tournaments. Their E-leader can be absolutely filthy. We're going to hopefully see a little bit more of it as we head into game 1 of Winners Semifinals. It is going to be inflammatory content versus Star Crasher.
Nito, I don't care about these comps. This is so important to me. Everybody look at PogChamp's face. That is the fresh fish head. That is my favorite gear piece in the entire game. And their name is PogChamp. This is the best match of my life. Flake, like you said, on the E-leader. Very, very, not controversial, polarizing weapon there. Because it feels like if you have a good leader, the other team, like, can't do anything, it feels like.
I have been on both the taking and giving end of that, by the way. Having a good leader on my team, shout out Twig from Aquatic Vanguard, and having a bad leader, or having a good leader on the opposing team, rather. Shout out every leader that has ever shot me before. You guys scare me. But as for this game, Star Crasher currently holding on to both zones. Area currently being targeted by 2 players from Star Crasher, one of them being the E-leader, the aforementioned E-leader. Boss is going to try to make a move down the middle. Star Crasher quickly shuts it down with at least 2 players, but Star Crasher still holding on to things, is still collecting numbers, still collecting picks.
And I appreciate the bubble there to kind of keep them back, and then the bubble to help their friends there get onto that little dome. Oh, PogChamp goes down. That's not very Pog. But they do get some folks down to pull their attention as well, so they also get picked off there somehow in that dome. Le Bob is sitting on the dome now with that crab, and with Boss holding their hand as well. They're trying to get that right dome, but they do get taken out there. Really, really good coordination coming out from Star Crasher. I feel like their hold, I mean, they're giving up the zone here, yes, but they're still very, very aggressive here. PogChamp here. Oh, they get taken out. All right, goodbye. Never mind. I'm devastated.
I don't know why I just noticed this. That is 2 brushes on the side of inflammatory content. Again, I don't know what took me this long, but those are if you know how brushes tend to play in competitive Splatoon, you know that you're going to have to constantly be watching your back foot. But for Star Crasher, maybe not. You've already taken out both of those brushes. You've already got a delayed wipe. Star Crasher is still holding on to this zone, and in fact, inflammatory content is in total only acquired 1 point. They have 5+ penalty points. They've gotten 6 torn down from when they did have the zone, but it wasn't long enough. They're basically back at 99 remaining.
Yeah, and I mean, again, like Star Crasher, they have this really good hold. They do they do trade out 2 and 2 here. It's a duos fight here on these zones. Ro, they're trying to take out Boss, but they roll right into the Brush's loving arms here. Boss gonna be able to push up with that as well, with their little ninja squid too. They're trying to keep it a little bit stealthy, but so is PogChamp there, sitting by that box. I don't know if folks see them there. I don't know if they know that they're there. They're waiting for someone to peek and capitalize off of that. They do drop down, but they don't get the pick, but it does allow there for Starla to push up, get that Reef Slider off, and push back a little bit on the chipping away at the lead that Inflammatory Content had going on there. And with that, Boss is the only person left standing near the zone. Old Rattlebore is here trying to contest it as well, but they get taken out here. So Starcrasher, once again, have a very firm hold on this zone. They're keeping back the members of Inflammatory Content and trying to get them away from the zone so that they don't even get a chance to paint it.
When your artwork isn't looking too good, there's only so much a second brush can do, and for Inflammatory Content, that's something they're having to find out right now. Both of these brushes not able to sneak past enemy territory. They're not able to get very far whenever they try to make something happen. Starcrasher seems to be shutting down everything on all fronts. Starcrasher is almost welcoming an attempt from them. Right, shut down that Zipcaster as soon as it comes out. LeBob's the only one left with any sort of pressure, actually able to take out a Dreadwinger, but Starcrasher able to respond in kind. Booyahs from Flight coming out as Starcrasher takes the first game of Winners Bracket Semis.
Nito, that was such a smart movement that kind of Starcrasher did. I wonder if they called it out or what their VC sounded like, but they like let the crab have the space the crab wanted. They were kind of sitting on the sorry, Pox, the big head made me laugh again. But the crab was on the dome, right? So they have like that awkward, panel that like blocks them sort of from like hitting top mid, kind of, I guess. But that gives them free reign of the right zone there, right, on the bottom. So going into that, moment before that KO, they backed up, and somebody did get picked off because of it, but they backed up so that when as soon as the crab ended, the members of Inflammatory Content thought that they had space, but they didn't. So Starcrasher collapsed right back in on them as soon as the crab ended, and they didn't have anything to cover them because there was no more crab. So they just got wiped. Really, really smart. It would be so cool if we could see a replay. Guys, it'd be so cool if we... if the worms in my head, guys, it'd be so cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly some, at least a lot of things you can see from the replay. For this one, from the first half of the matchup, this is what I want to see a little bit more of throughout that first match. Boss and potentially O'Rallybore from the other side, from Inflammatory Content, they did, already having two brushes on one team, you kind of think, okay, I'm going to have to watch every single angle to make sure I don't get shot down. But for Starcrasher, it almost seems like for them that those two brushes were never really a problem. If anything, it may have been these strikes coming out from the Tenatech. It may have been the specials coming out from the... I always call it the Cougar Ringer because of that pattern it has, which I think is... No, it's more of a zebra pattern. It always looks like a cougar from, like, far away, which... Congratulations, I've now come up with the wrong name. But it is my name, so I'm going to say it's right over and over again. Regardless, Inflammatory Content have a lot of avenues, but Starcrasher, just go ahead and shut the door, shut everything down. You're not going to come anywhere near us.
Yeah, and speaking about not coming anywhere near the zone as well, here's the replay I was talking about. So we see the strikes come out, we see Boss drop down as well, but they're two down. So that crab, they wait, and then they collapse back in on Boss and LeBob. Very, very smart. And of course it helped that they were already two down before they did that little maneuver, but still, Starcrasher, they move like a really great unit, which is awesome. I'd be interested to see what Inflammatory Content picks there as their counter pick. We could see clams, we could see zones again if they feel like it was just a bit of a fumble and maybe they want to go to a better E-leader map or something like that. But I would be interested to see what they pick here. Maybe if you have any possible ideas. Perhaps Clamblitz Scorch Gorge. Wouldn't that be so crazy if it flashed on the screen right after I said that? Because I read their mind. Whoa. Okay. So you need to settle down on the psychic powers, okay? Sendo, not Sendo. Your psychic powers are a little too much for this stream to handle. But Clamblitz Scorch Gorge certainly is an interesting pick, and I'll tell you why. For a team with two brushes on their side, I'm almost expecting a comp
change because for a map like Scorched Gorge, it's almost too open for what you already have, or at least from what we've seen in this first match so far. You have two brushes. You want to be able to enable them. You want to be able to sync them by and still manage to get the paint. And you can do that very well with your ink strikes. You can do that very well with the Dreadringer alone. So I want to see what they have in store for Clamblade Scorched Gorge because it almost seems counterintuitive with those two brushes you have. I'm almost expecting a comp change or at least something to do with those brushes and how you enable them. I want to see what kind of strategies they have in mind. For Star Crasher, though, I mean, you are still looking pretty good. I mean, you looked pretty good in that last match you're going that I don't know if a map change is going to make any difference, but for Flake, especially open maps, E-leaders, seems like a good combo to me.
Nito, I was just going to say that. I was going to say I feel like the E-leader kind of gets free reign if you let it here. I mean, that's kind of the case for like a lot of maps, but still. So, one thing we do know is that this is the map mode that Inflammatory Content won their previous round in there. So PogChamp, I love your big old head there.
Oh.
I wonder what they're gonna do here. So we are looking at a little bit of a comp change. Flake here on the E-leader. I think that's mostly the same thing coming out from Star Crasher, but Nito, walk me through what's happening on Inflammatory Content.
So now you have the Beacon Ink brush, which, I mean, if you're going to go on an open map like this, may as well. You got a lot of beacons, you got a lot of ways to go in. This is also an anchorless comp, which you do see fairly often in competitive Splatoon. It's not rare, but it's not common either. And I want to see what Inflammatory Content has with this. They have that 52 gal, give you at least some walls. You have the Glamour shot, it gives you some Kraken action and some burst bombs, so you at least have another sub to help out these brushes with. But for Star Crasher, it's still looking like they're able to get the swing of things, at least for the time being. Now there's 3 players down. Starla's the only one left. Almost gets this Kraken to slip by the cracks and go straight down, but it doesn't matter. Inflammatory Content has a power clam at the basket, sneaks one right by him. They do get wiped out. They will have first dibs at the basket, but now Star Crasher coming in with everything they've got. Starla going to swing in with a re-slider. That was splash wall, not enough because that 52 gal was right in front of it, but for Inflammatory Content, they're going down very quickly. Rowe has another pick. Boss is the only one left, and now there's 2 power clams coming in. Star Crasher is quickly mounting the points.
Oh my gosh, but Labob coming out with a really, really good flank does get 2 and effectively cuts off the paint stream for Flake to be able to go back and get any more clams. Really, really nicely timed and smart flank coming out from Labob. But that isn't to say that Star Crasher's push wasn't still really, really damaging. I mean, 31 remaining here, and we're not even halfway into the game? Okay, I see you, okay. They are going to go 2 down here, though. A bit of a skirmish here happening in their own spawn. Oh, and they get the jump out pick as well. They've got so many power clams coming out. I mean, they've got so many clams as well. If somebody wants to go back and get that pity, we could see a little bit of a, oh no, Boss just builds their own clam themselves here. We can see why they picked this as their counter pick here, Nito. They are confident in it. They do manage to get that other one. If they can get one more clam in, but Arya's in the Kraken. Maybe someone can jump to them. Maybe after the Kraken's done, they can get that one clam there. But I don't know if they're going to be able to. Oh no, the timer ran out.
What a team play, though. Inflammatory Content just go ahead and say, all right, we have everything we need here. Boss also has 7 clams. We're going to go ahead and make a power clam, get it even closer. It's such a shame that Aria wasn't able to get that last clam into the basket, but for Inflammatory Content, this is about as good a push as you can ask for. Aria able to jump out before getting themselves into more trouble. At least able to keep their Kraken, able to keep their special, able to keep, well, themselves as well. That's a lot of presence that they have in the side of Inflammatory Content. Star Crasher, for once, looking like they're on the back foot here. They're only up to 31 remaining. Should look good at this stage of the game, but they're currently facing a 1 remaining lead from Inflammatory Content, so they're going to be on the backseat looking for ways to get themselves back on top. But they're going to take a little while longer because there's a lot of help for Inflammatory Content. There's a lot of clams there, and all they need is 1 more to get the first win of the set.
Waiter, 1 million killer whales onto the backline, please. I feel like if I was Flake, I feel like they were just getting harassed with killer whales. Like we saw when we were in the POV at one point. I don't know if that was Flake, but it was someone. And they popped them like around the same time. They like staggered them. So it's just like, what do I do? Like, I just have to bob and weave for like 10 seconds, and it's just horrific. So they got into their groove there. Maybe it was a little bit of the backlist where they felt like they could go at the pace that they wanted to, and they didn't have to worry about their anchor trying to help them anchor. They just kind of ran, and they ran with it, definitely. Labob here picking off. Oh, row? Nope. Okay, yes, it did happen. Looking at this replay, though, and, you know, that first push that they had, it didn't quite amount to anything yet. And even when Starcrasher pushed all the way to 31 remaining in, like, the middle of that match, it didn't matter to them. They were, like, cool as a cucumber. They kept it rolling, and they KO'd. Props to them.
I'm glad we're seeing this replay here, because when Aria was currently facing off this Dreadringer on the corner, that gave old Radibor enough time to go in for a sneaky push. The only one left to defend it there is Flake, and if there's one thing Flake doesn't want to see, it's an Octobrush at close range, because there's not much that E-Leader can do once you're right up in its face. Ro has to come in all of a sudden, make a desperate play to stop this push, and now Radibor has all of these players right next to him. And later on, you're going to see something similar. I mean, Inflammatory Content knows that we can just bum rush you, overwhelm you with everything we've got, so much to the point where and it almost goes back to what you said about the anchor. They don't have anything that they need to be waiting for. Anytime you see an anchor, they're usually playing off of the rest of the players of that team. They're making sure they have enough paint. They're making sure they have another presence backing them up if they ever get into a fight. You want to make everything a 2v1, but for Inflammatory Content, it's anything goes. We'll send one player down the side to flank if we want to. The three of us are going to go straight for you, and if you have nothing for it, well, tough luck, buddy.
Wow, my gosh. And look at PogChamp there, going for a little bit of a flank. They do take out one person, but they got called out, and then they weren't able to do anything. The worm in my brain also tells me that PogChamp got second in Low Ink March of this year, so Low Ink March 2026. Looking at their counter pick, though, this is so hilarious. Okay, this wasn't exactly the map mode that Starcrasher won against Black Squid Ink Burger. It was Rainmaker Humpback, but Starcrasher going to Old Reliable here. Rainmaker Museum Dolfoncino. Interesting. And like I said, I love somebody picking Rainmaker in counter picks. It's like a bold choice, unless you're at Riptide. But it's a very fun and bold choice.
Any good Riptide, anyone who was there last year will tell you the crowd's sentiments towards Rainmaker, and it includes a word that we cannot say we can't quite repeat on stream, but just know that it has 4 letters in it. Regardless, the Rainmaker Museum D'Alfonzino for Starcrasher. Of course, I can still see the pick. First of all, open space, you want that for a leader. Secondly, you also limit the opportunities Inflammatory Content has of sending someone to the side and letting them do their own thing, and by the time you realize it, oh goodness, it's too late. So that's what I like about this pick. Starcrasher certainly looks like you want to limit the options that Inflammatory Content has of doing the exact same thing they did to you at Clam Blitz Scorched Gorge. It is still 1-1, so not quite at the match point. It's not quite at the match point stage yet. We will have it after this matchup, but for both of these teams, they're going at it like it's grand finals, and we're only at winners semis.
That is so true. I can like feel the adrenaline like seeping off these sets here. But going into all right, our third game here. Now looking at these comps, we see the Dread. I'm raising my eyebrow, but looking like a more similar comp than we saw, or similar comp to what we just saw in that past game there, with Labob taking up the mantle there of that gal being a little bit like a backline, sorta, kinda, but it makes sense because Inkvac is really, really nice on Rainmaker.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. That is a 96 gal, so you have a little bit more range to work with this weapon. And you have the Inkvac, which is another excellent pick for Inflammatory Content and the sort of strategy they want. The Kraken cancel coming from Starla on the side of your screen there, my goodness. As Starcrasher gets first dibs on the Rainmaker, they're going to go ahead and make their way straight towards the basket unless Radibor has anything to say about Labob making their way to the pedestal as well. Flake is having to hold themselves back. They have a beacon, and right in the middle, if anyone wants to use that, it's going to be taken up by the Dapple Doolies on Starcrasher, but for Inflammatory Content, they're able to stop that 2v2 on both sides. Old Radibor going to go straight for this Decavitator. Nothing there yet, but Inflammatory Content Gonna have some LeBob action. Minion or the Bob for today? I think we know their answer.
They popped that back to get some space there for their teammates. Successfully so. I mean, there's going to be a 2-down situation for Star Crasher. Now, looking at that, they're going to not quite be able to pop that checkpoint, though. They're going to get stopped there by the members of Star Crasher. But oh, Radamore, they're going to pop in there, get it themselves. Row goes in for that Reef Slider, does get a pick off of it, and clears off a lot of space for Star Crasher to push back in and get re-grab. Anyways, get back some control there of their own plat there by their spinner. So, in the state of how we're seeing things now, inflammatory content, they had a bit of a 2-down thing. They're all respawned now, but they have to give up a lot of mid control to kind of recuperate themselves.
Right, and that's a loss you don't hear a lot of people talk about. Is that loss of zone, that loss of pressure, that loss of territory. Because now Star Crasher has open ground, almost open season all over this middle spot here. Inflammatory content having to back themselves off, especially when you have a player like Pro quickly making their way up. That might be too big. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Those two players left off inflammatory content. Star Crasher now having to look themselves at one player down. It could have been an easy triple for him, but my goodness, what a survival.
Oh my gosh, I think that was like, did they vac their friends there so that they also survived that Reef Slider? If so, kudos to them, and also just really great timing to pop that as well. So, despite all of that, only one team here, inflammatory content being the one, has cracked that checkpoint there, that first checkpoint. So if I'm Star Crasher, I'm gonna get a triple for sure. And then I'm going to push up and try to get that checkpoint here, but Boss is stopping me, and so is Arya. They try to rip right through the defenses. They stopped that whale. I think that whale, yeah, they only had the 2 little prongs come out there. But there's just a bajillion suction bombs. It feels like Flake can't safely crack the checkpoint, but they do, and they go down for it. So, 2 down on both teams here. PogChamp is trying to keep control of mid to let their teammates jump back in safely, not trying to give up that territory, but depending on the specials and the pressure from a Rainmaker, Star Crasher might have to back up a little bit.
Unfortunately for Star Crasher, inflammatory content still crashing the party for the time being. They've gotten themselves slightly past this pedestal, which means they will have the lead for now, but with 1:30 to go, both of these teams are going to be looking to push it just a little bit further past this Rainmaker. One to extend their lane and the other to take victory away from the jaws of defeat. But for inflammatory content, looking very well for them. They at least have one player down. Flake is going to have to come in with this Kraken, courtesy of the custom leader. Boss is going to have to make a run for it. Does not have enough space, does not have enough speed in front of him, gets caught by the Kraken, and that Rainmaker's going to be left in opposing territory, but Star Crasher has everything but the kit, everything right in front of him. 1 minute to go. They have open ground, but do they? Boss is going to quickly make a move up the inside like it's Formula 1, and they've got the pick. 50 seconds to go, and the inflammatory content stops what could have been a game-ending push. That was crazy stuff for both of these sides, but inflammatory content slowing things down.
Ooh, Nito, I am sweating right now. Now, looking at this, it's the last 30 seconds here of this game. We have to think about these win conditions, and just what is inflammatory content's win condition. I think it's getting a good ink back on that flat, so the Bob popping it there, it's going to take them a hot second to get their ink back, and somebody has to hold the Rainmaker in the meantime. They have to make sure that Star Crasher doesn't push at all, and I think if I'm Star Crasher, I know that that's their win condition as well here, so I need to push up, and I want to make a push so that we force them to have to make a push there with their emergency ink back here. So PogChamp pushing up onto this plat. They pop the bubble. I think that would get them the lead possibly if they would go to the edge of that bubble there, which they do. Oh. And it was right as overtime happened. So they couldn't even try to get the Rainmaker down to force overtime for inflammatory content's favor there. The bubble from PogChamp there really, really nicely timed and earned them the win.
Bubbler, the all reliable of getting those extra points. It's right up there on the shelf, right next to the GG strikes, the GG booyah, possibly even the GG stress splashdown if you're into that. But for Star Crasher, what matters is that it got them the right amount of points at the right time, right in overtime to send them at match point. They are now 1 game away from the winner's final set, which, by the way, we have the opponent waiting for them on the other side. Starfish beat Octaves 3-1. They were a 6-0 team yesterday, so no surprise we're seeing them at the winner's bracket, currently awaiting the winner of this set. But as far as this one goes, there's still a long way. There's still a decent ways to go. I would say a long way to go, but Star Crasher is only one game out.
Indeed, indeed. And I love the variety of modes that we're seeing. I wouldn't be surprised if our friends here are like, let's just go back to zones, or like, let's maybe we'll try tower. I don't know if we're gonna see another repeat of well, even tower can be a little bit risky here. It can be snowbally depending on it here. So I would expect to maybe see a zones. As like we've been mentioning, we're at match point here, Nito. So whoever goes onto here goes on to winners finals against Starfish.
And with Star Crasher just one set away, remember that this, looking at the score right now, actually 55 to 57, not much separated these two teams to begin with at the end of this set. So even if inflammatory content won, this would still be a match we would talk about, regardless of what the outcome was. We would be talking about this being a back and forth set, back and forth match either way. Both the last few games have looked a little different for both of these teams. Well, maybe not Clan Blade Scorch Gorge. That one was a complete barnstormer from inflammatory
Yeah,
content. But for game four, heading closer to this, Grace, there's a lot that inflammatory content now has to consider from Star Crasher. They did just let one of these games slip by them, and now they at least have a counter pick to work with, actually.
indeed, indeed. Well, we know they can't go back to clams because they just won on that. But thinking if they want to go, like I mentioned, I feel like Rainmaker's too difficult. Too I don't know. I guess I snowball is not the right word I'm looking for. Anxiety inducing. But then
Fair
tower
enough, yeah.
control is it can be snowbally, it can be awkward. My gosh. I think if I was inflammatory content, I would go back to splat zones. I'm not sure which one though. Maybe something to kind of stop the perhaps maybe the E-leader there? Maybe try to get something to counterpick Flake there, but that's not their only issue going into Star Crasher. It could be a little bit of a user error with their own comp. I feel like a lot of losses amount to that too. It could also be not understanding your own win condition. Maybe it was like, oh, we weren't setting up the ink vacs properly. Now that we know, we want to go back to Rainmaker, something like that. I'm trying to get it into their head. I'm trying to think the worms in my brain aren't telling me anything, Nito. But what about you? Do you think there's anything they might try to lean towards here, or do you want to talk about something else, like about how it could be tower control and Inkblot Art Academy, and Grace is really wrong? Oh wow, look, oh,
Grace is never wrong. I think you should know that Grace is never wrong. Every time Grace mentions a map mode, it will show up on our screens, and there is nothing else that could possibly be behind Grace's psychic powers.
uh huh,
So, with Tower Control Inkblood Art Academy coming up, it's still out. Interesting is the word, and honestly, one that I, as a caster, need to stop saying. But I find it very intriguing because inflammatory content still have. I think they're gonna go back to the beacon. They're gonna go back to the. I feel like they go back to the beacon Octobrush because with Tower
hmm,
Control Inkblot Art Academy, there's a lot of spaces you can put those beacons, and you will almost certainly have an easier time getting yourself up in the plat, getting yourself up in the bats. If you can hold plat, well, all of a sudden now you can just put one there. You'll just keep a constant rotation of players coming in and out, which from Clanblade Scorch Gorge is exactly what you want. You want to keep players right on the. You want to keep players right at the edge of those checkpoints. So I think inflammatory content is going for something similar to what they saw in Clamblade Scorched Gorge. I do want to. I kind of want to see that 96 Scout continue to have a presence here because I know that 96 Scout was a good pick. Ultimately, things just fell apart in that last game, but for inflammatory content, they are still very much in this, and I do want to see these changes come out for them.
yeah, my gosh. Now thinking about going to tower control, I'm like speaking like a little like soft because I am fascinated, engaged, excited, absorbed, provocative, involved, and gripped about the fact that they went to tower control because with the E-leader, I feel like against an E-leader on tower control, it's like uh,
Oh,
a roll of the dice on whether or not their one shot is gonna completely stop your push and take out your tower rider. But Jester, we were talking about, the backlist, but Jester, I believe, is a sub. So now, inflammatory content, all of a sudden, they have a backline.
They do. It is the heavy Splatling. The first time we have seen a tried and true anchor intrude on inflammatory content. That's also the newer Octobrush, this time with the Kraken on their side, as well as no other changes. It's still going to be the 52 coming back and the T-Tech staying in for inflammatory content, Viola Starcrasher, and more of the same from their side. But for inflammatory content, they're going to see one player go down. Flake with the E-leader, currently making an appearance. Might be another one on Labob. Labob currently to hold on to the tower, going to at least use these killer whales to try to back off some of these players. Rowe is going to make a move for the tower. Labob's going to go ahead and trade that off. Flake coming in with the Kraken. Jester going to be forced to fight this one off, but does not have enough to fight it off. Flake retaking the tower and at least pushing things back for inflammatory content.
For some reason the dots were not connecting for me for a second on why that E-leader specifically, but the Kraken! The Kraken can shut down a push, even if, like, the E-leader is kind of backed into a corner. If Flake can't get an angle to get a shot off with their main weapon, they can use that Kraken to stop the push. Very, very smart kit. I totally, didn't think about that either. So, Ratibor and Rowe here, the two R names, going to be fighting here. Ratibor, old Ratibor. They do take them out here, opting to do a Kraken of themselves, hop up onto that box, and push out the members of Starcrasher. One of them opting to jump out here, which I respect and understand here. PogChamp not able to make their flank have any meaning here quite yet. Jester here holding this tower like a pro, but Flake coming out with a Kraken of their own, possibly start trying to forcibly stop this push. But Jester here, sitting on that little area, my gosh, the foot, the garlic, whatever you want to call it, they're still quite on this plat. Oh, they do get taken out though. So, inflammatory content getting pushed all the way back into their spawn. They're getting pinched here by these front lines as well. So they don't quite have any map control to continue their push.
Inflammatory content and Starcrasher back about to where they began in this neutral zone, but watch out for Labob. Has a good angle here, a nice off angle to take off the place with Starcrasher. There goes Rowe. Will we see another one goes down? PogChamp's going to give them a good fight. Going to at least set Labob back for a few seconds there. We hear a Kraken come out. That's going to be inflammatory content. That's going to be courtesy of the brush. Starla now in a little bit of trouble having to fend off Labob and his Kraken, but the Kraken gets to him first. Now Ratibor has a great spot to start picking off some of these players from Starcrasher, but Starcrasher is going to try to shut them down as well. Two players going down for Starcrasher. A few more coming down for Starcrasher as well. Inflammatory content going to see them few players go down. Now it's all up to Starla and Labob. Labob currently holding on to this tower. Going to try to get some points on the board, try to get some jumps on the board as well. Now in the plat, Jester going down. Inflammatory content seeing a few more players going down. And that's going to be the end of that push. But Grace all the way up to 30 remaining and only 150 to go. Better run away from that auto bomb. Yes, you did.
And such a smart move from Labob to hop off the tower. They were like, okay, we've comfortably, okay, 30 remaining is good. I'm obviously going to get picked off here if I try to make anything happen. And instead, they position themselves to contest Starcrasher in their own bats, so that they can get a better angle here for the next fight. And looking at this next fight, they're able to take out somebody behind the tower here. They're trying to pinch the tower, trying to take out Flake as well there, their backline. And Labob gets so much value just from that little bit of a repositioning. Thinking about the next fight instead of the push that you're currently in. Really, really smart and well done here. Jester already onto this tower. They got that wave breaker down. If I was Starcrasher, I would shred the heck out of that wave breaker. Because as we know, GG wave breaker is very real. No, I'm kidding. But like, already inflammatory content up into the bats. They're getting Krakens out here. They're pushing back and completely overtaking Starcrasher's spawn. This is a completely different game than we've been saying from earlier, Nito. Starcrasher on such a back foot.
Starcrasher hasn't found the responses until now. There's 3 players down from inflammatory content. The only one left is old Ratibor, the all reliable for Starcrasher. How much more reliable they be? The answer is quite so. Labob all the way up in the territory. Oh my goodness, look at how far up they've gone. They actually got a few more jumps in. Jester enjoying some of that, but Flake's going to quickly be able to shut that down. Flake might be able to get a few more picks on there. There's Labob. Can we see Ratibor go down? Almost do. It's the only one left for Starcrasher, but they're still searching for some more picks. I saw that Kraken go out just before they went down. Inflammatory content having to slow down, give him some breathing room. Starcrasher, a long way to go for them, and only 10 seconds to do it. Labob is already sitting on the right side of the map, for left side for inflammatory content. This has been their favorite spot all game long, but Starcrasher has 4 specials on the board. Star Crashers is have a long way to go. Inflammatory content, there's 4 people back. Now comes the Bob. In comes the Bob. Quick shutdown from Flake. My goodness, about what I expected from them. But what more can I expect? Inflammatory content throwing everything in the kitchen sink at this tower. Isn't enough to keep the tower. The Kraken's starting to fight. Everybody's trying to get an inch of this tower, but inflammatory content holds on. We're going to a game 5.
Oh, Nito, when those Krakens were kissing each other on that tower, I was thinking to myself, there's literally no way. There's no... this is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. And Flake getting that pick onto Labob, and Starla recognizing that Labob is going for the same flank again. They've got that killer pattern recognition, but it doesn't matter when they got the value that they needed there, Labob's flank. Because although that they didn't get a pick and they didn't have this huge disruption of the push, they grabbed attention away from in front of the tower, which is what you ultimately want a flank to be doing there. So that, I think, helps them get that win. And the Krakens holding hands and interlocking their tentacle thingies also probably helped.
That probably was. I'm not sure as to how the things happen in the middle there. All I know is that they were spinning at each other at a very high velocity. Both of them really wanted that tower, and ultimately inflammatory content won the tower. But for Starcatcher, that was a very frantic ending. Really for both of these sides, it was a very frantic ending, but I mean, inflammatory content, their efforts paid off at the end there, and part of it had to be, we have to mention Labob. If the question is ever the minion or the Bob for today, it's going to be the Bob, because inflammatory content relied on how much the Bob was able to just sit there on the side, wait for a flank, and even though they didn't immediately go for a flank, everyone on Starcrasher knew that that flank was going to come up at some point, so we're going to keep one eye out for this. But at the same time, inflammatory content loves misdirection, so we just send everybody else this side.
And then you split your resources, worried about the flank, but then also trying to push the tower, and it's overtime, so it just completely messes up the push. The bubble coming out there from PogChamp on the tower towards the end is so sad, because Kraken does not care about bubble at all. So it's like a last Hail Mary, go bubble, go! But they weren't able to hold onto the tower there. Yeah, Flake kind of getting forced to take care of Labob there. They weren't able to get any picks in front of the tower. The members of Starcrasher in their push were kind of all angled around the assumption that they would crack the checkpoint, but not about what if they didn't. And with those tri-strikes coming out from inflammatory content too, we didn't even mention that. That's the GG special of all GG specials on tower as well. So inflammatory content just played that overtime perfectly. They had all the things going for them. So then when Starcrasher even tried, they just couldn't get anywhere.
Now we're at a game 5, and remember that Starfish is at the other end of this, waiting for both of these teams to finish to wrap up their match, and ultimately, obviously, a match that we're going to have live on stream for y'all, by the way. But I didn't speak quick enough, Grace. I wasn't able to get scratch your mind on the psychic powers that you did have, because the graphics beat you out to it. That next map coming up from Starcrasher is Splatzone's Mahi Mahi Resort, and with everything on the line, this is going to be a huge game 5.
I love Mahi Mahi. First of all, I think it looks very funny. I like how the water be dropping. And I like the little inflatable guys, the little blue guys. It was also voted, if y'all are keeping up with Falco's little I don't know what to call it, board thingy. It was voted the best Splatoon stage. So the folks love this. I feel like it's a favorite for good reason too. A lot of stuff works. It's a pretty good example of how to maintain the map, if that makes sense. There's a lot of angles you have to worry about. They could drop from left, they could go from right, they could go through mid. There's just a lot of angles, there's a lot of opportunities, and it's a very fun map. Going into this, it makes sense for it to be game 5. It makes sense that Starcrasher is alright, we're going back to our friend All Reliable here, Splat Zones. I wonder if they wanted to pick Zones for their game 3 counter pick, but they couldn't because they had just won on it. But My little worm brain can only speculate however much I want to. We're getting into this game, Nito. I'm so excited. I hope PogChamp's big ol' head is still there.
One
Yes,
team's
yes it
gonna
is.
be meeting. One team will be meeting Starfish. The other team will be moving to the losers bracket. We're gonna find out who is who as we start this matchup. No major changes from inflammatory content except for Labov swapping out the 52 gal for the Slosher. Just are gonna be
Oh.
going down at the beginning of this, but for Star Crasher, not many changes from them as well. We're still gonna see more of the same happening in that way. In fact, the custom leader is gonna go back into the box for the regular leader.
And the double tri-strikes makes a lot of sense for this zones map specifically. It feels like you need a lot of space to be able to push into the zone, so why not cap it from a nice little distance away here? PogChamp opting to run at Jester, does get taken out by Jester, which is awesome. So Jester going to be able to capitalize off of that, get some control of this right area while Radibor is contesting them in their spawn. So with that, the water's going to drop Nito. We're already counting down to almost like 50 remaining. If anybody's got LDE, it's about to start proccing here. But Jester has to back up a little bit. They're playing behind the space really well. Oops, never mind. Flake's just goaded. But you can see the members of Star Crasher pushing up together here, capitalizing off of Flake's presence and all of their picks here. They are going to cap the zone. It's going to flip for like a little bit there. But, I was going to say Star Crasher has a good hold, but inflammatory content was kind of ready to fight them there, and they have to push them back.
Playing against Star Crashers, a lot like the anime Fist of the North Star. Once you see that laser, just know you are already dead because Flake is absolutely dangerous on the leader. We just saw another one go down. Jester going down. Inflammatory content will actually get control of this zone. PogChamp is the only one left near this zone to at least bring something for Star Crasher as the rest of their teammates respawn. But for inflammatory content, things are going back on track for him. There's still a few more picks coming down on this left side of the screen here. Going to be a Reef Slider coming in for Star Crasher. Nothing there. IC still seeing the zone, still seeing some more points coming in front, but the fight's going to continue on the side. PogChamp takes out area, and now Ro's going to go on to the side. Try to get a fight on Labob. Labob goes down as well. Radibor goes down as well. Star Crasher retaking control of the zone.
Nito, girl, I don't know what's happening. You commented that so beautifully, and it's like flip-flopping like crazy. Like, I feel like we're like trading spawns. We're trading which side of the map we want to be on. We're just going to throw down wave breakers. Like, I can barely follow what's happening. And somebody's going to go down there on the side of inflammatory content, which, oh my gosh, what a great, PogChamp is on a roll here. Are they going to get a quad? Will they need a, nope, okay. The humble splat bomb says no, but I think because they took out that person there, the bucket there on that top left, that allowed them to wrap around and completely collapse on the other members of inflammatory content here. But if I'm Star Crasher, I don't love this firm hold of the zone. Instead, I'm going to reef slide into them and get an even better hold. Okay, they still have the penalty though. So inflammatory content, they have a bit of a fighting chance, and PogChamp is opting to go the same route that they went before. So inflammatory content probably wants to punish them with that and work.
Oh my!
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
I told you, as soon as you see the laser, just know you are mere seconds away from ultimate death as PogChamp continues to fend off the incoming members of inflammatory content. Star Crasher now 26 away from a spot in the winners bracket finals. They're still holding on to the zone as much as they can for dear life, even with all these specials coming in from inflammatory content. Star Crasher still giving it everything they've got, and they're losing everything they've got. PogChamp and Flake, the only ones you need to hold on to the zone. Star Crasher will be meeting Starfish in the winners bracket finals.
Oh my lordy lord, Nito. Star Crasher adjusted so well. I feel like that heavy threw such a wrench into the flow that they had going on, what they knew to do against inflammatory content. But they adjusted really, really well there. And also, you know, the trick shots and stuff from Flake were really, really on point. I felt like they were really in their element this game, which gave Star Crashers in general so much room to work with.
It's going to be a battle of two stars, and I don't say that lightly because of what Star Crasher has brought to this game on our screens and to what Starfish is going to be bringing into this next matchup. This is a 6-0 team that Star Crasher is going to be looking forward to facing off against. And when you're coming off a game of 5 set like this against inflammatory content and you win it right at the nick of time, you have it is complete and pure joy coming into that VC. I can already tell I'm not in that VC, but I can imagine it is sighs of relief everywhere, cries of relief as well for that team. But for inflammatory content, they brought absolutely everything to this set, and I am more than thankful, and I cannot be thankful enough for what they've been able to do here. I mean, it seemed like every set was back and forth. It's exactly what you want to see from a caster, and as a viewer, great stuff.
My gosh, and we're only going to see even more great stuff going into this next set. I'm so excited. I'm giddy even. I am full of joy and wonder. I have stars in my eyes. Ha 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 ha. Okay, I'm sorry. But, okay. We've been singing the praises of Starcrasher and Starfish a little bit here, but this is soon. This is the first time we're seeing Starfish here today. So, Starfish Seed 3, looking at these folks, the worm in my brain has told me this is Starfish's 13th low ink Nito. And they've been making alpha brackets since 2025, so these are veterans to say the least.
When you talk about teams that have sat in alpha bracket for a while, I talk about teams like Inks, those teams that every time they'd show up, every time they'd qualify for alpha, something was missing there just for them to get that one step closer to winning it all. But for Starfish, you are looking excellently here. 6-0 in the group stage. I mean, we don't need to look too far to find a team that went 6-0 in groups and won it all. Cherry Deep Sink won last month. Actually won last month with 6-0 group, with a 6-0 record. They were actually perfect almost throughout their entire run. So when you need to look at that, you compare it to a team like Starfish, which was a little more iffy on their 6-0 record. 4 of them were 2-0 wins. So 4 of them were 2-1 wins last day. So Starfish, they've got some momentum there, but when you go 2-1 and you're 3-1, including semifinals, you're starting to think things are looking up for you.
Holy moly. I also have something else from the lovely worm in my brain. Hopefully this is not a lie. But Starfish has never gone 3-2 in a set, ever. So that's awesome.
Uh-oh.
But I don't even know what else to say because that's crazy. And I mean, we've seen that with the track record so far, this low ink. They might drop a game to someone, but they've never dropped 2, which is awesome. We saw with Appreciating Pickup there, the other team that they fought. It's coming back to me. Octaves, which they knocked out the first seed. Quite the favorites here, possibly. So, looking more at these teams though, I want to talk about, first of all, it's very, very silly that they're both star themed, but also their logos are so cute. I love when teams have cute little logos. And that is more important to me than anything else. And so is the first game going into counter picks, as we know. Best of 5, also, as we know, that previous round was as well. But going into this here, Splatzone's Robo Ramen. I really like how there's that big ol' ramen bowl at the top. And I like how the little map preview picture, it just shows that big ol' ramen bowl. Because now I'm hungry, and that's kind of upsetting. But I'm always hungry. So that's okay. Thinking about this though, Starcrasher and their comp, I feel like Robo Ramen, it can be good for E-Leader. It can also be a little bit awkward because you can get flanked at some angles. It can be a little weird. There's the undersides where folks like to go. You can wrap around the underside. You can do a rig around the Rosie, which is funny, but also helpful for flankers. But going into this here, for Starfish's comp, I'd be interested to see what else they pull out. So, thinking about maybe some other map modes that Starfish has won on, we can stalk them. Or I'm going to stop yapping and we're going to go to the game. Yay! Okay, so going into the first game here. Okay, Starfish, I see this comp. I like it, the heavy. Looking at old reliables coming out here from Starcrasher. Let me look a little bit more into Starfish's comp. Okay, I see the heavy, like I mentioned, but with the custom blaster, which has been seeing such a rise in popularity lately. I mean, my good teammates have also loved the popularity of this weapon lately as well. Both teams sporting a Dread Ringer, there for maybe a little bit of zones cheese, maybe a little bit of pushing up with that as well. So going into this already, Starfish is on the back foot. They're getting pushed back into their spawn a little bit, but Star Crasher isn't quite overextending their welcome, so to speak. They're still maintaining a pretty good firm hold near the zone. They're not going too far into Starfish's spawn, which I appreciate. But with that Dread, with that Reslider, they get a double with it. I was thinking that wall was going to protect them. I'm sure that's what Star Crasher also thought. PogChamp here keeping them back. It's hilarious to say that. I keep laughing. But they keep back here to the Starfish. They're into their zone. But I mean, it's still taking down. They have a little bit of a fat penalty. They have a bit of a score to go up against here, and PogChamp getting that aggressive bubble, pushing back the members of Starfish even more. But with that Zipcaster, I don't know if Flake's going to be able to deal with it, or maybe they're just going to try to ignore it, which I think they might have opted to, yeah, because, I mean, I don't think they were able to capitalize off of any of the eyes that Zipcaster got for them. I mean, again, they're throwing a little bit of a wrench into their... Okay, we're resliding on top of each other. Nito, I gotta stop yapping. You gotta take over.
No, I mean, that was certainly a lot to talk about there. First of all, the 15-car pileup, it seemed, in the middle of the elbow, as Starfish able to take a lot of territory. Actually, look at that. That's a lot of green. You'd think we're looking at a Nickelodeon event with how much slime is currently on the floor. With Starfish currently holding on to this zone very well. We have to watch out for PogChamp, though. PogChamp coming in with the bubble. The bubble is an excellent pairing with this weapon. 2 Resliders once more. Another car pile up in the zone as Starcrasher takes back the zone. PogChamp sure trying to fight off this blaster. Eduardo having to jump out. Starfish now once again having to wait a moment, wait and see what they can do to get back into the zone.
A car pileup is really funny. I just want to give that some more love. That was hilarious. But looking back at this zone, I love how aggressive Starfish is being, and I like how they're using the sides. But I feel like that might be the key for both of these teams to getting a little bit more of an edge on each other, because as you can see, these scores are very, very close here. You know, they've got these similar comps, just a little bit here. If you think a Decab and, you know, a Stamper are kind of like your strange sister that you don't really speak to that much, but like you kind of look like her, that's kind of what's happening there. But again, Starcrasher, like we saw earlier when they had that nice hold, they are trying not to be too presumptuous with it. Like they're trying to give some space for them to peek out so that Flake can snipe them like you just saw, but they're not trying to overextend. Oh, and they get a nasty double there, completely extending their lead even more, Nito. Mark?
You know what we call that? A phantom kebab. They were almost exactly in that same line of fire, which is what caused them to go down. And now Starfish is going to have to pull out all kinds of stops to take this back, but not in time. The Reslider comes in, only confirms what we were just seeing there. Starcrasher winning Game of 1 on the Winners Bracket Finals.
I feel like I've aged like 50 years watching that. That's so... that was such a like back and forth game. Oh, PogChamp, you always bring me back in with your big old head. Thank you so much for that. But
Oh, man.
Robo Ramen, I feel like neither of them truly got locked out. I mean, I mentioned the whole lockout aspect of it. We've mentioned it a few times, but like I wasn't really seeing that there. It felt like they had a good they had good ways to break each other out of their places, like break each other out of prison. No, they break each other out of their own spawns. But even then, I wonder just what it was there that maybe the members of Starfish were getting antsy there, trying to retake, and then as soon as they saw the penalty start to tick down, they started getting anxious, which then the kebab, as we saw. But going into game 2, I don't know what to expect. I mean, it'd be interesting to see if Starfish went to a counter pick that they picked in a previous match. Maybe like a Rainmaker or a Clan Blitz, but I don't have my mind reading powers quite yet, so I need to warm them up.
Well, the good news, Chris, is that we have a lot to talk about before we have to enable the psychic powers from your mighty brain, such as losers bracket semifinals, currently having one spot filled in. Octaves, as quickly as they went down, find themselves coming back up. They've beaten Paladins 2-0 to get a spot in the losers bracket semis. The second spot will be will be fought between inflammatory content and appreciating pickups, both teams we've seen earlier on this stream. So you will be seeing them later on, one way or another, on this stream. But as we come back to the winners bracket final set at hand, Splat Zone's Umami Ruins is going to be the counterpick from Starfish.
Uh, I like this. I like this choice. I feel like, well, I mean, I'd be scared. I'm always scared of the E-Leader. I'm quivering in my boots right now.
That's fair.
But it's still interesting. I wonder if they're gonna stick with the Dreadringer too. I mean, both sides. We've seen the Star Crashers have the Dreadringer, like always. But on the side of Starfish as well, I'd be interested to see if they want to make any other comp changes. I feel like Heavy is Heavy's so great right now. Heavy Splatling, Custom Blaster as well. It feels like their comp is like a consistent goody kind of comp where like it just kind of works all the time. So I don't know if we'll see any changes really, but I guess we're gonna see with my prediction. Perhaps. Nothing changes. What about this comp? Nothing changes. Okay, I'll stop. But yeah, same comps coming out from both teams.
Sooner or later, I'm gonna have to pick your mind, your psychic mind, on some lottery picks, some lottery numbers. But beyond enough of that, we have a match to cast over as Starfish and Starcrasher meet in the middle for Splat Zone's Umami Game 2 of this set. Starfish finding themselves 2 players down as quickly as able to get themselves back up there. Row sees themselves in a bit of trouble. PogChamp able to respond. Starfish 3 players down. Starcrasher currently 2 zones up and a few more points to go as those sticks start coming down 30 seconds into the matchup, and we're already seeing more of what we saw in that first game.
The defensive bubble coming out from PogChamp. I respect the decision though, because it allowed their teammates to recuperate there in mid and get some more space. But ultimately, it kind of bites them a little bit because they didn't really match Starfish's aggression. They weren't really able to get anyone out of the fight. They kind of just like delayed the fight a little bit. They kind of just backed them up for a very short amount of time here. Now looking at the tools that Starcrasher has at their disposal, they've got these 2 specials online here. They do have a pick as well here, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see like a little bit of an opening here from one special, that Wavebreaker. PogChamp trying to push in as well, trying to combo off of one another. They don't even have to pop that many specials. Okay, Starlight, never mind. Okay, you got it, girl. Pops that Reslider there to retake that zone. PogChamp's already on the dome, Nito. They're gonna pop that bubble and it's gonna be nasty.
They sure did pop that bubble. As to its nastiness, we'll evaluate later, but Flake's nastiness is currently being seen on the screen. My goodness, quickly taking out Mark as Starcrasher continues to hold on to these zones. A lot more convincing this hold than the previous one, as PogChamp having to hold himself down against 3 players. Starlight going to come in with a little bit of help, not in time though. Row is going to come in and try to get something going with this jump. Nothing there either. Mark saves themselves with a box. And now Starfish still sees themselves 3 players down. I'm almost surprised that I'm saying that after the exchanges we just saw on our screen. Starcrasher almost back exactly to where they were earlier, Grace. This is a complete reset.
My mouth has stayed open that entire exchange. Like, they didn't even manage to get any penalty there onto Starcrasher, and they still don't have control of this left zone despite trying to push it so much. And even now, Flake here, left alone on this top mid area. I wouldn't push them either, Mark. Oh, okay, never mind. Zipcaster, yippee! But Starlight here takes out the Zipcaster. It's still 2 down for Starfish. They can't even get into the zone, Nito. They're going to get taken out here, and that's a 2-0 for Starcrasher. My gosh.
Well, if you want anybody to crash the party, it may just be Starcrasher. Starfish, looking as excellently as they did throughout the rest of the winners bracket, now faces a brick wall in front of them, and that brick wall just happens to have 4 players, and those 4 players happen to be in a team named Starcrasher. 2-0 in winners bracket finals. Starcrasher is now 1 game away from seeing themselves take a spot in the grand final set. Starfish currently having to look at themselves and think, oh my goodness, where have things gone? We've won our last games 2-0, 2-1, 3-1 against Octaves, a team that was the #1 seed heading into this and into today. And now they're down 2-0 against a team that also had a similar run themselves, except for winners bracket semis, in which we saw that game 5. We saw how that went.
Now, I'm gonna say what I think is happening here, Nito, but I will pick your brain about it too. Also, the next game is gonna be Clan Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime. I don't know how I know that, but I just know. But
Snow.
I think I think it might be a bit of a comp issue, and let me explain because I mentioned how great Custom Blaster and I think Heavy Splatling are right now. To me, in my opinion, you could fight me. You could actually don't fight me. I don't. I have weak bones, but the E leader. I mean, I feel like Heavy Splatling is kind of just like a big. It's like a big rock, and you are the pet rock, and you do play the game. But like it's also like similar to Pencil, where it's like you just kind of shoot and you're like na 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 na, and you just like aura farm by like just being there. But I mean, E-Leader just cancels that out. Like you'd get punished for aura farming, which is devastating. So maybe Lilia, I believe that's their name. Maybe they're having just so much trouble here against this E-Leader here. We see on them trying to retake at this time, Lilia is trying to support their friends. They have to back up, right? Mark here tries to go in. They get taken out. But Lilia can't do like anything because they're afraid of the E-Leader shooting them. They have to play by the box. And then they get punished by the other members of Star Crasher. So tell me, Nito, do you think it's also a little bit of maybe a tough matchup and that's what's happening? Or do you think it's probably something more than that?
Well, first of all, say your psychic powers came in great once
I
again.
know.
Clan Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime.
Ladies,
Wonder how we
ladies.
got there. But for Starfish, it I kind of have to agree in that we gotta focus on what worked well for inflammatory content. I mean, every time they won, it was because they were throwing everything at almost at Flake specifically. I think about that one Clan Blitz Scorch Gorge push in which they're all of a sudden one brush right in front of Flake, and there's nothing Flake can do except keep pressing ZR over and over again. So you need to make some changes to where you're constantly throwing them at their face. That way you shut down that one E leader that's been causing you a lot of trouble. And if there's any place to do that, it's now. Clan Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime, it is still game 3, but now it's match point for Star Crasher. You certainly want to avoid a complete sweep, and again, there is no better time to do it than now.
Indeed, indeed. So no changes here from these comps as well. So, well, it's the, the Kraken. Whatever. The Kraken E-Leader. Cool. Yes, we love you, Flake. But looking at the, overall, these comps here, very similar. So maybe Star Crasher here, looking at them as well, they feel very, very confident, which I love because, I mean, this is match point. If they win this, they're going on to Grands, and they don't even have to think about a little bit of a loser's bracket run to get back up there. So they're gonna opt to do a little bit of a reef slider. It's gonna be a 2v2 now, but Lily and Eduardo are playing together here. I feel like Starfish are gonna try to play a little more around Lilia to try to help her, if I were to guess. Now, looking at this mid game still, only a minute in, Nito, nobody's even really tried to score. They're looking pretty even, and it's hard for either team to really break through the defenses. Probably they're having trouble taking out each other's back lines, if I were to guess.
I always talk about this imaginary line in the middle, which StarCraft seem to breach. They have broken this game apart. As I was going to talk about strategy and whatnot, StarCrafter just finds a way to bust this game wide open, like they're the Kool-Aid man who sees a wall right in front of him. But for StarCrasher, just go ahead and break this game wide open. Why don't you? They only scored one clam basket, but that's the surge that this game needed. Something to put some urgency within both of these teams, because for both of them, it kind of seems like they're feeling each other out. This is like the first round of a boxing match. You're just kind of punching it out, throwing out some quick jabs, seeing what else you can throw at them. But for StarCrafter, this is round 2, and round 2, they're looking for a knockout.
Indeed, indeed. Now, what's interesting about that past little fight that we had there in mid, that team fight, is that StarCrasher didn't let Starfish have mid at all, despite getting completely backed up and jumping out and all that. They didn't actually give away their control of mid. They just kind of sat there and waited for them to fight them. And then when they fought them, they basically went even. So now that the advantage here is onto StarCrasher, they are going to get a good... Okay, Starfish is going to get a really good pick onto StarCrasher. That's going to back them up here. But StarCrasher, thus far, like we've been seeing, is that they just kind of give up space when they want to, and then they collapse back in. Like, they make you think that you have space, but then they kind of punish you for taking it. Well, as I said that, they did all just die, so that's a little awkward, but Anyways, it's okay.
It does serve for some awkward moments on the microphone, but what doesn't serve for awkward moments is everything that Starfish is doing. They missed the basket throw. They don't have enough time for another throw. You have the zip caster on the power clam, but they have enough time to throw it in. Yes, they do. 34 remaining. The only one left is Alex on the Dread Ringer. That's the Cavitator is going to be the one picking you off. Starfish has the lead for now. 2 minutes left on the clock. Starcrasher coming in with everything they've got. And if anyone knows to bust this game wide open, it's going to be Starcrasher. They already have one pick on the board. Keep an eye on them. They have everything in the kitchen sink prepared. It's almost like we're at a Home Depot, and this Home Depot is prepared to turn into a complete chaotic mess.
My gosh, 50-11 Reef Sliders. Oh, lordy lord. Starlight here is scoring these clams as well, but somebody has to cycle back and get some more clams here. They don't have this huge amount of clams. They don't have this huge surplus to be able to extend this push any longer. Flake, this Kraken is spectacular, though, getting a lot of space and delaying the members here of Starfish from pushing up into their friends. But they're not able to score anymore based off of that. Like we've been seeing, though, in this game and in this set, they have a really good formation to be able to keep control of mid. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Starcrasher kind of wait for the resources to come back and then try to bait Starfish into getting picked off by them, which we just see there with Lilia getting taken out here. 2 members down onto Starfish, make that 3. Alex Vic is getting pushed back here, and I would also be shaking in my boots if I were them. They are going to be able to get one pick, and the Reef Slider, but the Reef Slider gets canceled here. Nito, this is crazy.
That was your moneymaker. You needed that Reef Slider. But Starcrasher still doesn't have enough power clams. They don't have enough people near this basket to continue to keep it open. There's PogChamp with a power clam, but you're nowhere near that basket. You're in a completely different time zone. 25 seconds left on the clock, but you don't have, it almost feels like you have less time than that because you need to make another push at that clam basket. There's already 2 players down from Starfish. 16 seconds to go. More players going down for Starcrasher, and that's the numbers are going to be what you need because you don't have that much time. This game is going to be going in overtime only because Starcrasher has that power clam in hand. Now they have 2 more picks at their disposal. Flake going to be coming in with the Kraken. Starlight and PogChamp, one in tandem. Going to see if they can get something going here. Lilia and Eduardo are the only ones left to try to get something going, but they have to jump from Flake. Going to get that clam basket in. 1 more separating him. 2 more separating him from the win. Starfish has them all surrounded. PogChamp's the only one left. This might be able to help him out, but that bubble goes down. Starfish says no to that potential sweep, and the reverse sweep talks start coming in as Starfish takes 1 game.
Oh, Nito, I feel like that must have been like an oversight or like a blip in their memories about how many clams they needed. Because was it just, I think they just needed 2 to be able to get that lead there. So I feel like if they of course, they had the jump in, really, really smart, going from the glass, right? So that it was kind of hard to like fight them head on because everyone was kind of dropped down right into that pit area. So the jump in, they get the power in. The person probably went down. I don't quite remember when they jumped in that power clam, but then they didn't have like any clams to follow up off of it. If somebody just had 2 clams in their pocket, that push would have given them the win.
There were 2 clams away because 1 clam would have tied the game for him. 2 would have absolutely won them, and now all of a sudden we'd be talking about how great Starcrasher was able to take this one from the jaws of defeat and get themselves in the grand finals. But for Starfish, okay, I know we talked about this earlier, and we're gonna need to bring it up because this is a story we need to follow for today. But remember that Starfish has never gone 3-2 in a set. They are now 2-1. We're going to be heading into game 4. Starcrasher has a counter pick and whatnot, but Starfish is going to be entering into uncharted territory if they can get themselves past game 4, but it is also good territory for them. Remember, you were down 2-0. You were staring into the abyss heading into game 3, and now all of a sudden, Starcrasher has an oversight. Has an oversight here. They don't have any more power clams, but they managed to get this jump off. But they don't have anything else to build off of. PogChamp sees at least 1 clam in. Mark's able to pick that up from Starfish just in the nick of time. But again, Starfish looking excellently here. Starcrasher going to pick out Rainmaker's Scorched Gorge for their counter pick in game 4.
That's very, very interesting. Let me look back at any other sets to see. I mean, we've seen Clamblitz Scorched Gorge, but Rainmaker Scorched Gorge, I think is similar. It's similar. Well, it's the same map. Why would I say? Obviously, it's similar. All right, somebody's gotta kill me. But I'm surprised to see it because again, match point. I'd be shaking in my boots. I'd be nervous. But Star Crashers has a really good track record on Rainmaker being their winning game here. So it makes sense pattern recognition wise, but I'm still a little nervous about it, Nito. But like we just said, we've seen Clan Blitz a lot. It's going to be interesting to see how Rainmaker kind of fares. I don't think we're going to see any comp changes. That'd be crazy. No. Anything else? No, not really. No comp changes, but makes sense indeed. Nito, this is still match point.
No comp changes for the comp change fans. I am so sorry. But what you do get is a game 4 where Starfish is one game away from bringing this to uncharted territory for him. Star Crasher still needs one more to find themselves in grand finals. And what a way to start road, leading off a triple. This could be a wipeout. Ooh. Yes, it is. Star Crasher starting this off with a bang. Join themselves this pedestal, an easy path there. Flake goes down, but the point is made. 68 remaining is going to be the path for him. Mark and Eduardo quickly leading off a flank. One player goes down. Rose might be able to take this other one out. Eduardo currently on low health, but might be able to take out this decaf. No, they do not. Alex is going to come in with Lilia for some assistance, but Star Crasher, what a way to start.
My lordy lord. Oh my gosh, I was going to say Rose Jump is going to be dead in the water, but they maneuver their way out of there, as Lily do, as I should have suspected here. But that first checkpoint there, nothing to sneeze at. I mean, Star Crasher there, they almost KO'd that last, or not KO'd, they almost won that last game from a series of small pushes here. So maybe that's the name of the game here. Maybe they're trying to play it a little more safe now that Starfish has their footing against them. But as slow and steady as you want to play it here, Starfish is slamming through their defenses here. Mark here grabbing this Rainmaker, going to be able to push it. They do have the lead currently. Oh, I was going to say, I thought that Reeve Slider went too far, but it did end up taking out Mark there, holding that Rainmaker. Lilia also gets collapsed in on, and Star Crasher, I mean, they're just going to grab this Rainmaker. Flake is just going to go because they cracked that checkpoint already. We could be looking at a lead swap. We could also be looking at nothing.
It could be nothing. I mean, Starfish has no specials rating for him. Star Crasher has everything to throw, but do they see Mark coming around the side? No, they do not. That's going to stop him from getting past this pedestal and a spot where they already have some open ground. They already cleared that pedestal, so they could very much just push it past, but Starfish is almost certainly not going to let them. They're pushing out this one player left. Starla not even going to get this Reef Slider out of the way. No inflatable shark for you. As Starfish continues to push the way up. It's actually just Lilia left to get some more points on the board. Gonna at least get it deep within enemy territory before Star Crasher is able to get the pick off. They have 4 players up. Star Crasher has everything at their disposal. They're not gonna be able to use this special that Flake currently has. Not gonna be able to use this Kraken. But now they have Mark to worry about. Mark has been a danger for him all throughout this set. Now they already have 1 player going down. Everything currently being thrown at Flake. 2 Reed Sliders going down in the middle. And now Starfish has a wipeout.
Starfish is playing like a well-oiled machine, Nito. This is nuts. I mean, Mark, of course, we were calling them out, talking about their flank. But then they also, I believe they did Zipcaster or something. But whatever they did, they pulled away everyone's attention on Star Crasher long enough to where their teammates got in for free. They were also worried about the flank that they forgot that the Rainmaker also does have to push in front as well. And really, really smart maneuvering there to outwit Reef Slider to where they don't go down. So, less than 2 minutes left here into this game, Nito. This is the nail biter. And Starfish still has, I mean, we're seeing both of these teams, they both have a firm hold on either side of mid. We're trading out here a little bit. One team's going down, the other one's going down. Now it's a 2v2 here in mid with this Kraken. But now Flake here is not going to be able to 1v1 Lilia there without a charge. They're going to have to jump back. Lily here grabbing this Rainmaker, but Ro able to get them before they can get any more points on the board.
1 minute and 20 to go, but for both of these teams, it's going to feel like an eternity. Star Crasher has more players up than Starfish for the time being. Mark's the only one left to at least put some paint down. There's not much they're going to be able to do from there, but for Star Crasher, 4 players up. They're going to be the ones needing to take back this lead. There's only 1 minute to go, and if they want to make it to the grand final set, they can almost certainly confirm it if they're able to take it past 52 remaining. But they've got a wall of Starfish players waiting for them Notice that none of these teams have been able to make a quick push. Mark is going to be the only one left going in with the Zipcaster. At least picks one pick. Rogue goes down. Starla goes down. Both Dreadringers going down. Flake and PogChamp are currently stuck somewhere, fighting off Mark. Mark is able to get the pick off, and they're going to pick up the Rainmaker. 30 seconds to go. Waiting off. Lilia is able to fend off Rogue there with the Dabble Dualies. Lilia has Alex to look forward to. Few more picks going down. Starcrasher and Starfish are able to hold on to this Rainmaker and at least try to keep things in disposal. You were talking about Riptide earlier. This Rainmaker is in about the exact same spot as it was in Riptide 2025. And they finally got the pick off. Flake is going to give Starcrasher some time as this game might be heading into overtime. Flake goes down. Starcrasher goes down. All these players from Starcrasher going down. Starfish is going to be able to take up this Rainmaker. And we are going to a Game 5.
Nito, I am having deja vu. That Rainmaker Museum Delfonsino game that Starcrasher won that we saw, they it was like a very awkward stalemate. I feel like awkward stalemates are like not a rite of passage, but like the name of the game here in this little low ink that we have going on. My golly gosh, Nito. It feels like it's so tough to push against a team that you already have trouble pushing against because you're so evenly matched. This is nuts. It being 2-2 is already smashing Starfish's record of having 1-3 and 3-1s and all that kind of stuff. So this is historic, Nito. This set.
It is historic. Again, this is the team we talk about having never gone 3-2 in set, and all of a sudden, no matter what happens, this will be a 3-2. The only question is, will it be going towards Starfish or Starcatcher? Both of these teams, regardless, are making a statement here. Grand Finals is not a solar system. There's only space for one star, and it's going to be either one of us.
Oh, gosh. I'm thinking about this more, Nito. I'm scared. I don't know what this counter pick's gonna be. I'm gonna have to rack my brain really, really hard. I mean, thinking about historically, I feel like maybe a zones. Maybe they really want to do Rainmaker, but it's just too divisive. It's too difficult. They could barely make a push as is. Neither could Starfish. And it just doesn't feel like it makes a lot of sense here. I'd be interested to see if we see a little bit of tower control, sure. But I feel like we might just go back to my good friend Splat Zones. But pondering a little bit less about that and talking a little bit more about the game we just saw too, Nito. Looking at these replays as well, I feel like this Scorch, it has that little elbow area with like the little inflatable thingy, the pink thing. Yeah, you see it. It's so hard to push past that, especially if both team has a Reef Slider. But you know what Reef Slider isn't so good on? Tower control, specifically tower control Mako Mart. And that would be so crazy. Wow, it's here. What? This is our Game 5 tower control. Which we
okay, IPL just needs to keep you on because I don't know what's going on. I almost certainly don't know what's going on in the back of your head because that is some scary stuff you're able to do. I think IPL needs to keep you on and go and send me off after this match off. But tower control, Mako Mart, Starcrasher, Starfish, Game 5. This is by far going to be the most impactful Game 5 we may see on stream. I mean, there's still more sets to go, obviously. Don't get me wrong, this will be one of the more impactful Game 5s. There still might be more. There's only one way to find out. You gotta just stay tuned. But for Game 5, Tower Control Mako Mart, you made a good point there. Reef Slider does not work that well on a map that isn't as flat as Scorch Gorge, isn't as flat as, say, Barnacle and Dime. Now all of a sudden you've got many geometry changes. Y'all got all these elevation changes. You can bring in a Reef Slider all you want, but ultimately it's going to be what happens afterward now that matters the most.
Indeed. Thinking about these comps again, I don't think we're going to see any switches because nobody be switching this entire set. I would be very, very surprised. I don't even want to predict it because I'm scared. Now, thinking about these game plans and these win conditions going into TC Mako, it might come down to the special economy, like making sure Starcrasher, Flake excuse me, has their Kraken online so that you can do a little bit of a cheese if you have to, so that you can stop a push if you have to. It might come down to that. So then if you're on Starfish, you have to make sure that Flake is out of the game or pushed back so far that they can't quite make a push happen there. Okay, well maybe I shouldn't have spoken too soon. Is that a Luna Blaster I spot?
Not just any Luna Blaster, that's a Luna Blaster Neo. Now they've got an Ultra Stamp at their disposal, Starfish. Meanwhile, Star Crasher, once again, more of the same. If it ain't broke, certainly don't fix it, and certainly don't throw another weapon at it. As Star Crasher hits 2 players down, Starfish now in the back foot, very much in the back foot here. It's only this Reef Slider. Can he get anything done? No, they do not. Starla going to try to counter it, but that Dreadringer does eventually go down. Star Crasher looking excellently here. Ro already picking off the right side of the screen there. 3 players going down. Star Crasher on a great start here.
Oh my gosh, I was waiting for PogChamp to use that bubble on the tower. That's what I was anticipating. But then they pop it aggressively into their spawn. Starfish opting to go to that top right route, which makes a lot of sense here. They're trying to drop down off the tower. But Flake does their tactical Kraken. They're rolling around on the tower. Starla trying to help as well. Mark gets taken out. And another member here of Star Crasher is going to get taken out as well. But the tower, it is horrific. Especially with that Luna Blaster. You just cannot sit there for more than 2 seconds here. But 11 remaining, Nito, in basically a minute. Starfish, if they want to get to Grands here, if they want to have a 3-2 little reverse sweep victory here, they've got quite a lead to fight up against.
If movies have taught me anything, it's my Ocean's 11 that once told me, your luck can't change in a minute. And for Star Crasher, your luck can very much do that. Remember, there is still 3 minutes to go, but you got up to 11 remaining. That's certainly not something you want to scoff if you're Starfish. Star Crasher can absolutely have your number, but now it's Starfish having Star Crasher's number. There's a wipeout for them. They're still holding on to lots of numbers, and now they have Mark taking the same roles that Ro did. They have the Dreadringer as well. They've got 2 players down now. Now there's going to be the Heavy Smiling, the only one left. Another wipeout within the span of, what, 20, 15 seconds? My goodness gracious, what are we watching here?
Listen, they love each other so much that they have to keep wiping each other because they cannot stand to be fighting any longer. Looking at these positions, though, in mid, Nito, I feel like Starfish, they're going to try to play aggressively here. Like, they're on their stack. They're trying to reclaim some space here. But Star Crasher, they're playing very passively. And I think that's to stay a little safe, to try to make it so that Starfish has to feed into them to make anything happen here. But Flake kind of going into that as well. I was going to say they were about to maybe get a pick there onto Lilia off the back line, but they are going to get taken out. Star Crasher here, a 2-down situation. Starfish has to crack that second checkpoint if they want to even try to take a little scratch at Star Crasher's enormous 11 remaining lead here. Nito, will this Zipcaster do anything, or is it just really pretty?
It is pretty, and it's not just because I'm a fan of green. In fact, PogChamp gonna come in and say, you know what, stop talking about colors. I'm the star of the show here. I'm gonna go ahead and take off a few picks from Starfish. Star Crasher still trying to find something going here. And it might be PogChamp that's now has 3 picks to look forward to there. Might be another one on Eduardo. Eduardo's gonna be backing off just in time. Hopefully just in time if you're a fan of Starfish, but they've backed off sufficiently enough. PogChamp's not gonna chase that any further. Star Crasher sees themselves. They still have the lead, but now Starfish is constantly poking and prodding at it. Star Crasher has to have that on the back of their heads, even with 1:30 to go. It seems like that 1:30 is going to be lasting forever. Another pick that PogChamp has contributed to. That's 3 players down. Starfish and Star Crasher going at it like there's no tomorrow.
And offense is the best defense. Some think anyways. So Star Crasher trying to keep the tower onto Starfish's side of the map. Again, really, really smart to me. But there's 2 folks holding hands onto that little stack there. But they do take one of them out here. Flake going to be able to take somebody else out there with that Kraken, and they opt to walk backwards to try to stay safe. Again, Star Crasher is playing more passive here, but in a good way. They're trying to maintain their lead. They're trying to keep map control, while still keeping back the members of Starfish if they encroach onto their land. They're not going to be super aggressive about the tower. I mean, this is me if I were the worm in their head. But they're still trying to keep it on their side of the map, on Starfish's side of the map here. Going into less than a minute left here. PogChamp's going to get taken out. 2 get taken out there on Star Crasher. And Nito, this might be the opening that Starfish has been looking for.
And the opening that Starfish desperately needs. There's only 30 seconds left on the clock, but watch for Ro. Ro has the offense here. Ro has the Reef Slider. 1 player at least going down. 1 player, another player might be going down. Could we see 3? Ro, show me 3. Starcrasher showed me 3. Will they say 4? Starcrasher showed me 4. 15 seconds to go, and Starcrasher's holding on to the tower. Starfish needs to throw everything they can at Starcrasher, otherwise they're going to be sending themselves to grand finals. Flake going to shut that down. 5 seconds to go. What more can they shut down? It's going to be more than enough. Starcrasher says goodbye, Starfish. You can go ahead, take that spot in losers bracket. We're going to the grand final match. A 3-2 victory.
My gosh. Starcrasher being the ultimate star. they be crashing all right. Gonna be able to take this set, and like you said, they're fast tracking their way to grands, knocking Starfish down into losers. So we'll have to take a look-see to see who Starfish may be fighting here. It's going to be the winner of whoever wins against inflammatory content and appreciating pickups. They will then fight Octaves there in semis. Octaves who went through a really good run but were taken out there by Starfish. So that will be a rematch if Octaves wins loser semis. But Nito, we've been yapping for so long. We've been going. We're looking at this cool old replay, this wonderful Zipcaster that we agree is very pretty.
Yes.
But this was a great set, very evenly matched. It felt like, I mean, in this game, Starcrasher got back into their groove and they got the momentum back there from Starfish. But Starfish still put up a really good fight.
Right, and actually, I'm glad you brought up how close these matches were, because I was looking at all of the alpha bracket teams that qualified this month, and I was seeing a lot of 2-1 wins on their record. I wanted to ask about the entirety of this block. Is this going to be the link where we see a lot of parity between between all of these teams? And if 2 game 5s in a row has anything to show for it, is that the answer just may well be yes. Starfish and Starcrasher going all the way to game 5. It seemed like there were multiple times in which Starfish were knocking right on the door of Starcrasher's lead, just had to get past that second checkpoint. And honestly, by that alone, it's a difficult checkpoint to get through if you're just playing on this app. For Starcrasher, this has been a team that has been shutting down opportunities left and right. They did it against inflammatory content. They did it against Starfish. I'm not surprised they're able to pull off the same here as we see the beautiful Zipcaster once more. But my goodness, I mean, finally some breathing room for us as we finally see at least one spot is going to be taken up by the grand final set. Starfish still has a chance at this grand final set. We may just well see a rematch, but they've got a long way to go.
Indeed. Well, Nito, since that's the end of the winner side, of course, until we get to grand finals here, we'll leave with some parting cool hype stuff that you will be seeing a pair of very, very awesome commentators. They possibly rhyme with Shion and Schmopgun coming up next, and they will bring you into inflammatory content versus Octaves. Inflammatory content beating appreciation pickups. So slay to them. But Nito, we gotta get the heck out of here. We've been yapping for forever. The folks hate us. They hate me and my predictions. And they hate you because you're too cool. So where can the people find you?
Well, if you want to find a source of all the coolness, it is possible you can find some on my Blue Sky account. It is at nitounused.bsky.social. On Twitch, if you find me in a rare occasion that I do stream, it is also nitounused. And if you want to find me elsewhere, there's some soccer thing going on, which ultimately isn't as important as Low Wink. But I mean, I figured I'd mention it because there's somebody out there who knows what I'm talking about, probably. But, Nurse, where can the good people find you?
Well, you can find me in October at Philadelphia's returning local, a lovely LAN event called the Squibberty Bell. So that's what I'll shout out today. Check out the Squibberty Bell and news that we have coming up, because I'm also helping TO it at Philly Splat B-Sky Social.
Well, that's going to be it for us. Popgun and Keon are going to take you all the rest of the way. Don't go anywhere. Lots more hype sets, lots more action coming your way here on IPL Splatoon.
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Week July 2026. I am Popgun, joined by Keone. And yes, I do have Spain and Argentina on the monitor to my left, and I will give you guys updates on that as we move along. But on the monitor to my right, we have inflammatory content taking on Octaves.
You know, I'm kind of, I used to be with that where I also had the Argentina Spain on the right monitor, but I'm like, wait, I should lock in for low ink because I am that kind of person. What we do know for the two teams, inflammatory content and Octaves, featured on stream earlier today, and we did see the amazing 5-game set between inflammatory content and Star Crashers, which we know how they made it to lower brackets. So I think Popgun, this should be entertaining, especially with a team like Octaves that found themselves in lower bracket as well.
It better be. By the way, Octaves, Rose, typically a member of Octaves, played day one for a different team, actually signed up for a different team. That team dropped. Rose is applied to be a sub, and Octaves added Rose officially as a sub for day 2, even though they already have the team tag, and I'm assuming already part of the team. So, fixes have been mended for whatever reason, and they're back at full strength here, taking on inflammatory content with control of the zone to start things off.
Yeah, and this is basically a very similar composition that Octaves dished off earlier in our stream sets here, and the only difference they have is that they have the Frozen Pro that's pretty much swapped in. Inflammatory content going basically with that double brush setup, so pretty much expect a lot of skirmishing and picks, if you will, right on cue. Radibor getting one off the board, and with the lead change pretty much already in play. Now we get to see how they can take advantage. You will likely see Radibor try to move to the right-hand side, try to go for a pick, but Clubs has other ideas, and this should be a contest with the zone, and especially so with Clubs getting the second pick on the boss.
I have seen chatter on social media about Stringer being really good all of a sudden. And Low Ink isn't always the indicator of what is and ain't really good, although Low Ink was ahead of the curve when it came to the Dread Ringer and Reslider in general. But we've seen a lot of Tri-String. I think we've seen all 3 variants on stream so far today. And now we got a Stringer versus Stringer mirror match going on right now, with lead going to Octaves, and they're trying to hold on to it a little bit longer, but the flank is going to be coming down here from content. Should give them control of the zone.
That shows the fact that the Bulbs Tri-Stringer and the Inkling Tri-Stringer mirror also appeared earlier today. So maybe the Low Ink teams are just cooking up something, or we're probably just saying, this is just some sort of one-off here. And I mean, inflammatory content trying to find their way back into a potential battle against Star Crashers down the road, especially with 5-game set. But they got to do it one set at a time. And right now, with the zones originally contested, you got Boss immediately looking for one and got the assist onto the second. And with 3 members that have already dropped, we kind of get to see inflammatory content, especially with Arya eliminating the beacon that's right in front of us and trying to basically clear out the map to prevent any surprises that Octaves is dishing out at them. And inflammatory content out of the penalty points here, maybe looking for a few more picks to potentially extend this lead. Maybe Radibor has other ideas. That's a nice little pick onto Cloudy. That's one of their backlines, or actually their backline one. And Arya follows suit here, and Popgun lead changes hands in inflammatory content in the driver's seat currently.
I like how they followed up with that Zipcaster by realizing, okay, I'm not getting the splat on this person, but I'm at least pushing them off the cliff. Somebody go deal with that. And the rest of their teammate responded to deal with that. So this is some working in conjunction with some specials, some synergy being used by inflammatory content. The jump's not going to be enough to hold things off on the zone, unless it is. Oh, by the way, there's a sprinkler on top of the scoreboard. Game 1, going to inflammatory content. Sprinkler! Overpowered. When's that thing getting nerfed?
Maybe in some indeterminate time in the future, it will be never Popgun. Let's potentially. That's all we're gonna say about that. I mean, inflammatory content just did a solid job. You saw the back and forth that we saw basically in the first couple of minutes, and when you kind of see basically these two do get out, it kind of came down to what kind of big plays are we gonna see here. Radibor with that Zipcaster, as noted earlier, getting the pick, and then the rest of the team following suit. I think Arya got one on top of it. Has been huge so far. So with a few replays that we saw here, kind of illustrating the back and forth between these two teams, I think this could be an interesting counterpick that we could see from Octaves coming into this, especially with this being the best of 3 in the lower brackets.
Well, so I did the math. or at least
Yes.
I did the history right here. I looked back. These two teams played against each other yesterday in round 5. Inflammatory content 3-0 Octaves. Well, now I guess you can make it 4-0 right here. So this is probably the one team Octaves not super interested in seeing right now, as they've been having difficulties going up against them. So yeah, counter pick comes into play more so when you've gone up against this team 4 times and you lost 4 times over the course of the weekend. So you have, okay, we know this doesn't work. Or maybe they want to go back to another option. They feel like, okay, maybe there was something here we could figure out a little bit. Just a refresher, what was the stages that was played? Splat Zones. Oh, gosh. Splat Zones Mahi Mahi, Rainmaker Undertow, and Clan Blitz at Umami Ruin. So they haven't played Tower Control yet, so why not try Tower Control? Let's go with Ship Shape. Not a bad idea.
What? Why not go with probably one of the more snowball-y Tower Control maps too? And I'm wondering how this is gonna work. They had what? They had the Blaster, they had the Red Dapples, and of course the Tri-Stringer in play. I feel like there's a few ways you can basically navigate through it, but you also saw from stage 1 here the two brushes, of course the Tenatech Splatter Shot that Arya was holding, and of course the Tri-Stringer, the mirror matchup, if you will. So I mean, with what we've seen from Octaves so far, wouldn't be shocked if they want to just keep this one. Maybe a few adjustments from maybe 1 or 2 weapons across the board, but maybe this counter pick might have something that can probably neutralize inflammatory content or just plays to their strength.
You know what we're going to have to start figuring out, Keon, with the way things are going. We're going to have to figure out what are good and bad stages for Wellstringer. Or
Right.
just Tri-Stringer in general. I don't know. Nobody touched that thing except for Arito. And now we found out Hawaiian, who was just dominant with it in the Splatoon 3 North American League. But nobody else was really touching that weapon. Mainly because it was brand new to Splatoon 3, and you want to start off with weapons that you already know from Splatoon 2. But now the game's been out long enough, people are getting a sense for how it works. I guess maybe it got buffed a few times, but I wonder if that's being a factor that's put into play, pro or against. Like, okay, we want to come off of the Stringer. Actually, no, we're just going to go to the Wellstringer variant. And by the way, there's going to be an Inkjet coming out from the other side. I love the Inkjet variant, though. That seems like a fun kit all around. So I'm glad that's getting more use. But no soda coming out from the side of inflammatory contents. But I believe the colors just need to be switched and we'll be good to go.
Yep, and that is inflammatory content, basically with no coolers, but effectively the compositions is almost same in terms of the main weapons, just different kits effectively across the board. Octave just wants none of that though, for sure. Also noting that here that the Tri-Slosher Nouveau does come out from Rose, excuse me, and also just the regular blaster. So basically, 3 weapon swaps, if you will. One of them just being a quick kit swap for Octaves, and I'm wondering what they can do with this Wellstring and this Tri-Slosher Nouveau that can work. Maybe Rose can just use that Tri-Slosher, especially around this mid, where they can just dish out a lot of paint from that Tri-Slosher, see what they can do against Boss. But Boss and the rest of inflammatory content, excuse me. Right now they're approaching the first checkpoint here. Popka and Arya's looking for a flank, and they are getting pushed out here by Octaves.
Yeah, they were thinking about it, but if anything, they're drawing attention away. That's the more value right there. And maybe Octaves overextended a bit to deal with that pressure that was coming from mid. Instead of just backing off, it was just like, okay, let's just chase this person out while the rest of inflammatory content collapsed on top of the tower right there. So nice tactical play, but Octaves kind of question the mindset in that kind of moment right there. Maybe just let that player go, get the checkpoint.
That's exactly the same thought, because hey, maybe you can look for an opening, maybe look for 2 or 3 members off or right away from that tower, but they just couldn't get the right players out of there in time. And now that first checkpoint is going to be broken through. Now this is the point where you could see that snowball into the second checkpoint, but there was just so much opposing ink from inflammatory content. They just had to just opt to escape with it and look for another shot at it again. You see the Booyah Bomb from Clubs at least being thrown into mid to try to neutralize it right there. But so far from Octaves, I think opting to play this one patiently, looking to see what they can do against inflammatory content, catch them off guard, and especially with them eliminating 2, make that the third, and it's just Radwar alive with the Kraken that's available for them. I think they're just having to escape and look for another time to use it. Or they can just pop the Kraken, I guess, Pop Gun.
Is there a bad time to pop Kraken? I mean, it's by yourself. You don't really slow down the counter push, and now you're just out of a Kraken. I mean, the tower in mid is still in control of Octaves. I mean, they're not pushing up with it, and maybe that buys time for the rest of your teammates to build up the strikes right here. But still, I don't know. I guess it ended up working out, so maybe I shouldn't harp on it too much. No such thing as a lead on tower control ship shape until the timer has reached 0 or somebody gets a KO. Inkjet's going to be built up here, but Inflammatory Content hasn't even come close to sniffing that first checkpoint. They got this wipeout and the specials to get something going here.
Yeah, and they have the Inkjet. They have, I believe, the whales that are available, and the trip strikes that have also gone online. Whale used to displace 1. Now they're gonna look to potentially use the trip strikes right around this area where Arya's just kind of camping out, trying to provide a lot of paint. And they also have the Kraken back online. Got that farmed up, no problem. Now the Inkjet already shut down. Yes, that is points on the board here, but both teams have cleared out of a checkpoint. The wipeout has been secured, so a very, very nice attempt. They did get the lead at the end. 37 points remain is the score right there. Popgun, but with that wipeout, that's giving Octaves some time to provide some paint down on the floor here around neutral and, of course, into Inflammatory Content's base. And Tower is slowly resetting, trying to set themselves up for success, but Lightboy getting put away here, and Octaves is just trying to hold for control around mid and try to see if they can push ahead of it.
And why? Why do you need control of that area? The tower's not even back in mid. Why did Lightboy need to go that far up to capture that space when they weren't even ready to start their push? A little bit of a misplay right there. It's not going to be enough to get the lead either, but it looks like at least control in mid for the Octaves will be held on here. But you got to be thinking about the pressure. Octaves loses this game. Their tournament run is done, so they're trying to make some plays happen. You got to be a little bit more disciplined than that. Play with the rest of your teammates and move up together. 30 seconds left to go. Inflammatory Content, I'm thinking give that T-Tech strikes, hold on to it, and use those strikes to close this one out, take the dub.
And they got that trip strike ready to go, waiting for the right time to pop it. I imagine they'll be popped right around the 7 seconds left in this map here. So expect Arya to probably play this one defensively here. The whale's gonna be used for displaying up exactly jump back, and then look for that tower to be pushed in. Now that tower should be right around that second checkpoint. That's where Arya needs to position those trip strikes for. Inkjet is gonna be used. Inkjet gone, by the way. Second member gone as well, and that's gonna be really close for comfort. Boss is gonna understand the assignment despite them being the only ones alive. Using that ink brush mobility to great effect there. Popgun and Inflammatory Content, kind of scary, but able to do the job. That's 2-0, and they move on to losers finals.
As soon as that T-Tech jump back, I'm saying, okay, we need to start pushing up. We need to get ahead of the tower. Otherwise, they're just going to throw strikes and get on it, and we're going to lose. I mean, Octaves had the squid advantage at the end right there. They were just more interested in trying to stay behind the tower, stay safe, instead of initiating, finding that T-Tech, and taking them off the board that would eliminate the strikes, and then they win the game. So Inflammatory Content doing just what they needed to do. Octaves not responding in the correct way. But again, the pressure of the moment can get to you and eventually will wear you down in this type of moment. But Inflammatory Content... 2-0 Octaves are moving on to losers finals. How about that?
Inflammatory Content has been on a solid run so far there too, and having met their match in winter semifinals, they've also had to go the distance in. Of course, of course the best of 3 against final sayonara as well in winners round 2. So no stranger to that for this one. They can finally breathe easy with the nice 2-0 there, and hey, Octaves did fall short, but still a very solid placement overall. I believe 4th is going to be the placement. So into losers finals here, Popgun with Starfish and Inflammatory Content. It should be fun, honestly, because Starfish out of winners finals again losing a best of 5, basically going the distance against Star Crashers, and imagine both teams are going to be hungry for that rematch against Star Crashers and Grands.
Starfish. Oh, I didn't realize. Starfish, Star Crashers. Hey, they lived up to their name though, didn't they?
They did.
Crashed the stars. Luckily, they weren't going up against Fish Crashers either. That might have been the ultimate. That they might have taken a loss yesterday. But Starfish 6-0 started off the tournament 9-0, ultimately losing in a game 5. Had to basically try to pull off a reverse sweep. Didn't find a way to pull it off at the very end right there. Did we go over the fact that Starfish has been in Loink forever?
I don't think we have actually Popgun. How long have they been in Lowing? Does it feel like forever
Well,
at this point?
Shout outs to Ink Fairer, who has been feeding our commentators information all day long about the history of Lowing. I believe Starfish has been playing in 20 different Lowings at this point. They started making Alpha Bracket last year around this time. I mean, I knew they've been here for a hot minute because we've been seeing Starfish. In fact, I think there were two teams called... No, there was a team called Starfish and there was a team called Starfishers. Not related to each other. But now Starfishers are gone and it's just Starfish with a star left remaining. But they had a good run. They've only taken one loss. Did they play against this team at any point? That's what I'm going to research right now.
I'll let you research that. And I mean, for Starfish, that is, again, shout out to Ink Fair getting us this information. They're 13th Lowing too, so they've been around the block for Lowing for quite some time. And hey, maybe a good chance to finally strike back here, maybe winning alpha brackets. But hey, they got to get through losers finals here against team pretty much trying to continue their run, out of that lower side of the bracket. And I know we have seen both teams throughout this stream here today, and more interestingly enough, how these two teams and their respective play styles are gonna duke out here in the best of 5, of course, with it being counter picks. So I think Popgun, as I mentioned before, it should be a lot of fun to watch both teams just go at it. I mean, of course, I am hoping for 5 games. I'm sure both teams will think otherwise.
I'm just rooting for whatever.
Yeah,
I don't.
Fair enough.
We don't get paid anymore. When it goes to a game 4 or game 5. We get a flat rate of 0, regardless of what happens here. Also an update. We're at the 41st minute, still 0-0 between Spain and Argentina. We'll be keeping you updated on that. Make sure you keep watching this and not that. Why would you guys care about soccer or football? Wherever it is in the world that you call it right now, you care about Low Ink losers finals. Best of 5, by the way. All that good stuff. Game 1, I forget what we put down for game 1 here.
It's always a zones map. I'm pretty. It's always a zones map. Yeah.
Well, duh. But what specifically? Hagglefish. Tower control.
Wait. This seems off.
Wait.
Hold up.
Is it really tower control?
Is it? I'm looking at it right now. I am seeing Hagglefish market tower control. Your eyes are not being deceived.
Oh my gosh! Did I really? That's on me.
Do we need a story here all of a sudden?
No, I'm the one who put the maps together, and we always do game 1 splat zones. And I guess it's too late to stop it now because beta and gamma are set up the same way. All right. So this is on me, all right? I'm the one who put tower control Hagglefish. The first time in years a game 1 of Alpha Bracket has been something other than splat zones. Oh, I better check grand finals. Did I screw that up too? Let me check that real quick, honestly.
All right. I'm chalking up to Popgun 0, the map list 1 somehow with that one. There is no way that can be equalized or leveled at the end of the day. There, Popgun.
Hey,
well,
I'll keep talking. I'm still looking into stuff.
That's fair. I'll let you look into that. But I mean, if you're gonna have a map that works decently okay, Hagglefish TC isn't egregious. It's not zones per se here. I'm sure both teams are like, oh wait, this could be our lucky day. There's tower control, and I guess it also does technically matter too once you get into counter pick situation because you can't pick last map and you can't pick the last mode 1. So there goes tower control. You could be seeing more zones later, so I guess that's a plus for either team. But I think it's going to be more fun to say at least what the counter picks are going to be from both teams, especially with teams that may just stick to the same counter picks that they have from previous games. Whether it's going to just be out of comfort or whatnot, it's good. I think Popgun, Popgun. I guess there's nothing wrong with Hagglefish TC at the end of the day. It could be worse, I guess, but it's not ideal.
Good. I'm glad you approve. I mean, you're not playing in the tournament, so
of course not.
Care. But
I'm just in the chair out here.
Yeah, tower control Hagglefish. I'm fine with that. All right. Well, if anyone complains, you can don't DM me because I'm, that's cringe. But like, go to social media, and just call me out there without tagging me, because that's the way to get feedback to TOs. Is just hope they find your Twitter post or whatever. But yeah, this one genuinely a screw up by me. Regardless, we're gonna let it play on because Gamma and Beta have already played losers finals, with game 1 being Tower Control Hagglefish. And I'm pretty sure Splat Zone's Mako is game 1 of the next one, so we'll be good to go there. Are both teams interested in starting this game? Regardless, though, what's going on here? Are they watching the World Cup finals too?
I was gonna say, do they have the radio or the broadcast on trying to watch Argentina take on Spain at apparently the aptly named New York, New Jersey Stadium? I guess is the neutralized name there. Just imagine, that's a mouthful. I'm gonna say that right now.
Well,
or are they just taking their time? I guess.
We cannot say their name on stream either because their sponsor definitely pays attention to IPL Low Ink, and
Totally.
The MetLife would be all over us if we even mentioned their name. So we won't say it.
But you just said it. So we'll not say
I
it
mean,
again.
no, I didn't say. I meant like, have you met your life yet? And I have.
I think
I found myself, Keon. That's what I mean. I found myself.
a little bit of self-discovery along the way. I'm quite the same way. Except it's probably been months ago for that. for that, so I guess there's that. There also during our spec cam operator also just gave us the view for if both teams are ready to go. I just saw them basically load up into the team. So you know what, they only spent maybe a few minutes basically getting ready to go, or maybe they just wanted to watch 2 minutes of the finals of that other game that's happening there. I guess we're gonna low right in and see what both teams are gonna be dishing out here. And this shouldn't be too much of a surprise, by the way, from Starfish here. Inflammatory content just going with the same comp fundamentally into this particular set, especially what we have seen earlier today.
Big Dumb TO makes game 1 Tower Control Hagglefish in a Splat Zone game 1 tournament. But we are seeing the very vanilla-ish comp coming out from Starfish. They got the Stamper with the Zipcaster. No Zipcaster on the side. Inflammatory content like they were using in game 1 of the previous match. Instead, they're keeping the Inkjet. Inkjet works out really well on this stage because of the little blocks in the middle area. You can get really high up, kind of like Anchovy Warehouse. Gosh, I forget the name of that stage.
I forget the exact name, but yeah.
You can get that Inkjet in a really high spot, especially on that canopy area right now, as you see over on the left. So that's going to create a lot of distraction for inflammatory content to take advantage of this and get the first checkpoint.
And they should be able to do that no problem. They are going to lose too, so this is going to pretty much stall them out of that second checkpoint here, especially with that little nice jump there from Eduardo as they get to pick on this one. I think they're trying to eliminate the rest of the members, but the defense all went down to Radibor, but that is going to be all right, all things considered, with the tower, resetting back to mid. But that is still going to be a lot of blue paint, basically, from inflammatory content. You got Boss and Radibor, the two brushes in play, trying to look for members, trying to provide a lot of paint there. And you're going to see Eduardo try to sniff one out from Radibor, but that's all it's going to be, as out burning that Reef Slider, but only you gain some paint down. There's not much good contest here from Starfish. They're losing members quickly, and inflammatory content could reset themselves back up for another push here, Popgun.
Only in Low Ink do you see the Dread Ringer used outside of Splat Zones. You know, fair enough. Reef Slider, used in the right way, can create a lot of distraction. You can, I don't know the range of that thing, but I feel like you can start poking the tower, at least from the canopy area there, while absorbing some of the attention from that feedback, which is going to ultimately get traded out. So I don't see how inflammatory content can continue this push. The more question is going to be how Starfish can regain control of their blast, which they're desperately trying to do here. Everything's just working out into trades, which is just going to guide the tower back in the mid. But those flanks are going to be key for Starfish. Radibor realizing that and saying, nah, we're not going to let any flanks get started. We're going to shut that down immediately.
And I love that inflammatory content is just trying to shut down any potential flanks there. I think from the first half of this game here, too. Remember, we're trying to use the Kraken to chase them off the canopy, or we're trying to even look for value out of the canopy. It's just going to have to redirect their redirect their targets, to another member from Starfish. And it's what we've seen so far here, Popgun, after that first half. Just no offense from Starfish. You can see them trying to get some plays started here, whether it's just via flanks or just trying to dive in deep into the backline there from inflammatory content. But Starfish is just stuck a few steps behind each time. Just the pressure feels relentless from inflammatory content, and especially with that tower still being pushed up. Sure, it hasn't broken through the second checkpoint, which is always rough here in Hagglefish Market, but the fact that they've just done a great job neutralizing Starfish's offense, out of this, it has been nice. As soon as I say that, though, they've already gotten 3, and that's the delayed wipeout. This is a good time for Starfish to get points on the board, and maybe anything past the first checkpoint.
I could see this as one of those situations where you spend 3.5 minutes trying to get a foothold in things, and then when you finally get control of it, you get a really big push and take control of the game right there. The question is going to be, can they even get across this first checkpoint? And the answer right now is no. The Kraken's slowing things down. But, Splat Bomb on top of things. What is going on here? Why can't they just clear the checkpoint? What keeps slowing them down? How do they keep getting tripped up by the content team? Surely this is going to be the checkpoint right here. It is. Can it be the lead? They don't have to do a whole heck of a lot, Keon, to get it right back.
No, yeah, that's exactly the same thought here, and it feels like they're just chasing for a lot of fights right around the tower, but that objective of the tower is just getting neglected each time. You kind of see, like, you have one member around the tower the entire time, but the rest of Starfish is just trying to also look for the other members from inflammatory content, and all the distractions they had. You'd think Popgun could have been the lead here from Starfish, but instead they're cut down to 2 points short, and with only 29 seconds left to go on the clock, the Wavebreaker is being dished out right now, at least for clearing out the space for a potential tower push, but there is a lot of blue paint on inflammatory content's end, so they got their defense set up properly, as the Restart is going to fly right in. It's going to eliminate one. Now 3 members have dropped. This could be huge here, Popgun, with 10 seconds left.
Yeah, but look who's the last player left alive. Scratch that. Ink Strikes are gone. Now the Zipcast coming out, and Zipcast is actually taking care of players as they're spawning back in. Boss just has to rush to the tower, not going to get there in time. Starfish. All I needed was a couple of pushes, and they got exactly what they needed. Game 1 stolen into their favor.
You know, Popgun, the famous gif, they had us in the first half, not gonna lie. That is exactly how that stage really, really played out. No points on the board in the first half, and then the second half, they realized, all right, I think I know what they're trying to do. Let's just make sure we eliminate. Okay, you got rid of Radabor. That is the auto brush with the Kraken basically out of the picture. That basically eliminated them. And something that I've completely overlooked as well there, Popgun, as you noted, the trip strikes were available from Arya if they wanted to take advantage, but with Arya gone, that basically meant that there was no chance for the GG specials to help them out on defense. And that turned out to be huge for Starfish when nobody really made it to the second checkpoint at all in this stage, and that was kind of wild, I'm not gonna lie.
And the difference between what we saw in the last match, if they don't go after that T-Tech, inflammatory content's going to find a way to close this out defensively and win. They can slow. They're not going to win it by the Ink Strikes alone, but if they stagger the throw of the Ink Strikes, slow down the tower, that's going to buy enough time and coverage for the rest of their teammates to get back in and at least hop onto the tower or contest it. Starfish recognizing, though, go get them. Like, that's the one thing that can beat us. Let's go splat them immediately and not give them the opportunity to do so. We didn't see that come out from Octaves at the end of the last one. That's the difference why Starfish is able to get the dub here. Game 1 tower control. Will we see splat? You know what, Keon? We have an opportunity here to have the first match in the counterpick era of Low Ink, which dates back to about 4 or 5 years now, where Splat Zones doesn't show up at all. Because we're going to Clan Blitz Game 2.
So if they dodge dodge Splat Zones, that could be fun for all of us. That would be so much fun to see, at least in the history books there for that. And for inflammatory content, this is actually not a surprising counterpick for them. They've picked, I believe, in any of their losing matches, the first map they just immediately think of is Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz right out of the gate. And it's something about this map, this stage rather, that has worked out well for them each time they counterpick with it. Maybe it leads to their compositions has worked out. So I think this is a comfort pick for inflammatory content for Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz. I think ultimately the question they have that Starfish has to answer is, how do we shut down inflammatory content in basically the frame one counterpick that they have in this second stage, and especially with inflammatory content trying to equalize the set.
Well, if you have 2 brushes on your team, and one of them is named Rat,
yep,
I think Clam Blitz is a pretty good option for what your team's mentality is all about. I think there's going to be a lot of high flying, zooming all over the stage, gathering up as many clams as you can, drawing attention across things, and then striking when the window opens up. That's going to be the issue right here that we're going to be seeing Starfish having to deal with. That blaster's going to have to be on point and just playing whack-a-mole. That is the Beacon Inkstorm Octobrush, and also they're using the Kraken Splatter Shot as well, so no more trip strikes makes sense. But yeah, I mean, this is a Clam Blitz themed comp that they're coming out here with. Them inflammatory content, they know what they're doing. It's their counter pick after all.
It is their counter pick after all, and especially it's, oh my goodness, that was quick. Eduardo gets a director. There's just one more clam. They've already got 2 power clams online. They're gonna jump that in. That is Rat immediately throwing in 2 small clams into the picture. That's Aria already gained the 3 small clams, just addition 9 more points. Cut it down to 45, a very solid push right out of the gate. And they're still providing the pressure, by the way, Popgun. That's already 2 members gone. Aria, the new Kraken leader for this team, is trying to keep applying the pressure overall. Literally seconds away from the basket, going back up. 30 points remain, down to the 27s. Rat's the only one alive. They get a pick onto Eduardo, and they're gonna get cut down. And Popgun, about a minute and 5 seconds into the game, and it's already down to 27 points remaining for inflammatory content.
I think this is the point where Starfish calls for a timeout and tries to recalibrate themselves. Oh, maybe they found that recalibration. Zipcaster's doing some work here, going across the boards. Ratabor's going to shut it down unless they don't, but still, all of that, and it's just mid that's going to be in possession now of Starfish. But man, what an opening push by inflammatory content. And the frustrating thing is, you know they can do that again at any point. If you're inflammatory content, this is not a situation to turn into England versus Argentina. You do not turtle up for 3 minutes. Keep the aggression going. Keep playing like you're the team that is losing, and they can find a way to turn this into a KO and move on to game 3.
Always keep the pressure going. Put your foot on the gas pedal each time. If you end up laying off the gas pedal, you'll get bit pretty badly here. And Starfish, 3 minutes left is still plenty of time. You have to make sure you shut down Starfish at any given point. Already 1 power clam in, and that's actually already out of position. It does not even matter in the slightest here, Popgun, because that's another wipeout on the board. And you already see the 6 small clams. There needs to be 2 small clams that needs to be dished up to get that power clam spawned in. That's already another cash in there for them, and that's only just part of the penalty points broken through. Only the Tri-Stringer gone. I don't think they're going to keep up with this pressure yet. Actually, I take that back. There was already somebody deep there. That was Rat, of course, throwing some small clams in, but it's going to cost them 2 brushes, and the power clam, or the free clam, excuse me, that may have gotten picked up at some point is going to spawn back down again. So they don't quite break through the penalty points quite yet, Popgun, but they're still keeping the pressure up, I suppose, for inflammatory content.
The problem is they don't add to their lead. They give an extra mercy claim. But, okay, that kind of push is fine in this scenario as long as you don't get wiped out. As long as you don't surrender control of mid and all the clams and all the specials that can be built up by Starfish. So that's still a good push, even though they don't add to the lead. Also, the next push, any clam they get in after popping it is instantly going to go there, which they're going to pop it right now because the brush is just solo queuing their way through. It just says, yeah, I'm just going to bob and weave and pop the basket. Are they going to get any? Yeah, they'll get a few points out of this. But they're going to get beat up on top of it as well. This might be an opportunity for Starfish to respond. A minute 30 to go.
Yeah, but
there's
who's
nobody. That all the way up there?
Yeah, that's Mark. That might be Mark that actually had the stammer. Everybody's just trying to dive deep. They're just gonna keep fighting non-stop here each time. That's just gonna be the shutdown the entire way through. Now they're throwing all the small clamps up there, trying to get the power clamp spawned in, but it does not quite equate to 8 either. Alex is just short by a few, and the restart is gonna also spread out the small clamps that are on top of it. The non-stop fighting continues on. Rat is shut down. Here's the jump here from Mark, and they will get points on the board, but they got to see if they can make this push count, at least make the deficit a little bit more manageable. It's only gonna be 62 points remaining here, Popgun, and this push is gonna get done here. 45 seconds left. I guess you're past the halfway mark in terms of the deficit, but inflammatory content is just gonna keep responding each time.
Yeah, I wonder if they should have just gone for splats and trying to get
Yep.
points right there. Inflammatory content closes this one out, tying up at 1 apiece. I mean, yeah, you got to be a little... You've got such a huge mountain to climb. You don't have much time left, so I understand the need to throwing in as many clams as you need to get the points up there. But you got to control space, more importantly. Like, you pop the basket. Okay, now we got to clear out the basket and then try to drag this out to be a push. Like, stopping the shooting to just throw some clams in, that's not going to do you any good at all going forward with that. But then again, that's credit to inflammatory content for lighting up the scoreboard and still being aggressive all the time. Even if they weren't getting points put on the board with each push, they were still applying more and more pressure. And more importantly, they never got wiped out. At least when they were pushing, they never got wiped out. So they never just got a free pass given to Starfish to get control of everything else. So it's not how they started pushes, it's how they ended it. Played extremely well by inflammatory content. If I was Starfish, maybe I should not look at picking Clam Blitz in the future of this match.
Yeah, and it's gonna be fun to see what Starfish is going to dish out for their counter pick here, because you kind of see how inflammatory content plays, and you also kind of showed why they picked Scourge Gorge Clam Blitz overall, especially with that very strong first push earlier. And to also continue the discussion from earlier, I mean, you got it down to 27 points remaining, and keeping that pressure up was really nice for them, because it forced Starfish to be a little bit more defensive. And then right on this minute marker there, you noted that just the one push was there, and then instead of trying to control space, maybe you can kind of feel like, okay, we got to find a way to just cut the deficit down, try to find a way to cut the deficit in half. But by investing all the time they needed on this push, it just pretty much ended in the KO anyway. So maybe there's a lot of thoughts that you could have if you're Starfish. So I mean, this counterpick is going to be interesting, and Popgun, the dream of a zone Atlas, is done.
Robo Ramen splat zones, and we avoid making history. I'm kind of glad, because that would have been my fault mostly. Splat zone showed up, everybody's happy, everybody's good, and it's going to be Starfish making this counter pick. Essentially, Starfish has control of things until they lose on their counter pick, home court advantage. Update from the Meadowlands, 0-0 heading into halftime, 4 minutes of stoppage times. And it looks like we might have a sub coming out here for inflammatory content. So they've been rotating players in and out. Just kind of depends on what the counter pick their opponent is going to be using. I'm not sure if they are exactly going to be using a sub here or not, but they at least asked for a stall in case it came down to it. But Splat Zone's Robo Ramen here. We'll see if they bring in a sub, and if they do, how much their comp changes because of it.
I think that's going to be the interesting question too, and I wouldn't be shocked if Ramen Zones is an attempted counterpick to try to neutralize maybe the double brush setup that Red has, because it's such a narrow pathway as well if you're going to aim for that lockout position the entire way through. So I think there could be a lot of ways this can go, and especially with the subs in question. If you know that they're popular, both teams have subs that are available. I think they have a 6 deep roster, so 2 players available from the bench if they need to be subbed in. I guess if you wanted to use more soccer reference here, Paka, maybe the one sub they use, but I guess in the other vein they could just also sub out the same sub and bring somebody back in. So I guess it's not official soccer sub rules there, but still, I think to your point, once the subs come in, I think this could tell the picture of what weapons they're going to be best suited with. Here, I think Starfish, I think they've dished out the same 4 players that we've seen on streams so far, so it wouldn't be shocking if they keep them. So it's going to really be if inflammatory content what they want to do in terms of this Ramen Zones counterpick that is being dished out here by Starfish.
What if Splatoon had hockey sub rules where you could just sub
Right?
players out in the middle of the game? You know, just like the 3-minute mark. Yeah, we don't want to brush anymore. Let's bring in our sploosh or whatever. Let you come out. Let's just attack at the very end of the game. You're trying to hold on to elite. Let's just bring in 4 Sea Jets and build up quad Stingray and just close it out.
That'd be awesome.
Scenario. That would be awesome. That would be so much fun. Everyone would have a good time with that.
Just imagine Pop going like basically every 30 seconds or a minute, both teams just look into the bench like, all right, hang on, I got to sub in. I can't deal with this push anymore. There's somebody deeper things. Hey, they got 4 Sea Jets. Hey, we'll figure out a way to counter that. You know what? If Splatoon does that in the future, in some distant Splatoon 4 or 5 era, that'd be cool. I know they probably won't, but that'd be cool anyway, though. Pop, go ahead.
Splatoon 4 is going to be Battle Royale anyways. We all know it.
Oh, probably.
Where are we dropping, boys? Robo Ramen. That's where we're dropping right here. We're going to be dropping into Game 3. The match tied 1-1 apiece. This is Starfish's counter pick, and they are not really changing up their comp too much. We do see Jester rolling on in with the heavy Splatling, so a heavy versus heavy matchup. Wave breakers galore. The question is going to be, can they keep an eye on Ratibor, who's going to be using the Kraken Octobrush with Ninja Squid.
And what's going to be fascinating is also Bob's Dreadringer with the Crab Tank, which is immediately popped as well. So we do normally see Crab Tanks being dished out here in pretty much the stage alone. And we kind of see why right now, as that's already 3 members that have dropped. R is already moving up there. A couple members already gone. And that is going to just be the immediate lead flop in the early game. So the question is, how many more points can inflammatory content take away from the scoreboard? And that is basically a couple members that have dropped. Mark is down to half health. And Alex and Vic, with that reef slide available, might be looking to burn this one soon once everybody comes back out of spawn. But I don't think Popgun inflammatory content is going to let them, because the Kraken from Rat is just chasing them apart, and everybody's just displaced all over the board.
Pretty good situation right here to get the KO. Okay, so let's think. How can you get out of this? All you got is really a splashdown to work with from the blaster. Nobody you can really jump. No, the blaster's already gone. Excuse me. Plus the strip strike's ready to go. This one might be over before it even gets started. Jester doing everything they can to get rid of the Dreadringer, and now the blaster versus the world, and the world wins. Inflammatory content. They lose game 1 after having such a strong opening, and here they go back-to-back. Dominant starts, this time getting the KO immediately. 2-1 over Starfish.
Kind of a nightmare stage for Starfish in this third game there, as you kind of get the feeling that maybe you are looking to use the Reef Slider to just get an opening for the rest of your team to move forward, but there was no chance to do so, because Rat with their Kraken just was like, nah, we're gonna make sure your team is not allowed to be bunched up together to get the contest of the zone. And they're just playing at a much more high tempo pace, if you will, where you feel like Starfish is waiting for the right time to group up and get everybody off the board. And inflammatory content's like, no, we're Sharks here. We're gonna see if we can find somebody and chase them away. And it just showed each time. And also the triple splashdown that the custom blaster had, Popgun, was used in a defensive setup as well. So that basically was an even more double whammy situation for Starfish, and inflammatory content just made that third stage look incredibly easy.
And now, that counter pick didn't go so well. No. Let's plan B for Starfish here. The team who was undefeated until they lost in winners finals, now 1 game away from taking another L right here, back-to-back against inflammatory content, who would love nothing more than an opportunity to get a rematch against the team that sent them down to losers bracket earlier in the tournament. So a lot here on the line for both teams. What is the counter pick going to be? I mean, you haven't tried Rainmaker yet, but I don't know how Starfish traditionally feels about Rainmaker. The only thing they can't do tower control. That's the only mode they've won on, so they're not allowed to go to that. So it's either go back to a mode where you've been absolutely boat raced on, it's Clam Blitz or Splat Zones, or you try to roll the luck with Rainmaker. Not a lot of good options here if you're Starfish for getting a dub here in Game 4.
At least with the sample size that Starfish has dished out counterpick wise in this tournament, it's only been the 2 modes that they have lost on Popgun. It's only been Clan Blitz and Splat Zones map. So with Target Control gone, you're gonna have to face the potential of Rainmaker if you really think, all right, they got us in split clams, they got us in zones, and there you go, they got Museum de Alfonsino. Rainmaker being the counterpick, another set basically that has all 4 modes basically showcased. And I think Popgun, they started to realize if they completely got us in Clan Blitz and Splat Zones the way they did, I think they realized going back to any map in Clan Blitz and Splat Zones would be foolish. So I like the fact that they had to change things up here. But in a game where you must win, you gotta get something on the board strategy wise if you want to force a game 5 against inflammatory content.
You do have to win. That is, of course, that is how the math works. We don't reward losing in this tournament, although it is double limb. We at least give you a safety net here, which both these teams currently have. But yeah, I mean, I don't want to say you don't have any other choice, but with how those last 2 modes went,
yeah,
I think I'd rather try my luck at whatever I think is the best Rainmaker stage for us. Is this it though? Like, are they able to find the alleyways to get the those resliders in the right kind of scenario? I don't know. I mean, obviously this is their decision to go with here. But really, resliders weren't a factor at all in that last game. I was kind of eyebrow raising, like, okay, you're bringing the crab instead of the reslider. Well, the crab canceled a couple of resliders, at least the one that I saw. So it's like, okay, well, what do I know? Reslider can't be an issue if they keep getting canceled before they're fired off by the enemy Dreadringer here. And of course, I don't see any subs coming out, so we might just be rolling with the same players that we saw in Game 3. But I like the fact that inflammatory content they're not, oh, well, this person's got to go or this person got grounded mid-match, so, okay, well, now let's bring this up. No, they have, like, actual rotation of players that they have for specific scenarios. That, that makes it feel like it's more than just the team. Than just like 4 players who want to do it their best right here.
And I think in a team that features like a 5 or 6 deep roster, you do have players that are available for any situational purposes. It's always a lot of fun to see what the strategies are always going to be with that specific player in question. What can they bring to the table for really the stage that's being dished out, or do they realize maybe this is our best chances for us to win for sure? So I think there's a lot of ways that this can go here for inflammatory content, especially keeping the same port that they have, if that is to be believed. Now, Popgun, the thing that with Starfish right now, especially with this Museum de Alfonsino Rainmaker pick, I think they stuck to the same 4 weapons through every stage that we have seen, at least from our current sample size, which is what they have: the heavy splat lane, the Splatana, the custom blaster, and the Dreadringer as well. So, wondering how all 4 of those weapons, especially in a map like Museum de Alfonsino Rainmaker, is going to also play out, especially with a team that likes to play up-tempo and try to look for any member of Starfish that's just out of position. So I think Starfish, unsurprisingly, has their work cut out for them. And to your point, maybe inflammatory content with this current lineup might be able to take this one home and maybe look for that rematch in Grands.
I mean, both these teams would love an opportunity to rematch because they're both here because of the same team, who's probably just watching the stream. Maybe they're grinding their fingers out in solo queue and just making their brains mush for grand finals. But we'll see them when we get to them. Right now, it's just a matter. Okay, what's going on here? Let's get into the lobby. Let's get this one going. I'm ready to play. Are you ready to play, Keon?
I'm ready. I'm ready to play. I'm ready to see what both teams want to have.
We got nothing else to do. It's halftime. The World Cup. Let's watch some Splatoon action here. And finally, we get ready and raring to go. That's a ballpoint?
What?
Is that legal?
It's the one.
Okay. Fair enough. Because Inkvac obviously busted for Rainmaker. Ballpoint used to be a weapon. You could run like quad ballpoint and get away with it in some tournament formats. Obviously, things have changed, nerfs and buffs and all that good stuff. But it's man, ballpoint used to be all over the place. It's weird that it's at a point right now where you see it and you go, whoa, that thing is right. But it makes sense with the back at least.
Yeah. It feels like it's been like some eons ago when ballpoint was all the rage that every team is just need to have. Like we had to have a ballpoint player, and especially with one that has the inkback kit, which is amazing in Rainmaker, especially with this map. That would be. I would love to see it all work out in the end. As right now, it's just a couple points from inflammatory contents here, and they have the inkback right on cue, ready to go once they're in position, but. Jester's is just using it right around the mid-sphere. Not something I've seen, but trying to secure the first checkpoint. And they throw that inkback shot lobbed down in that direction, and Rat is going in the opposite direction as Alex Vick burns the Reef Slider also at the spinner. Somehow in the mess of that push, Popgun is 86-point range and not remotely the checkpoint. That was interesting to say the least.
Well, this whole thing is interesting, isn't it? Because nobody's done really anything. First minute and 30 seconds. Oh, well, here's your chance. It's not going to be a Reef Slider on top of it, though. The Reef Slider currently has the Rainmaker, so Eduardo's going to have to start pushing up and clearing out ways. The Ratibor just being an absolute rat abound, that Rainmaker, preventing them from getting the checkpoint and shutting down that push. So still, as far as, actual score is concerned, we're tied 0-0 at the 2-minute mark.
Exactly that. Just the 0-0 scoreline. No checkpoint on the board to at least force it to be close to one metaphorically. As the Rainmaker's game popped early. All fights happening across the board once more. Alex finds one, is going to find the second here. And that is a couple members down. So maybe everybody from Starfish is just trying to keep up with the same pressure. Otherwise, Jester, by the way, with the defensive ink back that I also saw as well game popped. And that is Bob also flying too close to the Rainmaker shot. Ariel also gets the pick onto Alex. Non-stop mayhem, to say the least. Inflammatory content with everything that Starfish is throwing right at them is just like, no, we're not allowing you to do that. Now we got to see if we can get a checkpoint on the board. They have to rebuild the ink back for sure. And there's Ariel with the Kraken that's being thrown into the mix. And right now, inflammatory content with a lot of control right now, especially with the one member down, should be the checkpoint coming up, and it should be right now. Or no, it will not be right now. It's that pop gun.
Well, they get the lead, but finally they're going to find a way to get the checkpoint with the Ink Storm leading the way for them to get a whole heck of a lot more of it now. Yeah, grab and go. They make the jump. They swarm around the podium. They get the 25 remaining. No, those sneaky dogs. Ratibor, the last player left alive, putting some beacons down, so that means this push isn't over. Their teammates get back in them, and oh, by the way, you didn't paint the one spot that they were hiding, so that's going to come back to haunt you, unless they don't. But a minute 30 left to go. Starfish hasn't even cleared this first checkpoint, well, the only checkpoint yet. They haven't found a way to get things set up onto the enemy plat. They haven't found a way to deal with the Kraken. Like, the vacuum hasn't even been a factor at this point. That's what's kind of be concerning for Starfish. Like, we haven't even had to deal with the vacuum. That's something that's going to be used defensively against us for this last minute and 30 seconds. And oh, by the way, you lose control of this Rainmaker, it might just get stalled out on this stage.
Yeah, for sure. With now just 22 seconds on this Rainmaker, but the first thing you got to do is get the checkpoint. That's already broken through. Now you've lost 2, but now you have a minute left to go to make it happen, and there's only just the heavy splatling from Lilia that's alive. Now, the Rainmaker Bubbles game popped. This should be going close to the stall point, or they're just going to move forward with it and try to put it in a position where Starfish could actually get the Rainmaker popped and possibly get it picked up entirely. So the Weightbreakers has been used. It's going to try to see if they can seek out anybody else. Everybody's playing around the left-hand side of the map. Rainmaker is going to get reset. Effectively, the last push will be coming up here if Starfish can get a hold of the Rainmaker. Inflammatory content is going to try to make sure that doesn't materialize. And there is Rat immediately trading 1-for-1, but with a couple members down here, Popgun, 20 seconds left. A Booyah Bomb is available, and Starfish is still losing members left and right. This is still huge for Starfish to even get the Rainmaker cap.
I don't think they're going to get to it.
No.
Yeah, I don't think Starfish is going to get to it. I think we are moving on with inflammatory content. Well, is that going to pop it? It will. Can they grab it? Yes. Can they get obliterated by the Booyah Bomb? Absolutely, yes. So inflammatory content, as you pointed out, Keone, had the win conditions set up. They get the dub 3-1, winning on both of Starfish's counter picks. And even though I screwed up the map list, we saw all 4 modes, so everything's good.
A lot of credit to Ramen Zones at least getting that stage into the limelight. You had to see a Zones map at some point down the road, and again, it was basically Starfish's second chance. They pretty much picked Plan Blitz and Zones throughout most of the counter picks that they had in day 2, and this happened to be against a team that just completely that pretty much said, all right, we may need to think of something to throw against the wall and see what we can do with it. And it almost looked pretty solid from the get-go, at least for Starfish to at least make it happen. It just wasn't until I believe Rat picked up the Rainbow and kind of just did some smoothing around to get it down to the 25 that made it like, all right, nah, we're gonna get this unlocked. We'll look for grand finals here. And Starfish, a lot of credit though. A third place finish is definitely very solid for them, especially for a team that made a lot of low ink appearances here, Pop Gun. But at the end of the day, inflammatory content with a rematch against Star Crashers should be a lot of fun to watch from what it was in winter semis until now.
And with that, we are going to take a quick break because you guys need water and we need water, and I could probably go for a snack as well. And we're going to get everything set up for grand finals and close this tournament out. What do you say?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take the hydration break, I guess, from here.
All right, so we'll be right back with grand finals of Low Ink here on IPL.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Grand Finals here on Low Ink. I'm still Kyom, Popgun's still with us. It's still 0-0 between
Wait,
Spain and Argentina.
What?
Yep.
I'm still with.
Yeah.
You
We're
said
gonna-
that like
look.
I'm on my deathbed or something. He's still here. He's still
We're
hanging
still
on. You thought I would leave this mortal world
Nah.
without commentating Star Crashers versus inflammatory content?
Star Crashers inflammatory content has sent you to another dimension. That's totally where that was going. Oh man. But no. Basically a rematch of winner semifinals though. Popgun. That went all 5, and inflammatory content out of the lower brackets took out appreciating pickups. Excuse me, and Octaves and Starfish. Now they've met in grand finals. Now here we go. We're about to load right into it, and this should be a lot of fun to see how both teams are dished out. And there shouldn't be any surprises as to what inflammatory content is dished out. Star Crasher is sticking with very similar content they've dished out so far in day 2.
Og Champ, a low ink veteran, coming out here with the Decapitator with the brush, and also that is a Respawn Punisher E-Leader. E-Leader, very annoying weapon to go up against, especially in Splatoon 3, but the Respawn Punisher variant, especially when you're not using Soda, makes so much sense. So Respawn Punisher gets countered by Cooler. Cooler's not on the other side, so you don't have to even worry about it. Right now, control is with the Radibor squad, but Star Crasher's going to be jumping right back in here, trying to hold on to control thing. By the way, rematch, as you saw early on stream, Game 5 with the Star Crashers. Inflammatory content has a little bit of revenge factor going on.
Yeah, right. And right now for inflammatory content, just trying to see if they can get that dub, at least force a lot more games here out of low ink. And right now for them, they are out of the penalty points already. Their Rat was trying to do a lot, basically trying to catch them off guard one by one, but Star Crasher's up to the task here. They got a Reef Slider that's available. Also, the bubble being popped on the right stack from that perspective, pretty much trying to deny any ink that was being thrown at that direction. With the lead now changing hands only for maybe a few quick moments there, with the zone stuck in neutral. Both teams somewhat evening out here with 3:33 left, and still a lot of fighting happening here. It's just Arya who's throwing desperation trip strikes to at least keep it neutral, but Star Crashers, Popgun at the end, get the zones back.
Star Crashers. By the way, we're playing open in between this, which fair enough. You know, if you want to stay sharp with this. So that was a little bit of a delay getting into this one. But we always wonder, our team's going to come out a little bit flat after a bit of that break. Star Crashers with the decent lead right now, although their Dreadringer is off the board. And here comes the Kraken that's going to push some players back, so the Chumps by themselves might be enough to cap the zone if they were to be so inclined. But Star Crashers, no rust initially. It looks like they're just getting settled into things. And the question is going to be, at what point is inflammatory content, the fatigue, going to start setting in? They seem fresh right now, obviously, but they got a long way to go if they want to close this one out. Winning this game would do a lot for them mentally to establish the tone for grand finals.
And in order to keep this one up, they got to keep this pressure going. The thing that basically in the previous couple of sets has pretty much neutralized a couple of teams out of the lower brackets here, and they could be looking for another quick lead swap. There should be a lot more than that right now with a couple members gone. Just the Ealer and the Decap, the ones alive here from Starcrasher. Now that's PogChamp with that bubble already popped right out of the gate to protect themselves, but they are getting effectively collapsed on, but there will still be value at the end with the 1-for-1 trade. Rat is with that Kraken chasing out Flake with the E-Leader, but that's a lot of resources that was invested on both teams at the end, and Starla were able to wrestle the control back with just that Reef Slider alone. Very, very, very chaotic, if you will, here, but from both teams, and PogChamp looking for another value pick with that Decap able to do so. So things should be stabilizing a bit here, but Popgun already inflammatory content with that quick lead swap with 1:40 left into the game, and right now Starcrash is having to call themselves back into it.
The only thing more annoying than a Reslider is double Reslider, which I just realized Star Crasher is using with the blue Dapple. So they have a 1-2 punch they can throw at the zone to try to stall it out and keep it into their favor here. And luckily for inflammatory content, they got enough specials to drag and rip everything back into their favor right now, but they're not going to hold on to it for too much long. But they got to kind of keep those Reef Sliders staggered. They got to find ways to take them off the board before they get activated, because there's not really a lot in the way of Star Crashers and the lead being reclaimed, especially now when you just got the T-Tech left alive, the T-Tech out of control, able to get a splat though and keep things alive. What a heck of a play by the T-Tech. If they get splatted there, that might be game. Instead, they open up the door for their teammates to steal the zone right back.
Aria with a nice little double there, basically opening the zones back for inflammatory content to wrestle that one home. Now that Reef Slider, by the way, is still online for Star if they're looking to use it, and I imagine this is going to be used as a last minute push that they're going to have. In fact, 2 Reef Sliders with one already burned. Now Star's having to burn this one. They will get the zones back. That's already both Reef Sliders gone, at least for now. Now they're looking to see if, for inflammatory content, how do we make sure that they don't allow that to build up right now? 2 for 2 trade. Of course, each trade favoring inflammatory content with 10 seconds left, and all that they need to do is hold the zones into neutral or at least cap it at the end. And already just throwing the trip strikes and absolutely ensure that zone doesn't get capped whatsoever. Reefs are just a second too late there. And Popgun, you mentioned before, inflammatory content winning game 1 would mean a lot for their mental. They just did it then and there.
Very slow on that last little race. I'm sorry. There's something extremely funny just happened on the Argentina versus Spain match. It's hard to explain, so I'm just going to focus back on what's happening here with inflammatory content getting the win in game 1. But yeah, there's Star Crashers, if they find a way to get control of the zone right there, they're in a pretty good situation to make it exciting into overtime and probably find a way to get the win. But inflammatory content doing just enough, staggering the throw of those ink strikes to try to keep Star Crashers a bit off balance with how they're going to attack the zone at the very end, enabled them to hold on long enough, and now they got the lead going up 1-0. And yes, we are going to make sure that subs are going to be taken into effect with each counter pick, because Star Crashers is going to make the counter pick, and that means inflammatory content will likely want a sub based on what they're going to do.
Yeah. These could be situational subs coming in here for inflammatory content, and if there's anything that Star Crasher at least has relied on so far, has been their first counter pick, basically being Rainmaker. It hasn't been the same map, just any map with Rainmaker featuring into it. So that could be the thing for Star Crashers to get themselves back on the board. So I would want to see, especially if they go that Rainmaker route for any reason whatsoever, if what map it's going to be against a team that is still trying to get the reset forced, out of Star Crasher. And right now, that's gonna be the thing here, is what this counter pick is going to be at the end. At least the read from what Star Crasher has done earlier is it's basically any map with Rainmaker featured into it.
I'm just glad that game 1 was splat zones. I have no idea what we did with Grand Finals, so let's just not make it to Grand Finals. They're not going to do that in Gamma Bracket. It's already over. Saturn's Ring has won 3-1. Saturn's Rings being one of those teams. Now there is a lot of teams that were vying for Alpha Bracket. There was like at least 20 teams in this tournament that had Alpha Bracket experience, whether recently or a couple of months ago. But that going forward just kind of plays into how stacked this tournament is, and it's been showing off. Nobody's going to be undefeated. In fact, Star Crashers, the team coming in from the winner side, they were 4-2 yesterday. They barely got away to they barely even qualified for Alpha Bracket. They had to come down to tiebreakers if you go 4-2, and it just worked out into their favor. So a rough tournament all around. What was I think inflammatory content was 5-1 yesterday as well. Obviously they've lost once today. They were 5-1. Who's the team that beat them? That's a good question. Maybe I should figure that out. Paladins. Paladins. Yeah, 2-1.
Yeah, Paladins was able to take him out, no problem there. So that is gonna, no problem being 2-1. That's exactly the words I was trying to get at. But no, that is a 5-1 record for inflammatory content, and especially in a day 2 where basically now you made it to Alpha Bracket. What is your team basically at the beginning of day 2? I feel like this is gonna be the definition of what what the team's performance is going to show throughout the tournament, and especially with stage 2. Now, I mentioned it was Rainmaker. I didn't forget that there was one particular set where they had zones counterbreak, so I'm way off on the board for that. But this has been an interesting choice, to say the least. Umami Ruins Splat Zones, the 2-zone map, if you will, and it's gonna be what the Star Crasher does with this particular counterpick. They have an E-leader specialist on their team in Flake. That might be one part of the reason, and then also the double reef side that they're still going to be dishing out in this particular stage. See how that all combos together. I think the vision's there. It's gonna be up to Star Crasher to see if they can fulfill it as we load right into it. Popgun.
They're going to need Flake to pop off in this. I mean, the other team doesn't have Cooler. You got Respawn, Punisher. Flake's got to hit some shots here and take control of this game and just infuriate inflammatory content. They have the ability to do so. Now, a lot of that has to do with everybody else capturing control of their position and allowing their E-leader to have those alleyways to get those free shots that they need to disrupt everything. That's how you deal with an E-leader on the other team. You can't fire missiles at it anymore. You can't do ink armor. You just got to deal with everybody else and then chase away the E-leader afterwards. It seems to be that's the plan for inflammatory content. It's working.
Yeah, and right now for inflammatory content, even with the 2 members down, they got both brushes here, Boss and Rat, still trying to make sure that those zones at least are still in that neutral position here. And for Star Crashers, you got one Reef Slider available. A Wavebreaker is there if they want to take advantage of it, and looking to see what Star Crasher does with that particular Reef Slider. They may have to wait on that for a few quick moments. It is a Reef Slider to eliminate Rat. That's what they're gonna do with it. Now they only have just the bubble alive. Inflammatory content has both zones under their control right now, and things are still looking great for inflammatory content until that very moment there. They will lose both zones, but still 54 points left to go here. Popgun, Star Crasher's looking for a good response of their own.
No penalty points to deal with. You got your E-leader pushed up. You got a Reef Slider ready to go. But on the other side, you got a lot of nonsense you can throw at the zone. And they're throwing all that nonsense right at once. Jump strikes and a killer whale to make sure everybody's playing jump rope on top of it. And now with the Kraken at the very end, I like everything getting used first and then the Kraken, because everything's just going to split. It's going to scatter your team. And it's going to make you go all over the place. And then all of a sudden, now the shark starts showing up. But Star Crashers, an excellent job dealing with everything. They didn't lose control zone at all. Even when they were losing a couple of players there, it looked like inflammatory content had the squid advantage. Now they don't have anything other than a bow. This might be the game right here.
This could very well be the game here, especially when you lose both brushes right away there, and Bob has to look for another avenue to work off of. No specials online whatsoever. You lose the Blue Devils. This is just going to be a mad rush for both zones right now, and the Restar should be able to get one. No, it's not. It ain't going to matter at the end of the day here, Popgun, because 3 members drop. It is just going to be the eventual pain that's going to drop down. The Wipeout is there for Style. What a response in that stage there, Popgun. Everything, the chumps, the strikes, even the Kraken at the end to try to get both zones under their control. Star Crashers had wanted none of it. They have already equalized the set here. It's 1-1 on a tie.
1-1, but counter-pick control into the favor still of inflammatory content. And let me ask you a question, Keon. Where do you think they're going to go?
Maybe Scorch Clams? Maybe that's been the running theme? Maybe, unless if for some reason they throw a curveball, I expect this to be Scorch Clams. It would be fun if they prove me wrong, but I think that's probably what it is, Popgun.
Well, that would be the selection I would go with. And it's also the selection inflammatory content used against Star Crashers in the previous match these two teams played on stream. And they won there. And they've been pretty dominant. That seems to be their home field in this tournament. So it would make sense, in my opinion, if they were to go back there. Even though it's hard to beat the same team twice on the same stage, when you got things rolling in the ways that you want them to go, that seems to be the option that you have to go with. And look, as we fade back in, what it is in the background, like a ghost haunting your dreams. It's Clayplit's Scorched Gorge. Inflammatory content, not messing around. They say, we need a dub. We need to stay ahead in this match. Let's get the dub right now. That's what they're all
and the thing with Scorch clams here for inflammatory content, it has been basically instant dubs whenever they have made that counter pick. So it is no surprise that if they have been left uncontested with a perfect stage record, at least in counter pick terms, for Scorched Clams, why not go to it? If that breaks through, this could change the complexion of Grand Finals entirely here in favor of Star Crashers. So no surprises here, Popgun. Expect the push to be pretty much immediate if inflammatory content can find the members of Star Crashers off guard. And I know for Star Crashers, at least for what we know, it's just trying to temper basically how do you deal with Red, how do you deal with the other brush in question. That would be Boss and this Boss here. So, I mean, home field advantage. Why not stick with it again?
Trying to get another dub, and yeah, they're going to be bringing out the double brush, I'm assuming. And here's the thing for Star Crasher, you know what's coming. You lost to it. What adjustments are you going to make? Is there anything you picked up on? Is there any kind of context? You want to get rid of the E-leader. And just like, look, I don't want to be chasing around these brushes all game long. Let's try something else. Like, you have options, if you're a Star Crashers here, to try to switch this up. Because if you get the win here, that's game. That's a tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, mathematically, no, it's not. But you break their spirits here, you got the whole tournament in your hands. And it's just, you can just take control of things from there. So this is a good chance to switch it up. We'll see what they do.
And especially if you take out inflammatory content in the counter pick that basically they have been undefeated with, that would be huge, because exactly what you know, that's gonna cause possibly inflammatory content to scramble and look for the other counter pick to basically dish out against Star Crashers. So you already know what they have. I did not expect, however, LeBob to basically go to the 52 though, but so that's gonna be fun for inflammatory content. Star Crasher, however, they are sticking with a double Reef Slider. Flake is gonna go away from the E-leader, as you know. That's the heavy splat lane that's gonna be coming out here from Star Crasher. So you're basically no longer a sitting duck or somewhat of much. You are gonna be that splat lane that is gonna be mobile, or is gonna have other ideas though, as they basically eliminated them, especially now moving back to the Kraken shot.
Splatling makes so much sense when you go up against double brush. I mean, as a former Splatling player, like, brush is the one weapon I'm kind of happy to see. But what's the longest range that inflammatory content has? Is this the Octobrush right now? I mean, the very short range, and it's working out for them. They're already halfway to victory. I mean, this is just picking up right where they left off. And again, it's how they end pushes. They're not trying to force something right here. They're happy to keep control of mid with 35 remaining. They're not going to just open up an opportunity for Star Crashers to get free access to mid. They're going to have to earn it. And now it's just figuring out where all these short-range shooters are at and where the brushes are at, locating them and getting the splats on them. There goes the gal.
And man, it's just deja vu basically for inflammatory content in a great way. Imagine another explosive early game push, and it's led to basically points below 40, and they're still eliminating members from Star Crashers right out of the gate. 2 members gone. Ball's already swarms right in. They get a push of their own, and it's very similar style to what they did in their earlier run. Is all right, we're back here in Scorched Clams. Let's not chew off more than we need to. Let's use this power clam that we're about to toss right in, just short though. So that power clam is a somewhat of a missed opportunity. But again, they don't fully wipe out. Boss is the only one that's still alive. They get a power clam back, no trouble whatsoever there, Popgun. So they keep up with this non-stop aggression, and it's the exact same way. They don't get wiped out, and Star Crashers can't respond immediately.
Keep the pressure up, inflammatory content. This is not a comp built for defense at all. Offense is your best defense. Keep pushing and keep keeping the pressure on Star Chasers. Make them play whack-a-mole. Make them try to deal with all the attempts that are coming at them, and they're doing exactly that. Killer Whale opening up the door. The splatling is going to be an issue to deal with, though, but again, it doesn't really matter because you got such a massive lead. In fact, this one's not going to last much longer. We're done. Well, I don't good there.
I don't even think I have any more additional words. It's literally just inflammatory content's best stage, and it continues to show again. Just non-stop aggression, no backline out of. I mean, we don't give a dang. It's basically just keep playing aggro, and more often than not, basically doubles against Star Crashers. Star Crashers, anytime they trying to get their bearings back again, inflammatory content one step further gets them off the board. And now Star Crasher, they get their counter pick this time. And it's basically, how do you basically neutralize a rush player that just will not stop being annoying in Radibor, and how do you basically stop the other surrounding members as well? You've already seen that Arya has gone nuts with a few doubles and triples of their own throughout their lower bracket run and grand finals already. So for Star Crasher, I guess the question with this stage counter pick is, what can we do to neutralize the inflammatory content, especially with the comp that they're dishing out?
Rainmaker at Museum.
Of course.
Where, which was what Starfish thought was the solution. Didn't work out because we saw the ballpoint come out, and the ballpoint wasn't really the factor. But I think that's what we're going to be seeing used here. At least it's going to be a change of pace. Although inflammatory content, if they wanted to, could just use this same exact comp and just be a full Hanron, run and gun with it. So we'll see how this works out for them. The question is, are they going to be subbing? Because again, inflammatory content's got multiple players they can use in any kind of scenario they think should work out for them. If inflammatory content were to win this one, we're going to reset the bracket. We're going to do it all over again. If Star Crashers wins this one and Game 5, the tournament is over. And we can go back to watching Spain and Argentina. By the way, what I was laughing at earlier, you know how that ref has that little foam spray thing? To be like, okay, this is the line, you can't go over it. Well, it just kind of exploded on accident when a bunch of Spain players were around the referee, and they just got rained on by the foam for no reason. So that made me chuckle. By the way, it's 75th mark, 0-0 the score in that one, as we keep things going here.
Yeah, and the score in this one is 2-1 right now, so not quite the equalized score line there, and not quite the defensive matchup that the other game has right now. But man, this is Museum de Alfonso Rainmaker being the counter pick. So we had basically a Starfish that tried to do this, didn't quite work, but they realized, all right, maybe this isn't good. They've shown maybe some holes in their team comp that might work out, but I believe they also dished out the ballpoint with the ink back inflammatory content that is from that particular map. Granted, they didn't really need it for offense; they just used it more defensively, or basically try to get an early game push started. So I'm wondering what Star Crasher wants to do with this particular setup. Do we maybe Flake switches back to E leader? Maybe Flake just stays with the Splatling. I think there's a few ways this can go, but Museum de Alfonso, maybe this is the map. Maybe this is the particular set pop gun that Star Crasher believes would at least force a Game 5.
Well, better.
Yeah, right.
In their case, potential match ending point in favor of inflammatory content. That is the Kraken E leader, and they are not bringing out the ballpoint. I joked and said they could just run the same exact comp for this one. And they said, hey, that's not a bad idea. Let's do a flank right off the start. There goes the player immediately taking the attack. That is Labob on the Gal and gets punished for it. The traditional opening is pretend like you're going to flank and then jump out. That's what every top player does. Instead, the Gal just went 1v4. Believe it or not, the 4-team won. And now that's another player going down for content. The doors might be opening up unless they don't. Shut down. The Kraken E leader left at home to try to stop everything. And they do!
And they certainly do there. But inflammatory content with Hold the Rainmaker, basically the exact same very aggressive comp as I believe that it was Ro, if I'm not mistaken, Popcorn. That might have been a Reef Slider or a double their main weapons. Whatever the case may be, that was enough to stall that push. There at least an attempted one down to the 11 points remaining. And now Flake is just using this Kraken, well timed by as well. Boss was just one step ahead, believing, all right, I have a breakaway here with this brush. And then Flake with great patience just burns that one. Forces inflammatory content to have to re-pop it again. Ro is still trying to fight for it though. Pop gun, I guess there's non-stop aggression at the end of the day. The Rainmaker bubble is going to get popped. There's a sea of basically magenta ink that's available, and they should be looking for the first checkpoint. PogChamp has potential other ideas, and there it is. Other ideas indeed were had, and there's no checkpoint to be cleared, at least for about a few seconds.
PogChamp almost just came in like Batman out of nowhere, swooping down, but just tripped on the ledge and fell down. Still, the Rainmaker does clear the checkpoint. And inflammatory content looking a little bit closer to getting that bracket reset here. But yeah, the Kraken E leader. Okay, you used it defensively right there. That's fine. The problem is once it's done, you have to jump all the way out because you're way, way out of position as the E-leader. And there's not really a whole heck of a lot you can do outside of that. So this, you got to get a lot of value out of these Krakens if you're going to use it. Because now, look, your E-leader's just way out of position. It's going to take a while for them to get set up to do the annoying thing that an E-leader does, which is shoot anybody from anywhere on the stage.
And close to the halfway marker, exactly when you noted. When you are playing aggressive with that E-leader Kraken, you're gonna be in a position where, all right, well, let's just wait for them to get out of Kraken stage. We'll probably use one of our mini weapons to eliminate them. Boss makes the jump and just not able to get any more off of it, so it's a nice little snipe. But for Star Crasher right now, there were multiple times where they have specials that are aligned all consecutively, but they just can't piece it all together or use them in conjunction. And I have a feeling most of it is mainly just inflammatory content. Just keeping the pressure up right now. Boss is just picking up this Rainmaker. He's gonna get shut down for a few extra points. They're still getting value off of this very offensive heavy comp. PogChamp is kind of in a rough position, has to drop to lower ground. Bob's just gonna try to chase them away, and Popgun basically to the 2-minute marker right now. They pop the Rainmaker, but again, they're not gonna quite pick it up yet until right now, and Blake has full control of it.
And not a single point scored in the first 3 minutes by Star Crashers. Basically, if they can find a way to clear the checkpoint, we're going to be tied up here. They'll have an opportunity to get something. Oh, bumped to the, one of the brushes just accidentally ran into the Rainmaker. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that right now. And now there's just a free shot to gobble up some points here, getting to 10 off the board to 39 remaining. More importantly, bleeding time off the clock. 1:20 left to go. Still not a single point. But the Star Crashers, they're the one who picked this one.
Yeah, it's the exact same deja vu scenario. Using the Alphonsino Rainmaker, maybe this is the chance for us to get a stage off on. And inflammatory content has nearly every answer right now the exact same way. It's basically still keeping up this aggression, especially with this, basically with the comp that's either the Auto Rush or the 52. That's the closest thing with range. But here's the thing: there's a breakaway push. Everybody's slightly out of position from inflammatory content until they finally collapse right into them, and so not quite the checkpoint cleared. And more importantly, Popgun with 47 seconds left on the clock, it's not really in the best position either. Boss does drop to the lower ground, and they're going for the potential stall tactic, having a hard time getting up there. And I do see it's basically a 13-second difference, but the Rainmaker drops because Ro is right there to stop him. Popgun 33 seconds left, and inflammatory content trying to definitely on their way to forcing the reset.
Yeah, they're trying to just stall it out right there, and that might just be a good spot to stall it out because they got the Kraken waiting and raring to go. Just say, okay, let's let you pop it first, then I'm gonna pop this Kraken and chase you away as you're trying to dive in on top of it. Rainmaker might reset, or maybe it might be worth it just to grab it and get splatted with it right there anyways, just to keep it on the side. Opting to go into the corner right there. The Kraken, okay, so this will go to overtime, but it's an E-leader by themselves, so this is gonna be it. Reset the bracket, Keone. We're going to do it all over again. Inflammatory content. 3-1 Star Crashers, who takes their third loss of the tournament, but are still in a position to get the dub. But inflammatory content seems a bit too much of a snowball going down a hill at this point.
How about this lowing in particular here, Popgun? Everybody could vie for a chance to win alpha brackets, and it's just been haymakers after haymakers across the board. You have Star Crashers having to play 5 games to make their way to the grand finals, at least specifically winners semis and winners finals, and then met their match against inflammatory content with the 3-1, but inflammatory content kept the run going and forcing that reset. This has just been a lot of fun to watch right now. Here, and it's just, we're more excited to see how this reset plays out. Now, here's the other thing here, Popgun. I feel like the first stage, at some point, if Star Crasher were to take a game off the board, that stage counterpick is going to be looming large. So there's going to be some time to get your strategies all together to deal with inflammatory content, home field advantage pick, if you will, in this side. So more importantly for Star Crashers is to find a way to solve that riddle coming in the reset, but they'll have to worry about it later because, of course, the first stage in the reset will be a zones map, unless things are not configured right somehow.
In theory.
in theory,
yeah. Please tell me it was Splat Zones game 1.
It is. I checked.
Okay,
for
good.
It is.
What is it? Is it Hagglefish?
It's Mahi.
It's Mahi. Okay, fair enough. Well, the fake.
If it will show up.
It eventually will be Mahi's on. Okay, so that'll obviously if I'm Star Crashers, I got to be thinking, okay, well that's perfect for us. Like we can use our E leader here, double reef slider. Like one reef slider is very annoying here, but two, like this is honestly maybe this is what Star Crashers should have counterpicked all along. Like this is a pretty good situation for the comp that they use naturally if they want to go back to the normal E leader.
But on the flip side though, for this particular reset, Mahi Zones is gonna be most likely off the board unless the mats play out the way they do. So Mahi Zones Resort Mahi Resort Zones, excuse me, was what I was trying to say there. Yeah, you noted double restart can get annoying real quickly here for inflammatory content, but they're also no strangers to keeping the momentum going, the pressure going for them, especially with their double brush composition. So I think, unsurprisingly, first stage of the specify should dictate potentially how the set goes here. Obviously, what we've seen, these two teams have played each other at this point multiple times already in this glowing tournament. And if I'm not mistaken, Pokemon, they did play day one, unless I'm getting my facts all scrambled here. But for these two teams, a lot of rematches against each other. And now it's going to come down to this reset set, and it's going to... there's going to be a lot of entertainment potentially coming out of this.
Star Crashers did not play against this team. Star Crashers
might be
only
thinking of the other
played
side.
against Starfish. Actually, Starfish beat the Star Crashers before they got revenge on them earlier today. But we are going to a bracket reset. By the way, Gamma's done. Is Beta done as well? I haven't been keeping up with that. They only had 12 teams that checked in. Yeah, they're done. So we're just waiting on this, and then the bracket and the whole tournament is done. The whole weekend is done, which is good news for me. So let's see how this one works out. Bracket reset. Critical game one. It is 0-0 once again for everybody. We will see what the response is going to be. But man, that double brush, double shooter comp. LeBob saying, you know what? Gal's kind of busted right now, and I was not happy that we lost that one game. So now we're going to just break out Gal and just win the tournament.
Why not play with the same aggressive style that basically got you even more convincing dubs than the other? And Star Crasher already 3 gone with just Flake, the E leader that is basically the only ones alive, already keeping the momentum going right out of the gate. So this composition means, all right, just keep moving forward, keep playing aggressive, has definitely paid out in spades so far. Yes, they are losing members, but it's being mitigated by trades across the board. So water level dropping, kind of a key moment here, especially with the reef side that is available. Wavebringer at least trying to see if they can detect anybody here, or force some jump rope that's in question. That reef side, by the way, did get burned. Bubbles also gone as well. And Starcrasher, kind of a rude awakening to start the first game. And Popgun, they at least weathered the storm at least for about a few moments.
And, well, I mean, they're keeping the game going a little bit longer right now. I mean, Flake is out of position. They dropped the Dapples in favor of the Crab Tank Dualies, so we'll see if that ever plays a role going right here. But inflammatory content's been doing a pretty good job of just keeping the pressure on, being aggressive. I think that was the Zipcaster got canceled by Flake, though, who was able to jump out and get into a good position to attack things here. But, I mean, anytime they cap the zone so far in this one, they don't really have an opportunity to do anything with it. It's just like, yeah, we're just delaying the inevitable, but are Slayers finding ways to start pushing up? Are we finding ways to get Flake into that little crow's nest area where they can be very, very annoying to deal with? And oh, by the way, do we have a plan to deal with the rat? And it looks like the answer right now is no.
Not with that double right now and having to get everything reset again, and they are still just down to basically the reset that is going to at least force cap the zone. I think Bob also understands this, is trying to poke damage onto Starla, but a couple members down. Now I wouldn't be shocked that they're just going to force a lot of pain into the zone. There you go. But they burned the Reef Slider also early there, so you don't have the chance to save it if you need to do so. But I mean, at the end of the day, you get the zones capped anyway. They're down 2 members. Hawchan trying to win a duel against Bob on the right-hand side. Doesn't look like that's good. It looks like they're still just doing right now, except Hawchan just went down. There's a couple members that have gone out of the board here, too. Each push, Hotgun only takes out a few points on the board, but inflammatory content has found responses each time.
And Road just trying to make something happen on top there with the dualies, but just too much pressure and too much gal being thrown their way. There's nothing they can really do on top of this. So the same situation. Star Crashers, it seems like they're delaying the inevitable at this point, but there goes the gal off the board. Somebody else went for a swim. That you can't do that. Somehow that destroys your entire body, rips it from atoms to atoms. And now, are they really going to find a way to cap it? No, because there's just too much to overcome right now with inflammatory content. But since they don't have an anchor player, it's just okay. You just got to deal with all 4 players at once if you want to find ways to get anything kind of established, because they just keep throwing their players at you over and over again with no cooler, mind you.
Yeah, and even with the lack of cooler, they're still just still just hounding Star Crasher at each avenue. Star Crasher is trying to find ways, Popgun, to just try to reset, try to figure out the right time to trying to find the right time to strike. Excuse me there, but inflammatory content is not going to allow them to do so each go around. Even you have Rat just being a nuisance effectively for Star Crashers. Yeah, even you go 2 down, they're still capping the point. They're forcing more penalty points there for Star Crashers to just burn through right now. So you just gotta find a way to just not deal with everybody all at once for sure, and then just try to build off of it. Hey, eliminating Bob is gonna help for sure, but can you deal with the other 3 that might follow suit here? Boss is just trying to force the neutral. Ari is there with the triple ink strikes here, and with 53 seconds left, still in control of Star Crashers, but might be a good perfect control here, especially with the 2 members that have dropped. And Starla's Reef Slider has been canceled though.
I was about to say, but now it's just Radibor, who's the last one alive, and popping the Zipcaster, able to just kind of draw attention. The Zipcaster is just going to keep them alive, able to get a splat on top of it, but is it going to be enough to stall the zone? Should be into the green favor. It is. Man, that came so close. What a clutch Zipcaster used by Radibor. Might have saved the game for inflammatory content.
Yeah, and that Zipcaster couldn't have been any more timely for inflammatory content. They were losing a lot of fights. There was a lot of staggering that was happening there. But for inflammatory content, they held it off thanks in large part to the Zipcaster here. And Star has to just burn this reset to get the cap of the zone. Trip Strikes in response isn't gonna be there quite yet, and they will get the zone's cap. Neutral favors inflammatory content at the end of the day, and inflammatory content gets the first punch out of the reset. That is map 1 belonging to inflammatory content to kick off the bracket reset, Popgun.
That might be it though. I think we're done here, honestly. I know we got still potentially 4 more games to go, but eventually you got to go and beat them on Clam Scorch Gorge. First you got to win on your own counter pick, which there's no way they go Splat Zones Umami again, right? Like that. Yeah, once they got control of zone, they dominated, but it took them a while to get there. And this new comp that inflammatory content has come out with, they seem to just be rolling with it because it's working for them. Like they're 3-0 since switching over to this run and gun style comp that they've been using. Labob just saying, I'm just going to go with the most busted weapon in the game right now. What are you going to do about it? They dealt with it a few times, but you're not going to deal with it over the course of an entire 5 minutes if it's going to work out for you. So you got to switch up. You got to bring out a brand new counter pick here. Then you got to figure out the puzzle that is Clan Blitz at Scorched Gorge, which nobody seems to have figured out up to this point. And by the way, you also got to figure out how to not fall into the water. So maybe a stage without water would be a good push in the right direction.
I mean, more importantly with this counter pick is also your counter pick in the sense of how do you even keep the set alive and then deal with Scorched Clans at the end of the day there too. To your point, it's been a very aggressive comp change from inflammatory content. It's just been in your face. The run and gun setup has just thrown Star Crasher off kilter too. It feels like they're looking for ways to get their team all squared away and set up. And what's even more surprising is the dually swap also to the vanilla splat dualies. They ran double Reef Slider for a good chunk of Grand Finals, I believe, and then this was the one time where they're like, all right, we gotta aim for Crab Tank. And you could have also maybe look into, could you have used that second Reef Slider as well? I mean, it's ultimately a moot point because that's what they dished out dualies-wise for in that particular stage. So for the second stage, the counter pick is of course crucial to at least not up the set, and of course keeping the reset alive. The question is, what can you do to deal with this very running gun comp that inflammatory content has? And I think that's the puzzle they have to solve first.
Well, they need to They need to, yeah. They got a lot of problems to figure out here. And all of them can be solved by just simply winning. If they can find a way to do just that. We're waiting for the counter pick to come out just yet, and then we'll figure out if there needs to be a sub. Also, I think a player from Argentina just got a red card. So I think that might be GG on that one. Still tied 0-0. They're going into stoppage time. They're probably going to go into overtime. Good news is nobody's DC'd, which would be the Splatoon equivalent of a red card here. And I said that's going to be a choice that's going on here. What is the what's the delay? Let's get some counter picks here. Let's get this puppy going.
I have not seen a counter pick so far either, but either Popgun. This is maybe they got their own version of the hydration break going. That's as much as I'm seeing here, and that's well, maybe you're right. And also, yeah, I did double check. They had the classic 2 yellow cards, which turns into a red card there. So that is basically an ejection there as well as okay. They're back to zones. Yeah.
Okay. Some Robo Ramen. I mean, last time we were here, we saw the Dread Ringer with Crab being used by inflammatory content against Starfish. And they just bodied them. I mean, they just ran Starfish out of the stage and closed out that entire match. So what's the game plan going to be here? Because, I mean, inflammatory content is under no pressure to sub. They're saying they may sub. I'm saying, why would you? I mean, Star Crashers hasn't found a way to deal with this. I don't know if you'd want to just like mix things up right now. Oh gosh, they didn't. Hold on, they started the.
Are you telling me we may have a potential stall coming up here? Is this what I'm hearing?
No, we just got to remake it.
Oh, okay.
But yeah,
understood. Understood. But I mean, I guess if you go back to what they had the Dread Crab basically, but I don't think they would opt to swap though, because you feel like with the 4 website with this comp that basically has been on an undefeated run so far, why change what's broken when it's basically been working for us the entire time? They haven't found it. Starcrasher hasn't found any responses to this very run and gun setup. Maybe the only thing I can envision is maybe the double reslider comp returning, but even then, that's only maybe one step to the puzzle. Then you gotta figure out, of course, how to take it home the entire way. And I think there's only a few ways that this can basically go here as well. So I guess the truth's in the details. And hey, let's just see what they have cooking up, I guess.
Let them cook. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I wasn't gonna prevent them from doing that.
True.
I mean, I'm actually getting a little bit hungry, so I wouldn't be opposed to people cooking anything, especially at Robo Ramen. But there is a bit of a delay because apparently inflammatory content wanted the sub out. Again, why? And I don't think, we're just going to close this one out so that they can get their sub out. But why would you sub?
That's what I'm wondering.
The comp you're working is working really well. It's not broken. And I understand you have a specific thing you want to do here. But you've already switched up so much. Just I feel like you're kind of flirting with danger by mixing up something that doesn't really need to be mixed up at this point.
Yeah, and I feel like the traditional thought as well there, Popgun, is you only really want to change it up if you're basically on the losing end. They basically been on a heater basically for about effectively 3 straight maps plus at this point with this 52 Octobrush ink brush setup that they got going on. Also Aria with the basically either the T-Tech or the glitters. I believe the official one is the glitter shot or the Kraken. It's basically the Kraken shot, if you will. But even then, if you want to put the sub in, is there has to be a pretty solid reason. And at least with the preview that we saw there, it was the Dread Crab that's being dished out. Again, maybe it's a situational. Again, more or less theorycraft here. Maybe it's a situational sub. Maybe that's the only reason. But again, I feel like this could be, but this could open itself to potential overthinking down the road if this stage were to get dropped at the end. So, I guess there's that. And also Popgun. I think there is overtime in the other game now. I think it's still 0-0.
Well, maybe I might be a bit delayed. Spain's got a free kick essentially on the goal here, so maybe they missed it in the future. Oh, I can hit the Yeah, they missed it. Okay, never mind. I was delayed.
I got you.
But I mean, look, if inflammatory content wins this game, then yeah, it was obviously a genius move on their part. If they lose, then we can be like, well, wait, no, we decided to stick. Okay, well, so they just wanted time, but still. Okay, that's a little frustrating. But so they're not changing out anybody. So we just restarted that for nothing. But okay, so they are okay. Fair enough, though. Maybe they're listening to the commentary and be like, "Oh yeah, they're kind of right. Maybe we should just roll with this."
But again, I feel like this is either just if there were timeouts in the World Cup, I think I'm gonna have major questions. What is the equivalent of trying to buy their time here at this point? But I'm trying to even figure that part out here too. Maybe they listen to us. Maybe they're realizing, oh wait, yeah, it works. What are we doing here? And I mean, I don't know, Pop Gun. That's all I can really say on that. We loaded right in, I guess. Wait, what? Oh my goodness, they actually did bring in the charcoal decaf. That is wild,
What?
by the way.
Is it still the Bob though? So they got rid of the.
Yep. Yeah,
Okay.
because there's the charcoal decaf from PogChamp, by the way. They did bring back the dread crab from Labob. So that I guess that's one part of it. But then, okay, so you got rid of the bubble here, Pop Gun. They also don't have they are still sticking with the one restart, just the decaf has changed hands basically to a different decaf kit. The inkjet's going to be the ultimate question. I think PogChamp is just trying to basically force Bob to go backwards right now, not allow them to use the crab tank. PogChamp is just trying to cause some distraction there. Pop Gun, this actually is looking pretty solid right now. There's 3 members down from inflammatory content. It's just Rat that's alive. They have to retreat back to base.
Now, what are they going to do with it? Are they going to start pushing up? Are they going to build up an inkjet? I mean, they don't have the bubbler. This would be a good time to use a bubbler right here. So if you got the inkjet ready to go, so they're not even close to that. But they got oh, there goes the zone. So instantly, what happened right there? I mean, that just immediately got flipped over. They get it back, and they still got the reslider they're holding on to here. But still, that could have been an opportunity to get the KO and just close this one out.
Maybe just not in the right position at that point in time. We're just waiting to realize, all right, we got to gather ourselves maybe some specials to burn out. But the way that inflammatory content has kind of played here, Pop Gun, it's basically just been relentless pressure so far, and any door you leave open for inflammatory content to do just that is basically inflammatory content taking more than just that, maybe even changing leads the entire way through. Now, they did mitigate it for about a couple more moments. It's going to come down to the duel between Rat and Ro, and Rat wins it, but it's going to lead to the zones being neutral at the end. It's going to get recapped here by inflammatory content, so that it is a huge dub for inflammatory content at the end of the day. Rat rushing right in and eliminates play. There's the trip strike that's just displacing them, and right now, Pop Gun lead has already changed hands, and inflammatory content, they're still throwing everything at them, and they're still going to get, and they still got the lead despite all that.
Well, they don't get the KO, though, and that's the thing, is the Star Crashers is just going to keep hanging around, and they're going to keep trying to get opportunities. It feels like they're trying to, or they are starting to get themselves reestablished mojo-wise, which is the most important factor in going into this tournament of any kind of caliber. Still, half the game is already gone. Boss is going to be trying to find ways to survive a bit longer and keep poking the zone before they eventually go off for a flank. But PogChamp, once again, making the switch this deep into the set, trying to see if it'll work out into their favor. We haven't really seen Inkjet be that effective up to this point. Maybe it's just not really necessary right now.
Maybe not needed. The Inkjet was popped to at least force distraction from Bob, but they're still getting easy caps of the zone, no problem right now. And it's just another Zipcaster that's available. The Crab Tank also available from inflammatory content here. A lot of paint being dished out. They all singled out Arya, but it is going to give Labob a chance to just burn this Crab Tank, just pours paint over this zone, no problem. And Rat then flies in and eliminates PogChamp, and then the second member gone. Sarla's gone. Bob follows it up with the pick on the row. And this is just inflammatory content. They got control of the zone. They're going to be looking for that KO here soon. And Starcrasher only has no specials online, Pop Gun.
Well, no penalty points they have to deal with either. This could be the KO Inflammatory Content was looking for. Just a reslider online, and that's really all they're going to have to deal with the reslider struggling to get pushed up into a right position.
Man.
Oh, they have to burn it defensively. That's not going to accomplish anything. Inflammatory Content 5 in a row, this time without Gal. I said it last game. I'll reiterate it here. I think we are done. I don't know what else Star Crashers can do to win this tournament at this point.
And if Star Crashers were to force a game 4, that is still looming large right now. That had everything working out for them from an early game perspective from Star Crashers. It then comes into the mid late game where they pretty much leave it off just a bit. The door opens for Inflammatory Content to just keep the pressure going for them, and we cannot understate that anymore, especially the way Rat's been playing and how everybody else follows suit with it. Arya is able to back up Rat as well, and it's just causing just this chaotic mess that Starcrasher has to deal with. And again, if you're dealing with 4 players charging at you the entire time, of course, Bob switching with the Dreadringer is just going to stay back a bit. It's going to be more and more difficult to single out who do you need to single out right then and there. And Inflammatory Content just on a massive heater here. You know, here too. Just one more to just take over the sweep, and they have so far looked really strong doing so. This could very well be it, and very well be it, unless this counter pick says otherwise.
I don't know what they could do.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to try Umami again? I mean, that's the only thing you've won on in the past. I mean, I know you beat this team a couple hours ago, but this is Inflammatory Content's just got so many different punches they can use. Kept the same roster, dropped the Gal, went back to the Dreadringer that they got the win on this stage prior, and Rainmaker Humpback. Why not?
Why
not?
Just gotta try something.
Yeah, like what could be the pro counter pick this time around, other than just let's just try it. Why not? I mean, and again, if you win here, you still got to figure out Umami or a Scorchforge Clan Blitz. Like, you have to figure that out now. You have no choice. So just find a way to get a dub, I guess. I mean, easier said than done. They might not, at this point, Inflammatory Content might just not be beatable. Like, they might have just found, or you get the win, and then finally the win comes out of the sales of Inflammatory Content, and then you can, because eventually they're going to run out of gas. We see it every single month.
Yep.
Maybe just not here, though. I don't know.
I mean, also not helping the case is also just the fact that they have a map that they just consistently have looked so strong in raiding the wings if they were to drop the 3rd stage. Of course, Starcrasher, all margins look really slim right away here. You gotta have a counter pick that works, and even then, even if you were to win this one, you have to deal with 2 counter picks, and you know one is near guaranteed to be Scorch Clams unless Inflammatory Content starts overthinking a lot with that counter pick. I rather hope not in that situation. So if you're gonna try something, why not try a small and condensed map? But I mean, at this point, the E-Leader probably might get swapped out here because it is such a small map that I could imagine Inflammatory Content just sticking to the Gal, the double brushes, the shot that they have from earlier. There's a lot of ways that Inflammatory Content can just catch Star Crasher by surprise. Also, it's a volatile map too, so hey, a lot of things working against Star Crasher, and Inflammatory Content looking for the sweep and take this one home.
We're in stoppage time right here, and it might be the end of it. We might have the ref blow this one dead if Inflammatory Content can pull off the sweep in this bracket. Reset, Rainmaker, Humpback, Pump Track, Labob going back to the Stringer. You think about the number of weapons Labob has been using. It's been quite impressive. Now, the Gal, not so much impressive. But combining that with the Dreadringer the last game, and now the bow as well, that is quite the repertoire Labob has, and that allows them just another wrench that they can pull out and just mess things up with as Inflammatory Content trying to knock on the door, getting this first checkpoint. Does look like they got it.
Well, that's the first checkpoint guaranteed. Yeah, they basically have it for sure right now, and that's going to be Rat actually also picking up this Rainmaker right now. Arius was trying to clear out the path, but that Rainmaker is pretty much going to be stalled where it stands. So there's just going to be the crack up near comedy right now. Arya is just going to retreat back and going to be escaping from it. And that's Boss already flying in. These Reef Sliders right now in a very defensive setup that from Star Crashers has just been being burned pretty early and just trying to find ways to just stop inflammatory content each time. Inflammatory content is just trying to run at them each time, no matter what their team situation is. It's just been rough for Star Crashers overall. And for inflammatory content, 38 points remain, of course, not quite safe, still plenty of time. But they're trying to set the tone early at the very least.
Where are they going with this? Are they gonna? It's like they're faking trying to go right. Instead, they're gonna go mid. And Boss almost got the stop right there, but just waiting enough time for the rest of the inflammatory content to drop down. 1v1 situation though. The captain here of Star Crashers, I believe, Rowe, trying to jump right in and says, you know what? I'm going to wait and build up a reslider just to scare everybody else, but Radibor has just been beyond frustrating to deal with all tournament long as they try to pop the Rainmaker shield through the wall. That physics should not be working that way. Instead, it is going to regardless here. Yeah, inflammatory content, not a winnable score on this stage, but you got to be feeling pretty good with how much Star Crasher's been struggling to put up anything on the board all match long.
It's just been like that for most, if not all, of Bracket Reset here, and they're looking for potentially the final punch here, as that is just going to be the Kraken from Flake, the E-Leader Kraken, if you will, that's been burned, and they've also eliminated Arya, so again, another stop, but they got to piece together yet another push. Again, not even more than that, just the first checkpoint and a whole lot more right now. The inflammatory content, by the way, still just keeping this one up. The other thing that cannot also be understated is just the 3 off the brush kits that Rat's been dishing out. No matter which one they're dishing out, excuse me, they've just been delivering so much value, so much annoyance, really, that Starcrasher has to deal with. Boss is again just running in, just trying to provide more points on the board. They just will not let Starcrasher get any setup whatsoever right now. And even Bob, who got neutralized, though at the end of the day, it is a delayed wipe. Sure, they got to get the first checkpoint, but Boss and Radibor are right there to play defense.
And again, Flake keeps taking it to this spot, trying to fake just hopping over the wall, and ultimately just goes into a meat grinder in mid. And now there's just nowhere for them to go. Oh boy. Oh boy. And now they just grab it. And the very rare left push is looking very enticing right now. You're going to get a whole heck of a lot of points. And that is the worst place to die in this scenario with the Rainmaker. But Flake makes up for it. Gets a splat on top of it. So at least slow down this push. But here comes the Inkjet and the pop of the Rainmaker. Surely the Avalanche is going to fall right here. 7 more points taken off the board. And oh, by the way, there's just 1 minute remaining. Star Crashers, if there's ever time to have a jolt of life put back into you, it'd be now or never.
You know what? If you're going to have one big push, you better make it count right now with 50 seconds left here, or otherwise this is going to feel like at least 5 minutes of stoppage time, and all refs are just waiting to blow that exact whistle so far. Inflammatory content just pops the Rainmaker. One last go-around, 35 seconds left. They basically can just effectively play defense, or just continue to just make sure Starcrasher doesn't get anything to work off of whatsoever. The Reef Slider just doesn't even get any value right then and there. Flake, yes, you get eliminate Rap, but you got to piece together 400 other puzzles along the way. And 19 seconds left. Members are just not quite respawning in time here for Star Crashers. Two done on both ends. The trade's gonna be there here. Pop gun, 9 seconds left. Whistles are effectively gonna be blown. Bob picks up the Rainmaker, and inflammatory content, Pop gun. They are your Low Wink winners of the July 2026 edition of Low Wink.
I don't think I've ever seen that. I don't think I've ever seen a team go into grand finals from the loser side and 6-1 their opponent. Actually, no, there's one thing that does come to mind like several years ago, but that is a statement win against the team that beat you in a game 5 earlier in the tournament. You think they didn't come into that one with a little bit of a revenge factor on the mind? Yep. 6-1. And after losing that one game, just saying, you know what? No, we're just going to break out a brand new comp. They had so many different options they could work with. So many different game plans they could do. So many different players that they could switch things up with. And then they found the one that Star Crashers just never had an answer for. and was just able to rattle off 5 in a row and close this one out. I said they might run into a wall at some point. They never did. Or at least Star Crashers never put them in a situation to where they could.
They just look so much more and more dominant, with each set that was passed through, especially with the lower bracket gauntlet run. The 6-1 and that first loss happening in basically game 2 of the grand final set before reset, of course. And we gotta put it out here. Inflammatory content just had such a playstyle that was just so hard for other teams to pick up. So a lot of teams were just waiting to play, all right, let's just strategically play this out. Let's probably play behind the objective or just try to get all of our specials ready to go. Inflammatory content is like, no, we're just going to be in your face every single time. We're going to make sure that we have 2 of you guys focused on me the entire go-around. Rat was just so annoying to deal with. Arya had some amazing pop-off moments too. And we cannot forget the rest of the other teams that also followed suit here. Boss and Jester, I believe, as well, and basically Bob with just their non-stop flexibility. So, Popgun, it was just an impressive performance from start to finish for inflammatory content, and that's why they basically won Lowink this month.
And what a great Lowink it was. It wasn't an easy Lowink to win. I mean, Star Crashers got in. They got second place off of a 4-2 Saturday. A 5-1 result Saturday as well. Nobody went undefeated. Everyone took at least 2 losses over the course of the weekend. But inflammatory content. Okay, so after they lost, here's their record: 2-1, 2-0, 3-1, 3-1, 3-0. They dropped 3 total games and won 9, 13. They went 13-3 since they lost against the best teams in the tournament. They went 13-3.
That's wild to me. The fact they went 13-3, pretty much met their match against Star Crashers in that pivotal Game 5 that was also on stream earlier. So for those streaming, just to take a look at that, and it's just amazing how much this team just picked up the slack from lower brackets. Losing a Game 5 in winter semis too can be really rough mentally wise. Never cracked at all. Only losing three maps there out of the possible 16 is just impressive overall. And Bobgun, that was just really a fun Lowink, and also effectively there was really not one team that showed any dominance. It was just basically a lot of teams that just looked really good from the get-go and basically getting a lot of punches against each other.
Kind of like this World Cup finals where it's at the 102nd minute and still nobody scored, so no dominance from either one of those teams either. I'm going to be honest. I want to go watch that. I'm done talking. Yeah. Keon, where can people find you?
Yeah, find me on Keon2570 Blue Sky and on Twitch. I was just at the local in Minnesota hosted by Gem yesterday, so it's only fitting that I keep the gauntlet going here as well. So yeah, you guys can follow me on both those. Hey, Popgun, where can people find you? And go ahead and sign us off.
I'm going to go downstairs, fire up the old Telemundo, and catch the end of Spain versus Argentina. You can also see me tomorrow on this very channel, the Popcast, recapping Lowink, Splat World Series stuff, maybe be taking your calls. I don't know. We'll do all kinds of fun stuff tomorrow. With that being said, from all of us here at IPL, the head TOs for this event, Brush, Hoenn Hero, myself, our lovely and talented streamer, Joe Ryan, and shout out to Ink Fair as well, the official sideline reporter for today, feeding us some very in-depth Splatoon team, Lowink team statistics today. We thank you for playing, participating, and watching, and doing all the fun things that come with Lowink this past weekend. Congratulations once again to Inflammatory Content. I'm sure you'll be making content out of this. We can't wait to see it unless we don't. Good night, good luck, and we'll see you all next Lowink in August.